Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. Thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of the latest stories. I absolutely love reading your comments. They make me enjoy this job even more. I really love sharing paranormal stories from all around the world with you. Now, let me help you fall asleep a little easier. Let's get started, and don't forget to send me your own paranormal experiences. I don't tell this story very often. Even now, just thinking about it makes my stomach do that weird flip. It happened when I was in high school, a little over 10 years ago. I was maybe 16, 17. Back then, my favorite thing in the world was rearranging my room. Constantly. New paint, new layout, thrift store furniture. If I could drag it up the stairs by myself, it was fair game. My dad, my stepdad, Leo, worked in this old office building. The basement was basically a graveyard for stuff left behind by previous tenants. Boxes, broken chairs, random electronics, filing cabinets full of who knows what. He knew I loved old creepy junk, as he called it, so one weekend he said, "If you want to poke around down there, take whatever. They're going to clear it out anyway." So I go down into this basement. It's that kind of place where the air feels thick and dusty, and the lights flicker just enough to annoy you. I'm digging around, not really finding anything special. Some chipped lamps, a cracked mirror. When I see it, it's this old film projector, real old school, heavy metal body, with this faded manufacturer's logo I didn't recognize. The plug was foreign, looked like something from Europe, and right next to it, a cardboard box just packed with film reels. There must have been at least 20 or 30 of them. The labels were written in this language I couldn't read, looked Eastern European, maybe Cyrillic, but I honestly had no idea. I didn't care what was on them. I just thought it would look cool in my room. That was it. Pure aesthetic. I took the projector and the whole box of reels home, hauled them up to my room, and set the projector on my dresser like this weird, artsy centerpiece. The reels I stacked on a shelf. I didn't even bother wiping the dust off. And that very first night, things started. I remember waking up in the middle of the night and realizing I couldn't move. At all. I'd never had sleep paralysis before, so I didn't even know that's what it was. I'm just lying there, frozen, heart pounding. And out of the corner of my eye, I see this faint light. The projector is on. Except it's not plugged in. It's pointed at my wall, and there's this silhouette. A tall, hooded figure, like a shadow being projected. But there's no film, no sound, nothing. Just that shape. I'm trying to scream, trying to move, and my body will not cooperate. Eventually, I manage to wrench myself awake fully, and when I sit up, everything's dark and still. The projector is off, just sitting there like it always was. I wrote it off as a nightmare. A really awful, super vivid nightmare. You know how you do that? You convince yourself, okay, weird, but whatever, brain stuff. But it didn't end there. For months after that, I was getting sleep paralysis almost every night. Sometimes I'd wake up and feel this crushing weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me, pushing the air out of my lungs. I'd try to move my arms, my legs, even just my fingers, and nothing would respond. And almost every time, that same figure would be there. Sometimes it was in the projection, like before, this dark, hooded shape on the wall. Other times, it wasn't a projection at all. It felt like it was just standing in the room, closer than before. I never saw a face, just this sense that if I really looked, if I really focused, I'd see something I didn't want to see. And it wasn't just at night. I'd be at my desk doing homework and hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone else was asleep or downstairs. Slow, steady, deliberate steps, like someone taking their time. Then scratching. Little taps and scrapes at my door. I'd open it and nothing. Empty hallway. I kept telling myself I was stressed, that I was imagining things. My family didn't really take it seriously. My sister made jokes about me watching too many horror movies. My stepdad teased me about my haunted decor. Nobody was mean about it, but they definitely didn't get it. And when nobody believes you, you start doing that awful thing where you don't believe yourself either. I honestly thought I was losing my mind. And then the boy showed up. There's one episode I will never forget, and I'm sure it's burned into my brain until I die. I woke up again, paralyzed, stuck on my back, eyes open. The room's dark, but I can see enough. And in the corner, near my bookshelf, there's this small figure. A kid. A little boy. At first, he's just standing there, facing me. Then he starts walking. Slowly. One step at a time toward my bed. I shut my eyes as tight as I can. I'm thinking, nope, 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 not doing this. But you know when your curiosity overrides your fear? I don't even know how much time passed, but finally I forced my eyes open again. And he is right there, inches from my face. His skin is this chalky, unnatural white. His eyes are blood red, like there's no white in them at all. His teeth are sharp, too many of them, and there's this long, pointed tongue lolling out of his mouth. He's screaming and laughing at the same time, this horrible sound, like static mixed with a child's giggle. I couldn't move, couldn't scream back, couldn't do anything. I just lay there and took it in and honestly thought, this is it, I've snapped, I'm gone. When I finally jolt awake for real, I'm drenched in sweat. My voice is hoarse, like I'd been yelling, even though no one heard anything. I remember just sitting on the edge of my bed, shaking, thinking, something is really, really wrong here. By that point, I was terrified to sleep at all. I'd fall asleep at school in class. I'd drink way too much caffeine just to stay awake. My grades dropped. I was anxious all the time. It felt like my life had shrunk down to this cycle of dread. Get through the day, then survive the night. And then, finally, someone else felt it. One night, my mom, her name's Celia, ended up sleeping in my room after she and Leo had a fight. I wasn't home. I was sleeping over at a friend's place. The next morning when I got back, she looked off. Tired, pale, unsettled. She goes, "Something's wrong with your room." I just froze. She told me she'd heard footsteps in the hallway all night. She heard scratching on the door. She said she felt like she was being watched, like there was someone standing over her while she was trying to sleep. She had horrible nightmares. She used the exact word I'd been too scared to say out loud. Your room feels evil. And I can't even tell you the weird mix of emotions I had. On one hand, I was terrified. On the other, I finally felt this tiny flicker of validation. Like, okay, I'm not making this up. It's not just in my head. Something is seriously wrong here. After that, I went into full research mode. I spent weeks reading everything I could find online about sleep paralysis, hauntings, entities, energy, all of it. Forums, blogs, random posts from people I would have rolled my eyes at before all this started. The details they shared matched so closely with what I've been going through that I felt physically sick reading it. The gradual escalation, the feeling of being watched, the sleep paralysis with recurring figures, the way the whole room felt contaminated. And suddenly it just clicked. Like this quiet little voice in the back of my head finally screamed loud enough to be heard. The projector. It sounds so obvious now, but at the time I'd been trying so hard to rationalize everything that I'd never really connected it. The timing was perfect though. Things started the exact night I brought that thing into my room. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense in the worst possible way. So the next day I didn't mess around. I grabbed the projector, the box of reels, didn't even bother to pack them neatly, and shoved everything into the trunk of my car. I didn't want them in the house for one more second. Instead of taking them to a thrift store or donating them, I drove them out of town, like a solid couple of hours out, to this big landfill near the edge of the city. The whole drive, I felt this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was sitting in the back seat, just staring at me. When I got there, I didn't say some ritual or blessing or anything. I'm not that dramatic. I just got out, hauled the projector and reels out of the trunk, and tossed them as far into the massive garbage piles as I could. I remember my hands shaking, my heart pounding. I wanted them gone. Not sitting in a box in my garage, not passed on to someone else. Just gone. I drove home with this weird mix of fear and relief, like I'd just done something really important, but also maybe really stupid. And then, everything stopped. I'm not exaggerating. That very night, my room felt different, lighter, like someone had opened a window in a stale, stuffy space. I slept through the night for the first time in months. No footsteps, no scratching at the door, no hooded figure, no demon child inches from my face. The sleep paralysis just vanished. Since then, I've had sleep paralysis maybe 2 or 3 times, and it's always been during really stressful periods. And even then, the hallucinations weren't anything like what I saw back then. No red-eyed boy, no projector imagery, nothing that felt targeted. I still think about those film reels sometimes. I wonder what was on them, who owned that projector before me, where it came from. There were labels, like I said, in that foreign script. A part of me was so curious. I almost set the projector up once, just to see what would flicker onto the wall. But every instinct in my body screamed, "Don't. Don't plug it in. Don't thread the film. Don't press play." I didn't even try to translate the writing on the reels. I just wanted that entire chapter erased from my space, from my house, from my life. And here's the thing. Before this, nothing particularly paranormal had ever happened to me. And since then, I've never experienced anything that intense again. The timing, the way it all lined up with that one object, it's really hard for me to dismiss as coincidence. So yeah, that's the story of the time I unknowingly brought home something that felt haunted, for lack of a better word, and how everything went to hell until I got rid of it. I still don't know exactly what it was. Was it just sleep paralysis and my brain making connections it wanted to make? Was there really something attached to that projector and those reels? I honestly don't know. But I do know this. My life went back to normal the moment that thing was out of my world. And I genuinely wonder, has anything like this ever happened to you? Like, have you ever brought an object into your home and felt the whole energy of the place shift in a bad way? So, let me tell you about something that happened a while back that I still think about all the time. This was back in 2013. I had this friend from the racing scene. Let's call him Dylan. We knew each other through BMX racing. We were friendly, hung out at the track, but it's not like we were pouring our hearts out to each other or anything. We didn't really know much about each other's childhoods or families, and we didn't share a ton of mutual friends outside that racing bubble. One evening, completely out of nowhere, my phone rings. It's Dylan. We hadn't talked in months, so I'm already a little surprised. I pick up and he goes, "Okay, this is going to sound really weird, but just hear me out." He tells me he has this coworker, let's call her Julia. And Julia had come up to him at work and asked, "Hey, who is this girl you know?" Now, my first name isn't very common, so he kind of froze and said, I do know why?" Julia explains that there's this woman who keeps approaching her, insisting she has a message for a girl with my name, and that Dylan knows her. Over and over, same thing. She has a message, you know her. Then he tells me that this woman claims to be a medium, that spirits talk to her. He's half laughing, half nervous, like, look, she might be legit, she might be totally off her Rockefeller, I don't know. But Julia says she really wants you to come by so she can pass this message along. He's weirded out because he swears he's never mentioned me to Julia. Not once. No reason to. Different parts of his life. Now here's the thing. I actually do believe in spirits and mediums. My sister is a medium, though at that point we were kind of estranged, not in regular contact. So I'm listening to all this like, okay, this is strange but not completely out of my belief system. I tell him, yeah, okay, I'll meet her. Let's see what this lady has to say. The next day after work, Dylan picks me up. Julia lives about 25 minutes away from where I was staying at the time. He tells me he's been to her place a couple times for small get-togethers, but they're not super close, just work friends. We get there, and Julia seems totally normal. You know what I mean? She's married, has a couple of kids, maybe mid-40s. The house is cozy. There are toys shoved under the couch, family photos on the wall, just very regular, grounded energy. Not what you'd picture if you were expecting some kind of spooky movie scene. We do a little small talk in the kitchen, then she leads us into the living room. I sit down on the couch, Dylan sits off to the side, and I'm like, okay, so what's this all about? What does this lady want to tell me, and who is she? Julia takes a breath and starts explaining. She says there's this woman who's been coming to her, spiritually, not physically, and she keeps insisting Julia finds a girl with my name. Julia says this woman never had biological children of her own, but she helped raise a lot of kids and loved them like they were hers. And immediately, in my head, I go, oh my God, this sounds like my old daycare lady. Let's call her Maggie. Maggie helped raise me. I was in her care until I was about 10 years old. She watched a bunch of kids from the neighborhood, and she treated us like family. She was loud and warm and stubborn in the best way. I adored her. We stayed close even after I grew up. She ended up passing away from cancer a few years before this whole thing happened. I had actually visited her in hospice the day before she died. I ask, can you tell me what this woman looks like? Julia pauses, kind of squints like she's focusing, and then says, she's a bigger woman, and she has one green eye and one brown eye. And my brain just slams on the brakes, because Maggie had one green eye and one brown eye. That is such a specific, bizarre detail. It's not like saying she has brown hair and glasses. Heterochromia like that is rare, and for her to land on that with the right combination just floored me. Inside, I'm screaming, that's Maggie. There's no way she just guessed that. But on the outside, I'm trying to stay neutral, just letting her talk. Julia goes on with more details. The way this woman laughs, how she's very protective, how she kind of collects kids emotionally and keeps track of them, how she hated being in hospitals and felt trapped there. Little things. And it's all lining up with Maggie so perfectly that I'm honestly a little freaked out. So finally I ask, do you know her name? Julia gets quiet for a second, looks off like she's listening to something, and then she says, her name is Lorraine. And immediately I'm like, okay, you lost me. Because I'm thinking, nope, her name was Maggie. Definitely not Lorraine. So there's this little crash in my chest, like, maybe this is where it falls apart. Maybe the eye thing was a wild coincidence. Still, I let Julia keep going. She tells me the message from this woman, Lorraine. It sounds kind of like what you'd expect. She wants me to know that she's okay, that she's happy, that she's around me a lot because I was very special to her. Julia says that if I feel like someone's with me, or I hear odd sounds when I'm alone, I shouldn't be scared. It's probably her checking in. We talk a bit more, nothing too dramatic. Eventually Dylan and I leave, and I go home. But my mind will not let this go. All night, and honestly the entire next day, I'm replaying every detail. The way Julia described her, the personality, the protectiveness, the eye colors. It all feels so spot on for Maggie that I can't just shrug it off. The only thing that doesn't fit is the name, Lorraine. It bugs me enough that I finally call my mom. I tell her the whole story, from Dylan's weird call to going to Julia's house, to the description of this woman, to the eyes, all of it. And then I say, the only thing is, she told me the woman's name is Lorraine, and that's where it doesn't match. Because, Maggie. And my mom just goes really, really quiet. Then she says, you didn't know this, but Maggie's real first name was Lorraine. Margaret was her middle name. She just always went by Maggie because she liked it better. I remember just sitting there, holding the phone, staring at nothing. My whole body got that cold, buzzy feeling, because there was no way Julia could have known that. I didn't know that. I had never in my life heard anyone call Maggie Lorraine. In that moment, it felt like everything just clicked into place. The eyes, the way she was described, the love, the name. It was like Maggie had found a way to cut through all the noise just to say, one more time, hey kiddo, I'm still here. And ever since then, whenever I hear some little unexplained sound in my apartment, or feel that sort of gentle, someone's here energy when I know the room is empty, I'll just smile and say out loud, almost casually, hi Maggie, I know that's you. So, hey, my name's Maya, and I want to tell you about the first time I was actually of the things I feel and see. I've lived in the same neighborhood my whole life. Ever since I was little, I've been sensitive to energy, I guess. Spirits, vibes, whatever you want to call it. I pick up on stuff that most people don't notice. I see things sometimes, shadows, flashes, shapes, that other people just walk past. And honestly, it never really scared me before. It was just part of my life. Until that night. Our neighbor lives alone in the house right next to ours. I'll call him Mr. H. He's in his late 50s now. As far back as I can remember, he's been drunk almost every day. He can be rude, he can be aggressive, but a part of me has always felt bad for him. His wife left him years ago, when he was still pretty young, and his daughter moved out the moment she turned 18. He's pretty much been alone ever since. He doesn't get visitors. He doesn't do much. He just drinks and stays inside. And his house has always felt heavy, like the air around it is thicker than everywhere else on the street. When I was growing up, I'd sometimes see these little black shapes around his yard and near his windows. They'd move fast, like shadows that had slipped out of place. They were too solid to be just tricks of the light, but not solid enough to be normal. I'd blink, and they'd be gone. I didn't say much about it because I've always seen things. I just figured it was more of the same. Spirits passing through or attached to him somehow. But after that night, I don't think those were spirits at all. I think they were something else. This all happened on a weeknight. My family and I were about to leave for a church activity, kind of a youth group thing. It was just starting to get dark outside. Right before we got into the car, we suddenly heard this horrible noise. It was his truck alarm, blaring over and over again. At first, we just kind of rolled our eyes. We figured he'd hit the button by accident or stumbled into it while he was drunk. He didn't come outside to turn it off, and that wasn't surprising. But later, my younger brother Eli told us that right before we left, he thought he heard something. He said he heard Mr. H say, "Help." Not yelled, just this low, mumbled help, like it barely made it out of his mouth. Eli thought he was just imagining it, or that our neighbor was just drunk talking to himself again, so he didn't say anything in the moment. Now, looking back, that detail eats at me. We left for church anyway. The whole thing lasted maybe an hour and a half. When we came back, it was fully dark outside, and his truck alarm was still going off. That's the first thing that felt wrong. Our street is usually really quiet at night, but that night, it didn't just feel quiet, it felt emptied. Like even the usual night sounds were avoiding that side of the street. My mom parked the car, turned the engine off, and just sat there for a second, listening. Then she looked at us, me, Eli, and my sister Jenna, and said, "Maybe we should go check on him, just in case he fell or something." So we agreed. We all grabbed our phones and turned the flashlights on. As we started walking toward his house, it felt off. You know that feeling when your stomach drops before anything actually happens? It was like that, but spread through my whole chest. The only sound was the alarm. No crickets, no cars passing by, just this shrieking, repetitive wail and our footsteps on the pavement. Eli walked ahead of us, aiming his flashlight at the truck. He suddenly stopped and said, there's something in there." We all slowed down, and then we heard it. From the direction of the truck, or maybe from behind it, in the shadows near the side of the house, came this deep, rough growl. It wasn't loud, but it was thick. It felt like it vibrated under my skin more than in my ears. It didn't sound like a dog. It didn't sound like a coyote. I've heard plenty of those. It didn't sound like a person trying to growl either. It sounded like something that wasn't supposed to exist. The second that sound hit me, my ears started ringing so hard it almost hurt. My chest tightened, like someone had wrapped a band around it. I felt this wave of darkness, heavy, choking darkness, roll over me. I actually felt nauseous, and everything around his house started to look tinted. The best way I can describe it is like there was a reddish haze around it. Not bright, more like an aura, or like I was seeing the air itself glowing at the edges of my vision. I know how that sounds, but that's what I saw. I felt surrounded by something evil. Not just bad vibes, but something that knew we were there. My mom heard the growl too. She doesn't pick up on stuff the way I do, but I saw her freeze. She tried to act calm for us, but her hand was shaking so much that the light from her phone was jittering across the driveway. She just said, very quietly, "Okay, we're going back. Now." No one argued. We turned around, walked, almost ran back to our house, and shut the door. I could barely talk. I couldn't even really explain what I felt. I just knew that sound was not from this world. I live near open land. I've heard coyotes yipping, dogs fighting, cats screaming, goats, owls, so many weird animal sounds. This wasn't any of those. This was something else. Once we got inside, we all started talking over each other, trying to make sense of it. My mom was still shaking. I could see her trying to find some logical explanation, trying to tell herself it was just some animal. But her eyes said she didn't believe that. We decided to check on our neighbor without going back over there ourselves. So my mom texted one of our other neighbors, an older lady across the street. I'll call her Miss Carol. She's very Christian and always tries to help everyone out. We asked if she had Mr. H's phone number. She didn't, but she immediately said, "I'll go over there and check on him." We told her no. We said, "Please don't go over there. Something's not right. Maybe we should just call the police to do a welfare check." She hesitated, but she could hear how serious we were. She agreed and said she'd phone the police. A little while later, we stepped outside to wait and watch for them. While we were standing there, I started talking to Miss Carol more about it. I kind of nervously said, "His house always feels weird to me." She looked at me for a second and then said, "You feel things too, don't you?" I remember just staring at her. She told me that ever since she was a kid, she's been able to sense things, exactly the way I do. She said she's always felt something dark about his house. that every time she walks past it, it feels cold, like the warmth gets sucked out of her. Hearing her say that made my stomach drop. It was like confirmation that I wasn't just being dramatic or imagining things. Soon, the police arrived. We stood in our yard, not too close, just watching. They went up to his door. After a minute, Mr. H came outside. He looked confused and kind of dazed, not super wasted, but not totally clear either. They talked to him for a bit. I couldn't hear what they were saying. Eventually, he told them he had accidentally set off his truck alarm and forgot to turn it off. But as he turned to go back up the steps to his porch, he suddenly fell. He wasn't badly hurt, but it was enough for them to stay longer, ask more questions, make sure he was okay. To a random person, it probably just looked like an old guy who'd been drinking and took a clumsy fall. But to me, with everything that had just happened, Eli hearing help, the alarm, the growl, that red haze, it felt like too much of a coincidence. Later that night, after the police left and the street went quiet again, I just sat on my bed, replaying everything. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that growl again. I felt that tightness in my chest again. I've been scared before, sure, but this was different. This was a deep, bone-level fear that came from knowing something was there. Something bad. I don't know what it was. Maybe some people would say it was just an animal, or the wind, or our imaginations. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. I know what I saw around that house. Part of me thinks it was something like a skinwalker. Part of me thinks it was something demonic. I don't expect everyone to believe in those things, but I do. Because when that thing growled, it felt like it saw me, like it knew I could feel it. Since that night, walking past that house feels completely different. The heaviness is worse. Sometimes I swear the air gets colder just crossing in front of his yard. I don't look at his windows anymore if I can help it. I don't know exactly what's in that house. I don't know why it finally showed itself that night after being quiet for so long. But I know something dark is attached to that place, to that man, or both. And if there's anything I want you to take from this, it's this. If you ever feel that kind of wrongness, deep in your gut, trust it. Don't brush it off because you're afraid of sounding crazy. Don't talk yourself out of it to make other people comfortable. Call someone. Get help. Step away. Because there are things in this world that we don't understand. And once you hear something like that, once you feel it, you don't ever forget. Okay, so let me just talk to you like we're sitting at my kitchen table for a minute, because this whole thing still makes me feel a little crazy. My name's Karen, and my husband Mark and I are in our late 40s. Our son Eli is 22. This involves all three of us. We've lived in the same small town in Ohio since 1998, and we've used the same exact bank the whole time, Riverside Credit Union. You know the kind. Little brick building, one inside office, a couple of drive-through lanes. Every Friday, like clockwork, we hit the drive-through ATM on our way back home. And when you pull out from the drive-through, you turn right to get back to our house. We've done this for decades. Now let me describe my husband for a second because it matters. Mark is an engineer, writes software, absolutely loves spreadsheets, charts, graphs. If it's got data, he's happy. He is not a signs and wonders kind of person. He doesn't talk about vibes or gut feelings or any of that. He's very no-nonsense, very logical, and honestly, he would never bring up something weird unless it really bothered him. So a few months ago, he comes home from the bank, and I can tell by his face something's off. He says very carefully, like he's testing each word before it leaves his mouth, "You know Riverside Credit Union? Something strange just happened there, and I can't explain it." I'm thinking, Okay, did the ATM eat his card? Did someone yell at him? What? He goes, "There's this giant tree at the edge of the parking lot now. Like a huge tree. So big I don't ever remember seeing it before. You know how we always look to the left for cars before we turn right toward home? Well, now there's this big, fully grown tree there, and I had to lean forward to see around it to pull out." And I just stare at him, because I love landscaping. I notice every bush, every flower bed, every weed that doesn't belong. If anybody would have seen a tree appear out of nowhere, it would be me. And I know there's no tree there. I would have noticed. We go there every week because we still use a cash envelope system for our budget. Every Friday, same routine. We pull up to the ATM, get our cash for groceries and gas, and head home. We are creatures of habit. So now we're both standing there in the kitchen, going back and forth, trying to reason this out. Maybe they redid the landscaping. Maybe they brought in a big mature tree with a truck and planted it recently. But Mark says, "No, that's the thing. Nothing else looks new. No fresh mulch, no new plants. Everything looks old and settled. Just this tree." He's looking genuinely rattled. Like, is something wrong with my brain rattled? He actually mentions that. He's worried about early dementia or something. And I'm thinking, oh great, now I'm scared for him and confused about a phantom tree. So we decide, okay, we're not going to sit here and obsess about it. We'll just go look. We get in the car and drive over to the bank. And I'm telling you, the second we pull into that lot, I get this weird feeling in my chest. Like I'm walking into a place I know too well, and something is off, but I can't name it yet. We pull through the ATM lane like we always do. He gets his cash, we loop back around, and there it is. A big, mature maple tree, right on the left side as you're trying to pull out. Old enough that the trunk is thick and the branches are way up high, like it's been there for years. It's placed in exactly the spot where, if you're the driver, you have to lean forward and look around it to check for oncoming cars. Mark and I just sit there in the car in silence for a second. Both of us leaning forward, looking around this tree like, have we always done this? And we both know the answer. No, we have never had to lean like that. Not once in all these years. And I can feel this kind of, creeping uneasiness. Like, what do you do when your memory and your eyes are disagreeing? Part of me wants to march right into the bank and ask, "Hey, when did you guys put that tree in?" But another part of me thinks, they're going to look at us like we're nuts. What if they say, "Oh, that tree's been there since 2010. Then what? Now it's not just the tree that's the problem, it's our sanity. So we don't ask. We drive home. But it bothers us enough that we decide to bring our son into it. Now, Eli has grown up riding in the back of that same car, on that same route, to that same bank. Week after week, year after year. If anyone else would have seen changes, it's him. We don't give him any backstory. We just casually ask, "Hey Eli, you know Riverside Credit Union? When you pull out of the ATM lane, is there a big tree on the left you have to look around?" He answers instantly. No hesitation. "No, there's no tree there. It's open. You can see the road." And Mark and I just look at each other. So then we tell him the whole thing. The way Mark saw the tree, how we drove over and confirmed it, how it looks like it's always been there. Eli laughs like, "Okay, now I have to see this for myself." So we all pile into the car. Now it's this weird little family field trip to stare at a tree. We get to the bank. Same drive-through, same loop around. And we all see it at once. The tree. This big, settled, not new tree, sitting there like it's part of the original design. Eli goes quiet. And then he says, very slowly, "I don't remember this." at all. He leans forward in the passenger seat the same way Mark does when he's driving, testing the angle, like he's trying to trigger a memory. But nothing. For all three of us, there has never been leaning forward to see around a tree as part of this route. And yet, there we are, doing exactly that. We sit in the car for a bit, all three of us looking at this tree and not saying much. Because honestly, what do you say? It feels almost embarrassing to admit. We are three fairly intelligent people, with a routine that hasn't changed in years, and we're all convinced that a fully grown tree just wasn't there before. We still haven't gone inside to ask the bank staff about it. Part of me really wants to. Another part of me pictures some teller saying, "Oh yeah, that tree's been there since before I started working here." And then we have to smile and nod and pretend we're not quietly panicking. So that's where we are. Three people, same routine for years. All three of us share this very strong, very specific knowing that there was never a tree there. Not a sapling, not a medium-sized one, nothing. Just open space. And now there's a big old tree that looks like it's always been part of the landscaping. And I don't know what to do with that. I don't know if it's a collective blind spot, some weird glitch in how memory works, or something else entirely. All I know is that every time we pull out of that parking lot now, and I lean forward to look around that trunk, I get a little shiver, because my body is doing something my memory insists I've never had to do before. So, that's our story. The tree that appeared out of nowhere. So, I wanted to tell you about this because it's been sitting with me all day, and honestly, I don't really know what to make of it. When I was a kid, we used to spend long weekends at my grandparents' house. It was one of those old family homes where the doors were always open and relatives just came and went. My dad's cousins were always around back then. There were so many of them that I could barely keep track. There was this one cousin in particular. His name was Daniel. He was maybe 8 or 9 years older than me. Not that much older, but old enough that I thought he was, I don't know, cool. He was kind, had this easy smile, and he never made me feel like just a kid. I think he was probably my first real crush, even though at the time I wouldn't have called it that. It was more like admiration from afar, you know? As the years went on, we stopped going to my grandparents' place as often. People moved, got busy, built their own lives. The house didn't fill up the way it used to, and slowly, everyone just drifted. Fast forward maybe 20 years. I was already married by then, with a little boy, and we were doing something very ordinary, grocery shopping at this big supermarket in the mall. And there he was, Daniel. I almost walked past him because it took a moment for my brain to match his face to the boy I remembered. We chatted for a few minutes, just the usual small talk. Work, life. Wow, it's been so long. He hadn't married, but he mentioned he had a girlfriend. I remember thinking, of course he does, and then we both had to go our separate ways. It felt strangely casual for someone who had once seemed so important in my little childhood world. A little while after that, there was a family gathering, a cousin's birthday, I think, and he was there too. We didn't really talk much that time. I was busy keeping an eye on my son, and my husband, Marco, was chatting with my uncles. Daniel and I just exchanged a few smiles across the room. That was it. Nothing dramatic, nothing romantic, just life happening around us. Then the pandemic came. That's when everything changed. Daniel got sick. First it was just COVID, and then suddenly it wasn't just anything. He ended up in the hospital, in the ICU, and because of all the restrictions, no one from the family was allowed to really be with him. We got updates through messages and calls, and then one day the update was, that he was gone. I remember feeling sad, of course, but also guilty for not having known him better as an adult. He was part of my childhood, and then he just became one of those relatives you think you'll see one of these days at another event. And then there are no more events. For a long time, that was it. Just a quiet sadness in the background. Then, sometime early in 2024, I can't remember the exact month, I started dreaming about him. What's strange is that I never dreamt about him when he was alive, not once. But suddenly, there he was in my dreams, as if it was totally normal. In one of the first dreams, he was standing a little distance away from me, in this place that looked like a bus terminal or maybe an old train station. Lots of people, lots of movement, but everything felt oddly muted, like the sound was turned down. He looked just like he did the last time I saw him at the supermarket. A little older, a little tired around the eyes, but still very much Daniel. He looked at me and said, very simply, "Come with me." Not in a scary way, not like a horror movie. It was calm, almost gentle, but the words shook me. I remember feeling torn, like part of me wanted to walk toward him, and another part of me was rooted in place. I never actually moved in the dream. I just stood there, frozen, while he waited. I thought that made sense. And then, life being what it is, I never actually did it. I kept telling myself I would when I had time, and of course, that time just never came. But the dreams didn't stop. I dreamt of him a few more times, though not always as clearly. Sometimes he would be in the background of whatever dream I was having, just there, watching quietly. He didn't ask me to go with him anymore. No words, just his presence, like he was sitting at the edge of the scene, waiting for something. And then there was last night. Last night's dream was so vivid that when I woke up, I had to actually check the room to remind myself where I was. In the dream, we were at a family gathering again. It looked like one of those rented function rooms. Round tables, tablecloths, kids running around, the usual noise of relatives catching up. My husband, Marco, was seated at another table, laughing with some of my cousins. I was at a different table, and Daniel was sitting right beside me, close enough that I could feel the warmth of his arm. Nobody seemed surprised that he was there. It was like he'd never died at all. What's strange is that there were no words the entire time. None. People were talking around us, but he and I didn't speak. At one point, I felt his hand move, and he gently slipped his fingers between mine, like we were holding hands under the table. It wasn't romantic in an obvious way. It was intimate, yes, but also very quiet, familiar, like we'd been doing that our whole lives. We just sat there like that. No talking, no dramatic music, nothing. Just the feeling of his hand holding mine. And I remember knowing, in the dream, that Marco was just a few meters away at the other table. That made it feel even stranger, like I was doing something wrong, and yet, at the same time, it didn't feel wrong. It just felt inevitable. Eventually, the gathering started winding down, and it was time to go home. I let go of his hand and got up to leave with my husband. As we were walking toward the exit, I heard a woman behind me say something about Daniel. Something like, "It's still so sad what happened to him." And in that moment, inside the dream, I suddenly remembered. Oh, he's dead. It was like two realities colliding. The version where he was alive, sitting beside me, holding my hand, and the version where he wasn't here anymore at all. And then I woke up. All morning, I kept thinking about it. I don't know why I dream of him every now and then. I'm not secretly in love with him. I have my own life, my own family. But sometimes, especially after dreams like last night, I get this strange, quiet feeling in my chest. Like maybe, in some other lifetime or some other version of reality, He and I were meant to be something more. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, is he my soulmate? And then I immediately feel guilty, because what does that even mean when I'm married and I love my husband? It makes no sense, but the feeling is there, stubborn and soft at the same time. I don't have any answers. I don't know if it's just my mind processing childhood memories, or unfinished feelings, or grief that I never really acknowledged. I don't know if it's something spiritual, or if it's just the brain doing what brains do at night. All I know is that every so often, he shows up in my dreams as if he never left. And for a little while, it feels like we're still connected somehow. And I guess that's why I'm sharing this with you now, because part of me is wondering, has anything like this ever happened to you? Okay, so let me just start from the beginning. I moved into this house at the start of September, and ever since then, little things have been happening that I can't quite explain. It's me, my husband Daniel, and our 2 dogs, a tiny terrier mix named Pip, and a big goofy shepherd mix named Rhea. They're both super friendly, not the kind of dogs that growl at corners or anything like that. We're the first owners. We actually built this place. We subcontracted some of the work, but me and Daniel did all the framing ourselves. I work from home and I'm doing online classes, so I'm here basically all the time. Daniel works rotating shifts, but lately he's on mostly nights. So a lot of evenings, it's just me and the dogs. The first weird things were small, easy to brush off. I kept finding doors unlocked. Now, just so you understand, I'm that person who automatically locks the door behind me. I've accidentally locked friends out more than once. I don't leave doors unlocked. It's just not something I do. But I'd come into the kitchen and the back door would be unlocked, or the side door to the garage. At first, I told myself I must be stressed or distracted, because you know how it is. New house, new routine, a lot on my mind. Then I started noticing the closet doors. I'd wake up or walk into a room and find them cracked open or fully open when I know I closed them. I thought, okay, maybe the hinges are weird, or maybe the house is still settling, or the doors weren't installed perfectly. So I brushed it off. I kept telling myself, it's fine, new house quirks, no big deal. Then one afternoon, something happened that I couldn't rationalize away. I was standing at the kitchen window, and I saw my neighbor's little girl, her name's Lily, in their backyard. She suddenly pointed at our house, kind of wide-eyed. So of course I look to see what she's pointing at, and I see a man. He's walking along the outside of my backyard fence, right near the corner. Just this quick glimpse of him as he turns the corner and disappears behind the house. I only saw part of his face, but my brain did that immediate alarm thing like, who is that? I grabbed my phone and called Daniel right away. I told him, there's somebody in the backyard, you need to check. He was already almost home from running an errand, so he pulled up and went straight around the house. It took him maybe 2 minutes to get to the backyard. Nobody. No one in our yard, no one on the street, no one walking away. We checked both sides of the house. We looked down the road. Nothing. It was like the man had just vanished. And that was the first time I remember thinking, okay, this isn't just me being forgetful. Then there was the night that really got to me. It was late, maybe 11:30 p.m. Daniel was at work on night shift. I was doing that thing where you get a sudden burst of energy and decide it's the perfect time to clean the house. The layout is pretty open, so from the living room you can see straight to the front door. Pip and Rio were lying in the living room, half asleep, while I was picking up and wiping things down. All of a sudden, the front door handle rattled. Not like the house settling, not like a random creak. It sounded exactly like someone on the other side trying the handle. Both dogs shot up and started barking like crazy, staring right at the door. My first thought was, oh, Daniel must be home early. Maybe he forgot his key or just startled the dogs. No one. No car in the driveway except ours. No movement on the porch. Just the quiet front yard. That's when the feeling hit me. That sort of cold, hollow nervousness. I remember thinking, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe the latch shifted and it only sounded like rattling. I decided to settle the dogs down and put them in our bedroom so they'd relax. I turned to head that way, and as I walked past the kitchen toward the laundry room that leads to the garage, something caught my eye. The door to the garage was standing wide open. Now, I am obsessive about that door. It's one of the main things I check at night because the garage leads straight outside. I know I had locked it and shut it earlier. I just stopped and stared at it for a second because my brain couldn't immediately file it under normal thing. I did not hear it open. The dogs did not react to that door at all. But there it was, open. I shut it, locked it, and at that point, I was done. I grabbed both dogs, went to the bedroom, and basically made a mini security routine. I checked every door and window, then checked them again. Then I locked the bedroom door and piled some stuff in front of it, just for my own peace of mind. I texted Daniel what had happened, and when he got home in the morning, he woke me up and said, kind of carefully, "Hey, did you leave the back door unlocked again?" I told him no, absolutely not. He said, "Well, when I came in, the back door and the garage door were both unlocked. I had personally checked those doors before I went to bed." That wasn't the end of it. A little while later, we left the house for a bit. Just a quick trip out, not long enough to kennel the dogs. Pip is tiny and pretty chill when we're gone, so we always let her roam the house. When we came back, Rhea greeted us at the door like usual, but Pip was nowhere. We called her, nothing. We finally heard this little scratch whine from one of the spare Endeavors. The door was shut. We opened it and there she was, looking totally confused but not scared, like she'd just been waiting for us. We don't shut that door. There's no reason to. And Pip can't pull a door shut behind her. She's too small. That same week, there was another incident. I'd let both dogs out into the backyard and gone back to the kitchen to rinse some dishes. A few minutes later, I heard their tags jingling behind me. I turned around and they were just trotting into the kitchen from the hallway, tails wagging. They had somehow gotten back inside. When I went to check, the sliding door to the yard was closed, latched. It's a little heavy. You really have to pull it. The only explanation I could come up with was that I must have absent-mindedly let them in and forgotten, but that doesn't line up with what I was doing in that moment. I was at the SIG the whole time. And then there's that same door to the garage. One afternoon, I was literally standing in the kitchen, scrolling on my phone, both dogs lying on the floor. I looked up, and the door to the laundry room that leads to the garage, which had been closed, was now open. It was in my line of sight. I never saw or heard it move. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I've run through every logical explanation I can. Just to clear up some of the obvious questions people ask, there is no one living in the house with us. I am as sure of that as a person can be. The attic access can't be opened and closed easily from inside the attic. You need a ladder and someone outside to do it. So that whole person living in the attic theory doesn't fit here. I also installed all the door locks myself. I know exactly how many keys came with each lock. We did have a key in a lockbox for subcontractors, but that key has never gone missing. It stays in the box unless someone is using it, and it doesn't leave the property. Part of the reason I'm so particular about security is because, when I was in college, I was stalked by a classmate. Let's call him Evan. He got caught more than once hiding outside buildings, watching me, and looking through my apartment windows. It only stopped when the school got involved and campus security stepped in. So when we chose to build this house, I picked the layout specifically so there'd be no easy hiding places and clear visibility around the exterior. This house was supposed to feel safe. So, that's where I'm at. Doors unlocking themselves. A man in the backyard who disappears in under 2 minutes. Handles rattling when no one's there. The dogs ending up in rooms they couldn't have shut themselves in, or somehow appearing inside when I'm sure I left them out. I'm not jumping straight to ghosts or anything like that, but I also don't have a neat explanation. I've decided I'm going to change out all the locks and put in a proper camera system. Front door, back door, garage, maybe even some inside, just pointed at the main entrances. If it's some kind of wiring issue or a problem with the doors, I'll see it. If it's someone, I'll see that too. Until then, I keep doing the same thing every night, walking the house, checking every door, every window, and trying to convince myself that I'm overreacting. But deep down, there's this little feeling I can't quite shake, that something here is just off. So, this all started a long time ago. I couldn't tell you the exact year, but I know I was a kid, maybe 9 years old. It was during that phase where I'd sometimes share a mattress with my older brother Leo on especially cold nights. Our house wasn't great with electricity. We only had one small space heater, and if you plugged in too many things at once, the power in that room would just cut out. So most of the time, we just bundled up together under a bunch of blankets and called it good. Anyway, this one night, I'm sleeping like usual. Nothing weird, no nightmare, no loud noise. And then I just wake up. My eyes open and I'm staring at the ceiling. I remember thinking how strange it was because I've always been the type to sleep through anything unless I really had to use the bathroom, and I didn't. I'm lying there, half awake, trying to drift back off when I hear something. At first, it's just a sound, so soft I can't even tell what it is. I ignore it. I'm tired. I'm warm. Leo's snoring beside me, and I'm not exactly looking for reasons to stay awake. But then I hear it again. Same sound, same rhythm. And this time I kind of tune in, like, what is that? And then it clicks. It's my name. Very faint, like someone's trying not to be heard, but still clear enough that my brain goes, oh, that's definitely me they're calling. At first, I assume it's Leo messing with me. The voice does sound a little more feminine, but in my half-asleep logic, I decide he's just whispering weird to freak me out. The bedroom door is slightly open, and my parents always left the hallway light on back then so we wouldn't get scared of the dark. Because of that light, I can see Leo's face pretty clearly. So I turn my head toward him and just wait. And then I hear my name again, but his mouth doesn't move. He's completely still, breathing slow, dead asleep. That's when the fear really hits me. You know that cold feeling that crawls up your spine? It was like that. The voice wasn't loud, but it was too distinct, too intentional for me to write it off as the wind, or the TV in the living room, or anything normal like that. Someone was calling me, softly, patiently. And suddenly the idea of stepping off that mattress felt impossible. It wasn't even a real bed, just a mattress on the floor, no space underneath, nothing to hide in. Logically, there was nothing to be scared of, but I was completely frozen. I kept thinking, there's someone in the hallway, or just outside the door, and if I get up, something bad is going to happen. And that thought, it just rooted me there. Instead of getting up, I scooted closer to Leo until my back was pressed against his. I remember trying to take comfort in his warmth, in his breathing. Like if something came into the room, It would have to get through him first, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I almost relaxed, I'd hear it again. My name, whispered, over and over. Eventually, I started to cry. Not loud sobbing, more like this quiet, shaky, kid trying not to make noise kind of crying. I wasn't religious, not really. We'd say quick prayers sometimes, but I never remembered them word for word. That night, though, out of nowhere, I remembered the Our Father prayer perfectly, every line. So I started saying it, over and over, whispering it into my pillow while tears soaked the pillowcase. I was begging for it to stop, begging for morning to come. I just kept praying and listening to that hallway and refusing, absolutely refusing, to step off the mattress. But after that, I spent a lot more nights in Leo's bed over the years. I never heard that voice again. Not like that. No one whispering my name from the hallway. No mysterious calling. Just normal nights. Until we both got older and eventually moved into our own rooms. Fast forward to now. I'm an adult. I moved back into my parents' house recently to sort some things out in my life. Money, work, just everything. The room I used to sleep in with Leo, it's not a bedroom anymore. My parents turned it into a storage room. There are boxes stacked up, old furniture, random stuff nobody knows what to do with. None of my siblings live there anymore. We've all moved out. But here's the thing. Every time I walk past that old room, the door is slightly open. Always. Morning, afternoon, middle of the night, doesn't matter. It's never wide open, never fully closed, just halfway, like someone pushed it gently and let it swing. And it really gets to me. I can feel my chest tighten every time I walk by. I won't go in alone. If Mom needs something from there, I'll go with her. But I will not walk into that room by myself. It sounds ridiculous even as I say it, but that's where I'm at. I've tried closing the door. A lot. I'll pull it shut when I pass by in the afternoon. I'll make a point of it. I'll think, there, done. It's closed. But the next time I walk past, even just an hour later, it's open again. Same small gap. Same angle. Now, I'm not ignoring the obvious explanations. My parents go in and out of that room all the time. They might just not close it all the way. They have a dog now too, Luna, and she likes nudging doors open with her nose. And the door itself is kind of broken. The latch doesn't really catch anymore, so if you push it, it just swings. Logically, I know all that. But emotionally, it still bothers me. Because every time I see that door slightly open, my brain doesn't think dog, or draft, or dad looking for something in a box. It jumps straight back to that night. Me lying on a mattress with my brother, the hallway light spilling in, someone whispering my name from outside the door, and me too scared to put my feet on the floor. And I start to wonder, is it just a memory my mind is obsessed with? Is it just anxiety attaching itself to something familiar? Or is there something more to it? Something I can't explain? I honestly don't know. What I do know is that the longer I'm back here, walking past that same doorway, seeing that same little crack of darkness or light between the frame and the door, the more unbalanced I feel about it. Like this one night from my childhood has stretched itself out into the present and refuses to stay where it belongs, in the past. Maybe there's a perfectly normal explanation. Maybe it's just my parents, or Luna, or a crooked door that won't stay shut. But if I'm being completely honest, every time I see it open again, a little voice in the back of my mind is still whispering my name. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. I'm finally back at the mic to share some creepy paranormal stories with you, and honestly, I love doing this. Thank you so much for sending in and sharing your own paranormal experiences. Comment below and tell me where you're watching from. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notifications so you don't miss any new videos from Paranormal M. Now, grab a blanket, put your headphones on, and let's dive into today's stories. So, let me tell you how this all started. I was staring at this blank page, right? Just a blinking cursor and a bunch of instructions about how to turn a story into a transcript. No characters, no plot, just rules. And I remember thinking, this is kind of like life sometimes. A lot of expectations, not a lot of clear story. But then I imagined you, listening. And suddenly, I didn't want to write something stiff or clever. I wanted to talk to you like a friend. So instead of obsessing over the right way to tell a story, I decided to just start where I was, with confusion, a little bit of laughter, and this desire to make you feel like you're sitting right across from me. You know, I used to think stories had to be perfect to matter. Neat beginnings, sharp turning points, tidy endings. Then I met a friend, let's call her Mira, who changed my mind. Mira had this habit of telling stories that always wandered off track. She'd start talking about a bad day at work and somehow end up describing a stray cat she fed 3 years ago. But the thing is, when she talked, everyone leaned in. Not because her stories were polished, but because you could feel her heart in every sentence. One evening, I asked her, "How do you do that? How do you make people feel so included?" She laughed and said, "I just imagine I'm talking to one person I really care about. The rest takes care of itself." And honestly, that's what I'm doing with you right now. I know on your side it's just words on a screen, maybe a voice in your head as you read. But for me, I'm picturing you listening while you're on a commute, or curled up in bed, or taking a tiny break from a long day. Maybe you're a little tired. Maybe you're looking for something gentle and human to hold on to for a moment. So here's what I want you to take from this strange little non-story story. You don't need a perfect script to be heard. You don't need dramatic twists to matter. You don't need to get every word right to be genuine. If all you have right now is a jumble of half-formed thoughts and a quiet wish to connect with someone, that's actually enough. You can start there. You can start messy and honest. Imagine you're talking to one person you care about. Really see their face in your mind. Imagine the way their shoulders drop when they finally feel understood. Then just speak to that version of them. Like I'm speaking to the version of you who needed to hear this today. And if you feel a little silly or unsure or not good enough at this kind of thing, you're in good company. I feel that way too sometimes, even now, telling this to you. But here we are anyway, sharing this small moment. So if you walk away with anything, let it be this. Your voice, exactly as it is right now, unpolished, a bit tangled, maybe even nervous, is still worthy of being heard. You are allowed to speak like you're talking to someone you love, even when that someone is yourself. Thanks for listening, really. I'm glad you're here. So, let me tell you something that stayed with me my whole life. My first wife and I met in my first semester of college in this little Midwestern town back in 1984. I was a clueless freshman. She was in her 3rd year, from a small town in Austria, studying English. Her name was Lena. I remember seeing her the first time in the language lab. She had this thick braid down her back and laughed with her whole face, like she didn't know how to hold anything back. I was supposed to be practicing my German verbs, but all I could think was, I really hope she talks to me. By my 2nd semester, I'd been accepted into the state's study abroad program. I was going to spend a year in Europe, focusing on German and European history. Lena decided to finish out her semester and then go back home to Austria, so we'd be in the same country again. It felt like the universe was lining things up for us. We were young and impatient, and we got married in February of 1985 in a tiny chapel not far from campus. There were maybe a dozen people there. We were broke, nervous, and absolutely certain we were doing the right thing. 3 days later, she died in a car accident. She'd gone out to pick up some textbooks and study aids for me, German readers, a dictionary, a couple of history books. I wasn't with her. One moment I was worrying about quizzes and credits, and the next, my whole world had been ripped in half. I don't remember much from those weeks that followed. I remember a hospital room. I remember machines. I remember saying goodbye before they turned everything off. After that, it's mostly static, just flashes. I don't really have solid memories again until I was back in the States, weeks later, sitting alone in my old bedroom and realizing she wasn't coming back. For a long time, I had nightmares. Vivid, brutal ones. I'd see the wreck, or I'd be stuck in the hospital corridor, unable to get to her room. I'd wake up shaking, sometimes yelling. It went on for years. Life did keep moving, though. Eventually, I remarried. Now I have a wonderful wife, grown kids, and grandkids who crawl all over me and call me Oppa. I love them with everything I have. The nightmares faded out slowly. Somewhere along the line, they just stopped. I haven't had one in close to 30 years. But I never stopped thinking about Lena. Not once. She's just woven into the background of my days. A thought in the shower, a song on the radio, the shape of a stranger's smile. Always there. And then, not too long ago, I had a dream that wasn't like any dream I've ever had. It didn't start like a nightmare. There was no crash, no hospital. I just was there. I found myself standing at the edge of this wide, sunlit meadow. The air felt soft, like late spring. And there she was. She looked exactly like she did when we were young. 21, maybe. Hair in that familiar braid, jeans, a loose sweater, that half smile she used to give me when she caught me staring at her. She was so clear, so solid looking, that my first reaction wasn't even joy. It was panic. I remember thinking, oh God, not again. I can't do this again. This is going to turn into a nightmare, and I can't watch her die one more time. I started trying to force myself awake, you know? That frantic feeling where you're telling your own body, wake up, just wake up. She saw the fear on my face, and instead of disappearing or turning into something awful, she just walked up to me, took my hand, and said softly in German, "Komm, mein Liebchen." Come, my darling. She led me into the middle of the meadow, to a little clearing where the grass was flattened, as if someone had already been dancing there. And then we did dance, slowly. No music I could hear, but somehow we were moving in perfect time. I could smell her, that faint mix of shampoo and the soap she liked, and just her. I could feel the warmth of her cheek against mine. My hand on her back didn't pass through her or fuzz out like it does in a normal dream. It felt real, solid, alive. We danced for what felt like 15, 20 minutes. We didn't say much at first. We just held each other. I kept thinking, if this is a dream, don't let it end. Please don't let it end. Eventually, we sat down on a wooden bench that had somehow appeared there in the meadow. It looked a little worn, like it had been waiting for us for a long time. And then we talked. And talked. More than I can probably remember or put into words now. At one point, she reached back, pulled the tie out of her braid, and shook her hair loose. She used to do that when she came back from classes, right before collapsing on the couch with a book. Seeing it again almost knocked the air out of me. Then she asked, Do you remember that we were supposed to go to my Uncle Franz's apartment for Abendessen the evening I died? And she held up a little scrap of paper with an address scribbled on it. I had completely forgotten about that. It was like she'd reached into a locked drawer in my brain and opened it. Then she brought up the Monsignor who ran our student housing, how furious he'd been when he realized we were living together before marriage. We used to sneak in and out, trying to make it look like we had separate rooms. She imitated his voice, wagging her finger, and we both just lost it laughing. In the dream, I laughed so hard my ribs started to ache. And again, it felt real. Not like dream laughing, like your stomach actually hurts and you're wiping tears from your eyes. We got quiet after that, just sat there on that bench in the middle of the meadow. At some point, we both started crying. Not noisy sobs, just tears. The kind that come when you've held something in for too long. She turned toward me and said, "I'm okay. I've been with you all these years." She said the number, 39 years, like she'd been counting right along with me. "I'm happy you found someone to love. I'm proud of the man you still are, even with all that has happened. I don't regret anything." I remember saying, "I'm old now. Look at me." And she smiled and said something like, "You're still you. That's what matters." We stood up and danced again, this time slower, even softer. We held each other like people who know they don't have much time. Eventually, a large car pulled up at the edge of the meadow, a dark, old-fashioned kind of car with a driver in a cap. No one said anything like, "Your time is up." It just felt understood. We climbed into the back seat together. The car started moving, and the world outside the windows began to shift. We drove past places from her life that I'd never seen. The street where she grew up, the cafe where she said she'd spent hours studying, a lake she'd once mentioned, but we'd never visited together. Then we passed places we had known together, our campus, the cheap little diner where we'd split pancakes at midnight, the tiny chapel where we got married. After that, the scenes changed again, and I saw bits of my life after her. The hospital where my son was born, the playground where I pushed my granddaughter on the swing, the house I live in now with my wife. It was like we were taking a tour of both of our lives, stitched together into one long, continuous journey. I wanted to tell her so many things. I don't even know if I said any of them out loud. I just remember the feeling, this enormous, aching love, mixed with a peace I hadn't felt in decades. The next thing I knew, I was awake, in my own bed, morning light coming through the curtains, my heart pounding, tears on my face. I lay there with this overwhelming sense of love, like I'd just been wrapped in it, and at the same time, this strange guilt washed over me, like I'd somehow cheated on my wife by having that dream. It was such a human, messy feeling. Gratitude and sorrow and confusion and love all tangled up together. I'm 58 now, and I've never had another dream like that. Not before, and not since. I've had dreams about her, sure, but nothing anywhere near that clear, that detailed, that present. I woke up with every moment etched in my mind, the way you remember an actual event, not just a dream. You can call it a dream if you want. Maybe that's all it was. But to me, it felt like she'd been given one evening to walk back into my life, to remind me of things I'd forgotten, to tell me she was okay, and to let me know, really know, that love doesn't just vanish when a body does. Whether it was real in any scientific sense almost doesn't matter. To me, it was a visit from Lena, and I carry that meadow, that dance, that car ride with me now, right alongside the life I've built since. So let me take you back for a moment. I must have been around 11, maybe not even 12 yet. It was school vacation, one of those blazing hot afternoons in Suriname when the sun feels like it's leaning right down on your shoulder. But you don't care because you're a kid and life is just good. There were about 8 of us that day. Me, a bunch of cousins, and some kids from the next street over. We were playing hide and seek near the forest trail at the edge of our village, just where the houses stopped and the bush and the rice fields began. If you ever spent part of your childhood in Suriname, you know that feeling, right? Bare feet dusty, sweat on your neck, and somehow it's still the best day ever. That's exactly how it was. We'd been laughing and shouting for hours when I suddenly heard this scream. Now listen, we had been noisy all day. Screaming, teasing, calling out, all of that. But this scream was different. It cut through everything. It had real fear in it. You can feel that, you know? It lands somewhere in your chest. It was my cousin. Back then we called him Bubo. Everyone did. And the second we heard him, we all froze, just for a moment, and then started drifting toward his voice, kind of huddling together as we went. "Hey, come, he's coming," Bubo shouted. We ran to where he was, under this huge old mango tree that stood right by the edge of the forest. He was staring straight up into the branches, eyes wide, body stiff. You know when someone is so scared they don't even move? Like that. Naturally, we all followed his gaze, and what we saw. To this day, I still get goosebumps when I think about it. Slowly, very slowly, something was climbing down from the top of that mango tree. A man. Or at least, that's what it looked like. Hands, feet, moving from branch to branch. His clothes looked just like my uncle's. My uncle Ramesh, the one who had died. Let me pause there for a second. A little while before that, during the previous rainy season, Uncle Ramesh had hanged himself from that very tree. Nobody ever really understood why. The adults whispered, the kids were told to hush, and life just kind of rolled on the way it does. But we all knew he had ended his life there, on that mango tree. So now, standing under that same tree, looking up, and seeing that figure climbing down, dressed like him, every few seconds he would tilt his head and look down at us. And those eyes, that's what I remember most. They weren't like normal eyes. It's hard to explain. They looked empty and heavy at the same time, like they had seen too much. Have you ever looked into the eyes of a dead person, even just at a funeral? That feeling, it's not something you forget. "Uncle dead, Uncle dead," one of the younger kids screamed. "It's his spirit. He's coming for us. He's going to kill us," another one cried. And just like that, panic exploded. Nobody needed instructions. We just ran. In every direction. Away from the tree, away from the forest, away from those eyes that felt like they were following us. I'm not going to pretend to be brave here. I really thought I was going to pee my pants. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Some children sprinted straight to their own houses. The rest of us, the ones closest to my yard, ran into the first open gate we saw, and that happened to be ours. We burst into the house, all shouting different versions of the same story. "He was coming down. He looked at us." My mother, my aunts, neighbors, adults came rushing in from everywhere, trying to make sense of this bundle of screaming, shaking children. Everyone talked at once. Some cried. A few of us refused to go back outside at all. Pretty soon, almost all the adults from that part of the neighborhood had gathered. They argued back and forth for a bit, but they all agreed on one thing very quickly. No child was allowed to play anywhere near that mango tree again. Ever. Honestly, they didn't even need to say it. You didn't have to tell us twice. On our own, we wouldn't have gone near that tree if you paid us. Later, the Pandits, Hindu priests, were called in to deal with my uncle's restless spirit. The grown-ups said that because Uncle Ramesh had taken his own life, his soul hadn't been able to find peace. It was still attached to that place, to that tree, wandering and troubled. So the priests came. We children weren't allowed to be there for most of it, but you know kids, we listened from around corners, from behind half-closed doors. And later I heard the full story. One evening, just before dark, the Pandits put plates of food and glasses of drinks under the mango tree. Rice, vegetables, some sweets, and a little cup of rum, things my uncle used to enjoy when he was alive. The next morning, all the food was gone. Now, you and I, we can say maybe the dogs took it, maybe some animal from the forest, right? But back then, in our little world, people said, his spirit ate it. He accepted it. The following day, they held a special prayer service for him at my grandmother's house. The living room was full of incense smoke and the sound of Sanskrit prayers. That same night, very late, the Pandits went back to the mango tree to perform more sacred rituals. They lit lamps, chanted mantras, and asked for his soul to be guided to a peaceful place. 2 days later, the adults told us, "It's all right now. The tree is safe. Your uncle's spirit has found peace." Maybe they believed it fully. Maybe they were trying to calm us down. Maybe both. But let me tell you honestly, we children didn't trust that tree again for a long time. For at least 6 months, we made sure our games stayed closer to the houses, where the light from the windows reached us and we could hear our mothers calling. You don't see something like that and then just carry on as if it was nothing. That kind of fear settles in your bones. There was something else, too. Before my uncle died, that mango tree was famous in our neighborhood. The sweetest mangoes. People would come by just to ask, "Auntie, any mango today?" Kids would climb the branches, fill their shirts with fruit, sit and eat until juice was running down their arms. After all of this, those mangoes stayed untouched. For years. They would fall to the ground, soft and golden, and just lie there for the birds and the insects. Even the bravest among us would look at them and say, "No, you take it." And then nobody would. Time passed, of course. It always does. People got older. Children grew up and moved away. Little by little, someone would pick a mango, then another, and eventually life wrapped itself around the story, the way new roots wrap around old ones. But every now and then, when people start sharing ghost stories in the cool of the evening, someone brings this one up, the mango tree at the edge of the village, and the uncle who didn't quite leave when he died. And as we like to say in Suriname when we tell these stories, let people share their stories in peace. We don't wish to disturb you, so please, don't disturb us either. So, let me tell you what happened with my dad and the house in Suriname. My father lives in the Netherlands. He's one of those people who works themselves to the bone. Extra shifts, weekends, all of it. For years he saved, and his big dream was to build a beautiful house back home in Suriname. Not a mansion, but a solid 2-story house with a big veranda and tiled floors that he was really proud of. Because he only goes to Suriname once a year for vacation, he didn't want the house sitting empty. So he decided to let his favorite brother, my Uncle Lionel, live there. That way someone could look after the place. And honestly, who do you trust more than your own brother, right? My dad had full confidence in him. He always said, "Lionel is different. He has a good heart." He never imagined, not even for a second, that this would cause problems. So Uncle Lionel moved into the brand new house. Everything was fresh. New paint smell, new furniture, new everything. And whenever my father would come to Suriname, He stayed there too, in his own house. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to feel. But here's where things started to get strange. Every time my dad came to Suriname and slept in that house, he got really sick. At first, it was small things: stomach issues, headaches, feeling weak. We all thought, okay, maybe it's the heat, maybe the food, maybe just travel stress. But it kept happening. Every trip, same house, same sickness. One day, my uncle looked at him and said, almost casually, "You know, maybe you shouldn't come to Suriname anymore. Just leave the house to me. I'll take it over. This country clearly isn't good for your health." The way he said it, I still remember the look on my dad's face. He forced a little laugh, but his eyes were sad. He told him, "No, that will never happen. I'm not giving this house away. I worked too hard for it." He said, "I didn't pick this money off a tree. I gave blood, sweat, and tears for this house." You could hear the pain in his voice, because Suriname was his dream. He always said he wanted to spend his old age there, sitting on his own veranda, drinking his coffee and listening to the birds. But because of this strange illness that kept returning, that dream started to feel impossible. The last time he went on vacation, things got really bad. He came back to the Netherlands, and usually once he was home, he would slowly recover. But this time, he didn't. In fact, he got worse. He slept almost the entire day. He was constantly nauseous, throwing up, running to the toilet, having chills, headaches, and sharp pains all over his body. He was just drained. I would look at him and think, this is not my dad. This is a shadow of him. We went from doctor to doctor. Blood tests, scans, you name it. Every result came back perfect. The doctors kept saying, "Medically, we don't see anything wrong." But you don't need a degree to see when someone is dying on their feet. One afternoon, one of my dad's old friends, a guy named Sanjay, came to visit. He took one good look at my father and said, "No, this isn't normal. Come, I'm taking you to someone. A spiritual worker. She can see what's really going on." So we went to see this Luku woman, a spiritual healer, in Amsterdam. I went with him that day because I didn't want him to go alone. When we walked into her place, she just stared at my father for a moment. She didn't even touch him at first. Then she said quietly, "You came just in time. If you had waited one more day, you might not be here." She told us my father was under spiritual attack, that someone had used dark magic on him. She said there was a Jorka, a restless spirit, on him, and also a Bakru, a mischievous spirit. She explained that together they were draining him, bit by bit. She also said she knew exactly who had sent it, but she refused to say the name. She said, "For my own reasons, I won't call the person, but it has to do with a house. Someone wants what belongs to him." And in that moment, we all knew what house she meant. She told my father that he had eaten something that had been prepared for him spiritually, that whatever he had consumed was still in his body, sitting in his stomach like a curse from the inside. The takroe sanyi, the dark work, was literally eating away at his health. Her advice was clear. He needed a wasi, a spiritual cleansing bath, to remove the demonic influence and break whatever was attached to him. My father didn't believe it at first. He's stubborn, and he grew up hearing these stories but never really took them seriously. He just sat there, shaking his head, saying, "No, man, that can't be it. Maybe I just have some infection they haven't found." But honestly, looking back, it felt like even his mind was being blocked, like he couldn't see what was right in front of him. I was scared. I looked at him and said, "Papa, please, we've tried everything else. What do you have to lose? I don't want to lose you." After a lot of convincing, he finally agreed. He took the spiritual bath that same day. I stood outside the room while they prepared everything and guided him through it. And I know this will sound dramatic, but I'm telling you exactly how I experienced it. When he came out, he looked different. His eyes, he straightened his back, and for the first time in weeks, he made a real joke. It was like someone had switched the light back on inside him. In the days that followed, his energy came back so fast it was almost hard to believe. He started eating again, sleeping normally, walking outside. He kept saying, "I haven't felt this good in years." That's when he made up his mind. He picked up the phone and called my uncle in Suriname, Uncle Lionel, and told him, very calmly, "The house has been sold. You need to move out." The reaction. Whew. You'd think someone had stabbed him. He exploded. He started screaming, cursing my father in the foulest way. It was like a different person talking. He yelled that he wasn't going anywhere, that my father was ungrateful, that the house was basically his. And he didn't move out. Not for a long time. Even after repeated requests, he refused to leave. My father had to hire a lawyer, start legal procedures, send official letters. It drained him emotionally and financially. While he was still recovering, he had to fight this battle with his own brother. Before all of this, they were close. My dad loved him so much. He used to send him big boxes from the Netherlands, clothes, food, little things he thought his brother might like. If Lionel needed money, my father tried to help where he could, even though life here is not easy. It's not like we're swimming in euros. But my uncle acted like we had money trees in the backyard and that handing him a house worth a fortune was no big deal. He fought over that house like he had paid for even one brick. He hadn't. It broke my father's heart. His sleep disappeared. The stress came back, the sadness, the worry. Even though his health was improving spiritually, emotionally, he was bleeding. We got the news that my uncle had suddenly become very ill. No accident, no warning. He just woke up one day and couldn't move. He was paralyzed, completely dependent on others. He couldn't walk, couldn't care for himself, nothing. He couldn't stay in that house anymore. They had to move him out. Not long after that, the legal process finished and the house was officially sold. Now, I'm not here to convince you of anything. You can believe it or not. But I know what we saw, and I know what we lived through. People think using black magic makes them powerful. They feel big for a moment because they can hurt someone from a distance, in secret. But there's something they always forget. The devil always comes to collect his payment. That's what happened to my uncle. He used dark forces to make my father sick, to push him out of his own house. But in the end, those same forces turned around and hit him. One day he was fine, the next he was paralyzed, and the doctors couldn't find a clear cause. We knew the spiritual side of the story. When you play with that kind of darkness, sooner or later, you pay. Today, my father wants nothing to do with his brother anymore. When he visits Suriname, he doesn't greet him, doesn't look his way. As far as my dad is concerned, that brother no longer exists. And you know, that's the part that hurts the most. Not the house, not the money, it's the betrayal. To see someone you love so deeply, your own flesh and blood, be willing to destroy you out of greed. My father still sometimes talks about building another house in Suriname one day. Another dream home, maybe in a quieter area, with fruit trees in the yard. But for now, after everything that happened, he's careful. He moves slower. He trusts less. And I don't blame him. You know, by now, after everything I've been through, I've pretty much gotten used to seeing ghosts. I don't say that lightly. I mean full-on spirits and strange little entities just showing up. In the hallway, in the kitchen, at the foot of my bed. I've had them appear while I'm brushing my teeth, or when I'm trying to fold laundry. There was a time when I honestly thought I was losing my mind, that I was just seeing things. Growing up with that feeling was rough. It's hard to trust yourself when everyone else would chalk it up to imagination. But as I got older, and things kept happening that I simply couldn't explain away, I realized, no, I really am seeing them. And weirdly, that realization has taught me a lot about myself. I've learned there are people, living and dead, that I can help, and there are some I just can't. Some spirits honestly don't realize they're dead. Others know exactly what happened to them. The ones who know sometimes love to be dramatic about it, showing up with the same injuries they had when they died, just to spook whoever's around. Others prefer to appear as they were in life, calmer, softer, more themselves. And then there's Elias. Elias has been, well, he's been a lot of things. A protector, a smart-mouthed roommate, and a better friend than many of the living people in my life. He's helped me through so many dark nights and dealt with spirits who were very much not friendly. He's not perfect. He's stubborn, he hides things, and I know he carries more secrets than he'll ever say out loud. But when I needed someone, he was just there. Living with Elias is its own adventure. He's from another time, literally, so sometimes he slips into the way people spoke when he was alive. Then he'll suddenly throw in some modern slang he picked up from TV or my husband, and it becomes this bizarre mashup of old-fashioned politeness and TikTok phrases. There are moments when I just stare at him like, I need subtitles for whatever you just said. Even in death, he's picked up little human habits. I'll catch him wandering around the house barefoot, shirt untucked, completely out of the crisp uniform he usually likes to appear in. The oddest thing he does, though, is when he just lies down next to me on the bed, on top of the covers, and starts talking. About his life, about mine, about things he's seen. It's strangely comforting, like having a friend sitting with you in the dark. Then there's his brother, Leonard. Leonard is the complete opposite. Where Elias can joke and relax, Leonard is proper to the point of being painfully formal. You will never see him in any state of undress. His collar is always neat, his posture perfect, his words carefully chosen. He does not approve of the way people talk nowadays. The casual swearing, the slang, the way we interrupt each other. Leonard has attached himself to my mother-in-law. He's fiercely protective of her. I think she reminds him of his own mother. Even Elias, as laid back as he can be, treats her with a kind of old-world respect when she's around. I know for a fact they've both followed her to work before. At first it was mostly Elias, making sure she got there and back safely. But lately, Leonard has taken that job very seriously. When she's home, he often positions himself where he can stand between her and, well, whatever he thinks might harm her. He gets frustrated when he can't help with her stress or take away her worries. He can see the burdens she carries, but there's only so much a spirit can do. And then we have little Rosie. Then there's Noah. Noah is another young one, and he's very particular about who he interacts with. He pretty much refuses to engage with anyone except Leonard and Rosie. He'll peek around corners, watch us from doorways, then vanish the second we look directly at him. He seems to trust them more than he trusts any of us who are still breathing. And finally, there's the young man we simply call Sage. He's indigenous, quiet, and very watchful. Sage rarely leaves my mother-in-law's room. Most of the time, he stands by her window, looking out as if he's on guard. I don't know his full story, but there's a seriousness about him, a sense of responsibility. He doesn't say much, at least not to me, but his presence is steady, protective, grounded in a way the others aren't. Most of the time, you wouldn't even know we share our home with spirits. If you walked in on an average day, you'd probably just see a regular house that needs to be vacuumed a little more often. Unless you're sensitive to them, you'd miss most of what's happening. You might catch a shadow moving in the corner of your eye. You might hear a soft footstep in an empty room. Every now and then, if they really want to be noticed, You might see one of them clearly. Living with them means their presence is always there, like a quiet background hum. They're never really far away. They make little sounds, sometimes not so little. Doors creak open or shut. Something falls in a room where no one is. Lights flicker. Every now and then, they get bored and move things, hide things. I've had entire conversations across the house with someone I thought was my husband, only to realize he wasn't even home. They're very good at mimicking our voices. One of them will call my name in a perfect imitation of a family member, and I'll answer, only to realize I'm completely alone in that part of the house. It's unnerving, but at this point, it's also familiar. It's just life with them. They are my ghosts, my strange, mismatched, otherworldly little family. And honestly, I'm happy to keep them around for as long as they want to stay. So, where I live now, there are, I think, 4 lighthouses along this stretch of coast. Don't hold me to that number, I always lose track. 2 of them are pretty close together, practically neighbors, and the others are spaced out farther up the shoreline. Of the pair that sit near each other, I've really only spent time at one of them. It's the easiest one to reach. Nice parking lot, little path, very family day trip vibes. Easy doesn't mean gentle, though. That place is every bit as haunted as you're probably hoping it is. The first time I went up there, we were walking past the old keeper's house and the cluster of outbuildings. It was one of those gray coastal days where the clouds feel low enough to brush your hair. As we passed the keeper's house, I suddenly felt watched. Not just a little curious glance either. It felt like a whole crowd pressed up against invisible windows staring out at me. I could feel men, women, and a few kids. The feeling of them wasn't scary, more like that quiet, watchful energy you get in an old museum where people are used to just observing. I'm used to spirits watching the living, so that part didn't really rattle me. But from one of the upper rooms of the house, there was this other presence. A woman. Sharp, focused, furious. She felt like hot metal, controlled but on the edge of snapping. She was not happy I was there. It wasn't a go away feeling so much as a how dare you walk past my window kind of anger. I noticed her, clocked that fury, and just didn't engage. I turned my attention back to the path and kept walking toward the lighthouse. Now, like a lot of lighthouses, this one is surrounded by cliffs. Beautiful, dramatic cliffs. The kind you see on postcards. And, unfortunately, the kind people still jump from. To be fair to whoever's in charge of the place now, pretty sure it's the state working with the Coast Guard. There's a fence up around the worst drop-offs. There are warning signs too. Danger. Keep out. Fines posted for crossing the barrier. They've even put up a couple of those signs with the suicide prevention hotline. You can tell someone has tried, really tried, to make it safer. But you and I both know signs don't stop everyone whose mind is already made up. Over time, I've seen a few jumpers there, but only as ghosts. I've also seen spirits of people who clearly just didn't respect how slick those wet rocks can get. The sea doesn't care if you slipped by accident or jumped on purpose. Since that first visit, I've learned bits and pieces about that particular lighthouse. Some of it's local lore, some might be half-remembered history, so take it with a grain of salt. But here's what I've been told. There was a keeper whose wife supposedly threw herself from the cliffs after finding out he'd been unfaithful. Another woman, she wasn't connected to the lighthouse staff at all, came there because her husband never returned from a voyage. She too is said to have jumped. Some of the children I feel around the property are believed to have died from illness or from playing too close to the cliffs and falling. There's talk of at least one keeper who died of sickness, worn down by the isolation and the weather. And then there's the darker story. One keeper who, according to the rumors, killed his wife and child inside the lightkeeper's house. No one can agree on the exact details, but the story lingers like a stain. I can't tell you which of those tales are historically accurate, but I can tell you what I've personally experienced there. My friend Milo, he's sensitive too, will sometimes talk softly to them. He doesn't always get clear answers, but the energy around him shifts, like they're grateful someone sees them. Inside the keeper's house, there is something very negative. I don't mean grumpy old man energy. I mean heavy, oppressive, like walking into a room that hasn't forgiven anyone for anything. I can't say for sure it's connected to that murder story, but the house feels saturated. That angry woman in the upper room, I'm pretty sure she's part of it. And then there are a few entities around the grounds that I can't categorize. They don't feel like former lighthouse staff, and they don't feel like lost tourists. They're just there. Old, watchful, hard to read. The woods around the lighthouse are their own story. If you walk past the keeper's house and into the trees, it changes. The air gets still in that way where you suddenly become aware of every twig under your feet. In those woods, I've felt the steady, quiet gaze of indigenous people. There's respect there, but also caution, like they're watching to see what kind of visitor you're going to be. I've also picked up on soldiers, men in old uniforms, disciplined but tired, lingering around shapes and shadows that feel like buried buildings. There are some half-swallowed foundations out there, tucked into the undergrowth. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of small tactical fort there at one point. It would explain the military energy, the feeling of strategy hanging in the air. As for the indigenous spirits, I think we both understand why they're wary. This land remembers what was done to them. They have every right to watch us from the trees. And then there's something else in those woods. That one I can't pin down. Sometimes I'll get the sense of a large presence moving between the trunks, bigger than a person, lighter on its feet than it should be. It doesn't feel cruel, just deeply elusive. It could be a woodland spirit. It could be something older than any of the human stories tied to the lighthouse. Or, and I promise I'm not joking here, it could be a Sasquatch. Whenever I try to really focus on it, to get a clear read or even catch a good look, it vanishes. The feeling just, poof, slips out of reach, like it was never there at all. I live in Washington State, so the idea of Sasquatch being out there doesn't feel far-fetched to me. I believed in Bigfoot long before I moved here. I grew up near the Appalachian Mountains, and the woods there have their own tall, dark shapes and unexplainable sounds. The Pacific Northwest just feels like a continuation of that mystery. More moss, more fog, same old secret. So that's my lighthouse. On the surface, it's a pretty little tourist spot with a gift shop and informational plaques. But if you stand still long enough, if you let yourself really feel the place, you'll notice you're not alone. You're sharing space with heartbroken women, curious children, stern keepers, wary warriors, and something enormous slipping between the trees, just out of sight. And somehow, knowing they're all still there makes the beam of that lighthouse feel even more important. It's not just guiding ships anymore. It's watching over everyone who never really left. So, since it's Halloween, well, whatever you call it, All Hallows Eve, Samhain, I figured I'd finally tell this story out loud. Halloween has always been my favorite day of the year. Always has been, probably always will be. I've had a lot of weird stuff happen on this night, like more than my fair share. But this one still makes my stomach twist a little when I think about it. So, picture this. I'm about 16, living in this small city. Not tiny, not huge, just big enough to feel like there's always someone awake, and small enough that you still know which houses give out the good candy. That night, I was out with a bunch of my friends, doing the usual Halloween nonsense. Costumes, trick-or-treating, stealing each other's candy, jumping out of bushes to scare kids who were younger than us. That was mostly them, not me, just for the record. I like to pretend I was the responsible one. Growing up, I technically had a curfew, but my dad was pretty relaxed about it on holidays. The funny thing is, I'm usually in bed by 10 like someone's tired grandparent. But that night I decided, very dramatically, that I was going to stay up as late as I could. No way was I going to be the first one to tap out and go home. Yeah, bad plan. Now, here's something about me you kind of need to know for this to make sense. I've always been, let's say, sensitive. I pick up on things other people don't. And I've had a spirit hanging around me since I was a kid. His name, well, the name I use for him, is Ezra. Ezra's not some evil thing. He's more like this grumpy, overprotective roommate who lives in the corner of my life. He's pulled me out of bad situations more than once. So as long as I knew he was nearby, I usually felt safe, even when stuff got weird. That night started out totally normal. The city streets were packed with kids. Porch lights were glowing orange, fake cobwebs everywhere. My friends were loud and chaotic in that way only teenagers in costume can be. And I remember thinking, okay, it's Halloween, the veil's thin, but I've done this before. I'll be fine. And besides, Ezra was there, right? At some point, maybe around 11, I started to feel done. My feet hurt, I was tired, and the sugar rush was turning into a sugar crash. I reached out, in that quiet way I usually check in with Ezra, just sort of feeling for him. Nothing. It was like someone had closed a door in my head. He was just gone. I remember stopping on the sidewalk and thinking, okay, that's weird. But I didn't say anything because what was I going to do? Turn to my friends and be like, hey guys, my ghost friend dipped, I think I should go home. Yeah, no. Most of them didn't know about Ezra, and I really didn't feel like being the crazy one that night. Right around then, someone got the brilliant idea that we should walk to the abandoned cemetery on the edge of town and hang out there. You know, just for the vibes. Now, quick side note. Despite what movies tell you, graveyards aren't always the most haunted places. Most of the time, they're just quiet. I've spent enough time in rural areas to know that the creepiest places are usually old roads and houses, not cemeteries. But the second they said old cemetery, my stomach dropped. Still, I went along. Because of course I did. I felt watched plenty of times in my life. This was different. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My shoulders got tight. It felt like something was pacing us just outside the reach of the streetlights. I kept telling myself, it's Halloween. It's probably just your nerves. I tried to convince myself maybe it was Ezra being dramatic, trying to spook me for fun. So I looked around, expecting to catch a glimpse of him. Not the way you'd see a full body or anything, but just a shift in the air, a familiar shape. Instead, every so often, I'd see eyes. Not glowing red, not some cartoon demon thing. Just eyes. Too high up. Too still. Watching from the darker pockets between houses, or above a fence line where nothing should have been tall enough to stand. And I did what a lot of us do when we're scared and don't want to admit it. I ignored it. We got about a block away from the cemetery, and I just stopped. The others kept walking for a few steps before they realized I wasn't with them. I was staring straight ahead at the gate. Now, in the daytime, that cemetery is sad and a little overgrown, but it still looks like a cemetery. On Halloween night, under that thin, watery streetlight, the gate looked wrong. It wasn't just old or rusty. It felt like something was standing in it, or maybe using it. like the gate was a mouth held slightly open and something was waiting on the other side. The feeling that came off it was pure malice. Not playful trickster energy, not a harmless spirit curious about living people. This was the kind of cold that feels like it has teeth. I told my friends, very calmly, that I didn't want to go in, that we should just go home and watch a movie or something. Of course, they immediately called me a chicken. And look, I was scared. I'll own that. But I also grew up with one older sister and a cousin who basically treated dares like a religion. I was not about to back down in front of a bunch of loud-mouthed teenagers in plastic vampire teeth. So my friends, being absolute menaces, decided that since I was so scared of the graveyard, the only solution was obvious. They dared me to go through the gate alone. What I should have said was, "If you're so brave, you go first." What I actually did was square my shoulders, mutter something like, "Fine," and march right up to it. And here's the part where I did the single dumbest thing I have maybe ever done. I walked straight through it. Not through the gap in the gate. Through it. Through the thing that was standing there. The second I passed that threshold, everything shifted. The air felt heavier, thicker, like I'd stepped underwater. The night sounds, crickets, cars in the distance, my friends laughing, just cut off. It went so quiet my ears rang. When I looked back at the gate from the other side, it didn't look like the same place anymore. The iron didn't look rusty and broken. Now it looked sharp, like it was newly forged. The path ahead of me wasn't just a cracked walkway. It was this dark, narrow lane that seemed to drop down instead of up. And all along either side of it, in my mind, flashed these awful images. I hesitate to call anything a demon, because I think that word gets tossed around too much. But whatever I walked through that night, it was not human, and it was not friendly. As I stood there, it hit me. Not physically, in my head. I started seeing my family, my friends, people I loved, impaled on pikes, torn apart, screaming. Not like a horror movie you watch from a distance, but like I was standing right there, helpless. And the worst part? It was just flashes, but each one felt too real. Every time I blinked, there was more blood, more screaming, more of that horrible sense that this thing was trying to show me. Look what I could do. Look what you'd have to live with. Behind me, I could feel it. That same presence I'd walked through at the gate. Close enough that if it had hands, they would have been hovering right above my shoulders. For a second, I tried to convince myself that Ezra would yank me out of there like he'd done before, that he'd swoop in and snap whatever this was like a twig. But Ezra wasn't there. It was just me and this thing that wanted inside my head. That's when I finally did the smart thing. I ran. I spun around and bolted back the way I'd come, heart pounding, half expecting the path to stretch out forever, or the gate to slam shut in front of me. But somehow, my feet hit gravel, and then sidewalk, and then I was back on the street, gasping. My friends were standing there, wide-eyed. One of them said something like, "Where the hell did you go? You were gone for like an hour." Now, I don't know if that was them messing with me, or if time actually got weird in there. I just remember feeling this ridiculous surge of relief that I could hear cars again, that I could see the normal, ugly chain-link fence on the far side of the road, that the sky looked like a sky and not some endless black ceiling pressing down on me. I told them I was done. No more dares, no more graveyards, no more wandering around in the dark. I was going home. They argued for a minute, but I think they could see in my face that something was wrong, because they eventually let it go. When I finally got back to my room and shut the door, that's when Ezra came back. He didn't show up gently either. The first thing I felt from him was this wave of anger. Not at me as a person exactly, but at how reckless I'd been. For days afterward, every time I reached for him, I got this mix of worry and frustration. The way someone yells because they love you and you scared them half to death. And honestly, he was right. To this day, I can't fully explain what happened. I don't know if I literally stepped somewhere else, or if that thing pulled part of me into its space, or if it just messed with my mind so badly that reality bent around us for a bit. What I do know is this. Every now and then, usually around this time of year, I'll be walking alone at night and feel that old sensation, eyes on me, just beyond the streetlights. Something testing the edges of my defenses, looking for a way back in. But it doesn't get to stay. Ezra doesn't let it. And I don't walk through gates I don't recognize anymore. So yeah, that's my little Halloween PSA for you. If you ever get to the edge of some place and every instinct in your body suddenly goes, nope, not there, listen to it. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. Trust me on that one. So I want to tell you about a couple of things that happened to me. Things I still can't fully explain. Some of it's kind of spooky. Some of it's really emotional. But hey, we'll walk through it together, okay? Growing up, I learned something that I didn't really have words for back then. Not every spirit shows up to scare you. Some feel like they're just there, watching, maybe even protecting you. My childhood was shaped by the ghost of a little girl in a nightgown we called Ellie. But adulthood? That brought someone much more personal into the picture, what I can only describe as my guardian angel. These are a couple of my paranormal experiences. So picture this. Some neighborhoods have these perfect little cul-de-sacs, right? Kids riding bikes in circles, sprinklers going, neighbors waving from driveways. Mine had that too, but it also had something else. Something you couldn't see, but you could definitely feel. I swear, our whole block was haunted. The first time I saw her, I was sitting on the couch with my older sister Kayla, waiting for it to be time to walk to the bus stop. The TV was on, some goofy cartoon playing in the background, when we both heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, steady, heavy enough that you feel it more than hear it. We both turned our heads toward the stairs, and there she was. A little girl in a pale nightgown, long hair hanging down, quietly walking down the steps like she'd lived there forever. Halfway down, she stopped, turned, and looked right at us. We just froze. Then my sister and I whipped our heads toward each other like, "Did you see that too?" We looked back and nothing. No girl, no movement, just the empty staircase and the sound of the TV. That was the beginning. A few years later, there was this stormy night I'll never forget. Thunder, rain smacking against the windows, the whole dramatic thing. My sister and I were curled up in my bed, watching a movie. This was before streaming everything. We had one of those cheap DVD players humming on the dresser, blue light glowing in the dark. The room was pretty much black except for that TV glow. I was starting to drift off, fighting to keep my eyes open, when I saw someone walk in front of the screen. You know how a shadow passes by and the light disappears for a second? It was like that, only it didn't feel like a quick pass. It felt deliberate. The light vanished, and then click. The entire room went dark. "Hey!" I yelled, assuming Kayla had turned the TV off as a joke. Right then, my dad shouted from down the hall that the power had gone out. And then I heard my sister's voice coming from the living room with my parents. She wasn't even in the room with me. My stomach dropped. Because if that shadow wasn't my sister, then who just walked in front of my TV? Another time, I was walking past the basement door. It was cracked open, and I caught a glimpse of her again, just out of the corner of my eye. The same small figure, the same pale nightgown. I backed up so fast I nearly tripped, then forced myself to look straight into the basement. Nothing. Just the dark stairway, the little pull chain light swaying gently, and that faint smell of laundry detergent drifting up. Over time, my sister and I talked about it so much that we decided to give her a name. We landed on Ellie. Naming her made her feel less like a monster and more like, I don't know, another kid on the block who just never left. And it wasn't just our house. It was totally normal. Cozy, even. Then there was a knock at the front door. Without thinking, both my sister and I yelled, "Come in!" The doorknob turned. The door creaked open super slowly, like someone was pushing it just a little at a time. Then suddenly, slam. It flew open the rest of the way and smashed into the back of the couch so hard it bounced and swung halfway shut again. We all just stopped. My aunt, my sister, me. Spoons in midair, music still playing, cookies half mixed. Nobody laughed. Nobody made a joke about the wind. We just traded that, "Did you see that?" look. And nobody went to check the door for a long minute. Even my friend Maya, who lived 3 houses down, had her own stories. One night, my sister and I were sleeping over at her place. We were in the living room on the floor, surrounded by blankets and snack wrappers, when we heard footsteps above us. Heavy ones, pacing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Thing is, Maya didn't have an attic you could walk around in. Just one of those crawl spaces, the kind that's too low for anyone to stand up inside. You couldn't pace if you wanted to. But those footsteps kept going. We lay there holding our breath until they finally stopped. Maya, trying to act chill, was like, "Oh, that's just the man who lives up there." She'd even given him a name, Victor. She said it like it was half joke, half not. Eventually, it started to feel like the whole block was haunted, like every house had its own secret resident. Years later, I found out why. My grandma had a friend who also grew up on that same street way back in the day. One afternoon, we were all talking, and my grandma's friend mentioned a little girl named Ruthie who used to live there in the 1950s. Ruthie had gotten really sick, leukemia. Back then, treatments weren't what they are now. She died young, in a backyard not far from where my house was. Ruthie. For years, my sister and I had called our little nightgown girl Ellie, and Maya called her ghost Victor. Different people, different names, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why did we all feel like there was someone there? Why did that same stretch of road feel so heavy, like it remembered things it wasn't supposed to forget? Was Ellie actually Ruthie? Or someone else entirely? I still don't know. But here's the thing. That little girl, whoever she was, had nothing to do with my guardian angel. That part of my story showed up much later. In 2019, I was in a terrible car accident. There were 4 of us in the car, driving way too fast, around 90 miles an hour, on a road we had no business speeding down. We lost control and went straight into a cinder block wall. The sound. I'll never forget it. It felt like the world ripped in half. Metal twisting, glass exploding, bodies jerking forward like rag dolls. It was bad. So bad they sent helicopters. Not just one, multiple. They flew each of us to different hospitals across the state. None of us even ended up in the same place. 2 of us survived, but not in the same way we'd been before. My best friend was paralyzed from the chest down. Another friend's brain was damaged so severely that his mind never fully came back, stuck at the level of a small child. They were alive, but changed forever. And me? By all logic, I shouldn't have walked away from that. Honestly, I shouldn't have even been alive. Here's where it gets weird. I never wore my seatbelt. Like, ever. It was a terrible habit, I know, but that's just the truth. I'd get in, shut the door, and that was it. But that night, maybe 2 minutes before the crash, if that, I clicked my seatbelt on. Click. And that click is the only reason I survived. Even with the seatbelt, I was wrecked. My hip was broken. My jaw shattered so badly that the surgeons had to wire it shut. I was living off liquids through a straw for weeks. I ended up in a wheelchair for about a month. I had burns on my arm and knee from being trapped in the car while part of it caught fire. I remember the feeling of heat, how it felt like the flames were reaching for me, and then the rush of air and voices as somebody finally pulled me out. Recovery was brutal. My body hurt. My brain felt foggy. My spirit was just tired. But I was alive. And everyone kept saying the same thing. That seatbelt saved your life. But I knew, deep down, I hadn't put it on alone. Here's why. Back in 1999, 20 years before my accident, my dad's younger sister, my Aunt Carla, died in a car crash of her own. She'd been under the influence, just like I was that night. I never met her. She died before I was born. But I grew up on her story, on the hole she left in my dad's life, on the way his voice changed when he talked about her. For as long as I can remember, Aunt Carla was this mix of a warning and a legend. Someone I loved without ever knowing, and someone whose choices everyone prayed I wouldn't repeat. Lying in that hospital bed after my accident, face swollen, jaw wired shut, body covered in bruises, I couldn't shake this feeling that she had been in that car with me. Not in a creepy way. Not like the little girl on the stairs. More like someone who refused to let history repeat itself. Maybe she knew my dad could survive losing his sister, but he could never survive losing his child. Maybe she saw me doing exactly what she once did and decided, no, not this time. I don't know if she whispered in my ear. I don't know if she nudged my hand. I don't know if she buckled that seatbelt herself. All I know is that something made me do what I never did before. As a kid, I thought that little girl in the nightgown was the biggest mystery of my life. Was she real? Was she Ellie? Was she Ruthie? Or was my imagination just stitching shadows together and calling them a person? But after the wreck, my questions changed. Why did I put on my seatbelt that one night when I never did? Why did I live when I had every reason not to? Was it just random luck? Or was there someone in that car with me? Someone who understood exactly how this story could have ended because she'd already lived it? I can't prove any of it. All I know is this. On one street as a kid, I met a ghost who watched from the stairs. And years later, on a dark road in a speeding car, I think I met an angel. And she wore my aunt's name. Welcome to Paranormal M. It feels amazing to be here doing what I love. How's your day going? Drop a comment and let me know. Thank you so much for listening and for supporting the channel. It really means a lot. I'm even happier knowing these paranormal stories help you unwind. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any new videos. Now, grab your headphones, get comfortable, and let's dive into today's story. And hey, don't forget to send in your own paranormal experiences too. So, picture this with me for a second. It's a rainy Thursday night, about 5 years ago. I'd canceled plans, decided I was done with people for the day, and I was just going to stay in, curl up in bed, and watch some show on my phone. You know those nights where the bed is the whole world? That was the mood. Now, normally when I'm alone, I don't really cook for myself. I'm a decent cook, but if it's just me, I'm usually a grab some crackers and cheese and call it dinner kind of person. But for whatever reason that night, I got this little burst of motivation. Like, no, we're doing this properly. My roommate at the time, his name was Leo, was home too. He was this super intense, slightly weird musician/graphic artist type. He basically lived in his room or in the little studio attached to it. Door always closed, headphones always on. We were friendly, but he was very much a do not disturb kind of guy. So as far as I knew, he was locked away and busy. Anyway, I decide to cook myself something nice. I make this whole elaborate pasta situation. I'm talking water boiling, garlicky olive oil, veggies sizzling in the pan, zucchini, bell peppers, mushrooms, the works. I simmer a tomato sauce with herbs, add a little cream to make it silky, toss in the pasta, and plate it all up on this plain white dinner plate we had. Normal plate, normal rim, nothing fancy. It took me maybe 40 minutes, and I was weirdly proud of it. Like, look at you, cooking a real meal for yourself. I don't bother with the dishes. I just grab the plate with one hand, a fork and a folded paper towel with the other, and head to my room. I nudge my bedroom door closed with my foot, climb onto my full-sized bed. Yeah, not even a queen, just a full. And set the plate down almost in the middle of the bed, next to my phone that's propped up against a pillow. Now, my room has 2 doors. One door goes out to the kitchen and living room. The other door, on the opposite wall, opens to this short hallway that leads to the bathroom, and then out to a little back patio and garden area. That bathroom is literally like 3 steps from my door. I set my plate down, make sure my show is queued up, and then I realize I have to pee. Of course. So I slip out, leave both my bedroom doors open. Totally normal for me because, again, Leo rarely wandered into that side of the house, and I go to the bathroom. I don't even fully close the bathroom door. I'm gone for maybe, 10 seconds? 15 max. Just a quick pee, wash my hands, and I'm heading right back. I walk the few steps back into my room, already excited to dig into this pasta I lovingly crafted. And I stop. Because the bed is there, the phone is there, the fork is there, the folded paper towel is there, but the plate of food? Completely gone. Not just shifted or a little off to the side. Gone. Like it never existed. No crumbs, no sauce drips, nothing. I just stand there for a second, trying to make my brain catch up. My first thought is honestly that I'm being dramatic and forgetful. I'm like, okay, Mia, because that's my name, by the way. Maybe you only plan to bring the food in here, and you imagine the part where you actually did it. So I stand there, sniff the air, and I can still smell the pasta. The garlicky tomato smell is strong. It smells like it's right there. I'm doubting myself now. I go back to the kitchen to see if maybe I left the plate on the counter or the stove or something. Nothing. The pots and pans are there. The little splatters of sauce on the stove are there. But no plate. At this point, I start to feel that little prickle of unease. Not full-on fear. More like, okay, universe, what are we doing? The next thought I have is Leo messing with me? Which would be super out of character for him, but my brain is grasping for something normal. So I walk over to his side of the house and knock on his door. He opens it and he already looks annoyed, like he was deep in some project. He kind of squints at me and goes, "What's up, Mia? I'm working." I'm like, please don't think I'm crazy, but are you messing with me? Because something really bizarre just happened in my room. His expression shifts immediately from irritated to curious. His whole energy changes. What do you mean? What happened? So I explain. I made dinner, I set it on the bed, I went to pee, came back, plate gone, fork and napkin still there. He frowns and goes, "That's weird." Okay, let's go look. So he follows me to the kitchen where I show him the evidence of my cooking. Dirty pans, sauce still warm on the stove. And then we walk into my room, and I point at the spot on the bed where I swear the plate was. He goes, "Yeah, that's strange," and then starts helping me look around the room. We do a full sweep. Check under the bed, under the covers, behind the pillows, behind my nightstand. I even pull my blanket completely off the bed like maybe somehow it flipped the plate or something. Nothing. Then I look across the room, like 9 or 10 feet away, behind my laundry basket in the corner, and there it is. The plate. Sitting upright on the floor behind the basket. I walk over and pick it up, and my stomach drops a little. All the food is gone. No pasta, no veggies, just a smear of red sauce on the plate. And the way the sauce looks, it's not like it's smeared by gravity or something falling. It looks like someone dragged their fingers across the plate, leaving streaks. Like when you wipe the last bit of frosting with your fingertips. Leo sees it and goes, "Okay, that's actually creepy." Now we're really confused, because if the food slid off the plate somehow, it would be on the floor. But there's nothing on the floor. No splatters, no spills, nothing. I'm starting to feel a little unsettled and honestly, a little violated. Like, I put time and care into that meal, you know? We start searching for the food, because logically it has to be somewhere. Next to my bed, I have this small wicker wastebasket that I use only for paper. Sketches, notes, crumpled up doodles. I never put any actual trash in it, and I don't line it with a bag. It's just a bin full of paper balls and scraps. I look over at it, and for some reason my brain goes, "Check there." So I walk over, start gently lifting out the paper. On top, it's all the same stuff I tossed the night before. Crumpled white paper, colored scraps, a couple of sticky notes. And then, under that top layer of paper, there's my dinner, my pasta, my veggies, all of it, sitting in the bottom of the wastebasket. No sauce on the inside walls of the basket, none on the paper I pulled off the top. It looks like someone neatly took the paper out, placed the food in the bin, and then carefully put the paper back on top, without getting anything dirty. At that point, my brain just kind of glitches. Leo thinks I'm pranking him now. He looks at me and goes, "Okay, if this is a joke, it's not funny. Did you seriously do all this just to mess with me?" And I just break. I start crying. I don't cry a lot, but between the confusion and feeling like I wasn't being believed, and the fact that my nice little solo dinner got basically thrown away by some unseen force, it hit me hard. I'm like, why would I ruin my own dinner for a joke? I'd worked so hard on it. It felt mean, even if I couldn't see who did it. And he starts walking back to his room. I'm wiping my eyes, still standing by the wastebasket, when I hear his footsteps suddenly stop. Then immediately, I'm talking maybe 3 or 4 seconds later, he's back in my doorway. And his face is white. "Mia," he says, and his voice is tight. "Are you seriously messing with me? Because if you are, it's really not funny." I'm like, "Leo, I swear I'm not. What now?" He just says, "Come here," and motions for me to follow him. We walk back to his room, and his entire computer setup is gone. This man loves his computer. It's his lifeline. Music, art, games, everything. A little laptop, 2 speakers, a MIDI keyboard. It was all set up on this crate next to his mattress. Now, there's just the crate. No laptop, no speakers, no keyboard. It looks like someone carefully plucked the whole setup away. He starts panicking. No. He's checking under the blanket, behind the mattress, under the bed, Nothing. We check the little connecting studio room. Nothing. Then we move through to the laundry room in the back of the house. And there it is. His laptop is lying on its backside, screen closed and facing down on the floor. His speakers are on either side of it, also upside down. Everything is arranged almost neatly, like someone gently placed them there. This is 2 rooms away from his bed, maybe 25 or 30 feet, through at least one doorway and a narrow little hallway. There is absolutely no way he could have sprinted out of my room, unplugged and moved all that, arranged it like that, and made it back to my doorway in the handful of seconds it took him to reappear. We just stand there together, staring at his stuff on the laundry room floor in this weird formation. No sound, no footsteps, no doors creaking. Nothing got knocked over on the way. It's like it teleported there. At this point, the vibe has shifted from, we're confused, to, okay, something in this house is doing its own thing, and we are not in control. Leo is shaken. I'm shaken. There's nothing to really do about it, though. It's not like you can ground a ghost or put the house in timeout. Eventually, we just kind of give up on understanding it. He gathers his stuff and takes it back to his room, checking each piece like it might bite. I go back to mine and end up eating some sad little leftover snacks instead of my beautiful pasta. And as I'm sitting there, it hits me. Maybe whatever did that was actually trying to help me. Maybe there was something off in the food, bad veggies, something spoiled I didn't notice. Maybe, in some super weird way, something was like, nope, you're not eating that tonight. Is that true? I have no idea. But honestly, it felt a lot better to imagine some unseen roommate trying to save my life than to think something out there just decided to throw away my solo, hard-earned comfort dinner for fun. So yeah, that's the night my dinner vanished, my roommate's computer teleported, and both of us had to just quietly coexist with the fact that our house apparently had opinions. Make of it what you will. So, I want to tell you about something that happened to me last night, or actually, very early this morning, around midnight. I was in my living room, lights mostly off, just scrolling on my phone, when my friend Marco texted me. He was walking his dog past my place and wrote, "Hey, are you awake? There's someone sitting on your front steps, and your gate is wide open." That immediately felt wrong, because I always close that gate. It's almost a little ritual at this point. From inside the house, I couldn't see clearly. Everything outside was just shapes and shadows. So I got up, turned on the porch light, and opened the front door. By the time I did, whoever had been sitting on the steps wasn't there anymore. I could just make out a figure standing just beyond the gate, closer to the sidewalk. I stepped out onto the path, keeping the door half open behind me, phone pressed to my ear with Marco still on the line. As my eyes adjusted, I saw her, a woman standing a little down the street. I stayed there, on the porch, talking quietly into the phone while she walked slowly up and down the road. Her heels made this distinct, hollow sound against the asphalt. Clack, 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 echoing in the quiet. Every so often she'd stop and look at the houses further up, like she was searching for something, or someone. The way she moved was calm, almost casual, but there was something in the air that just felt off. After a few minutes, she started to drift closer. I tried to lower my voice, but it was obvious I was talking about her. You know when you're pretending you're not, but it's so clear you are? It was like that. She glanced at me, really noticing me for the first time, and then, in this calm but incredibly unsettling tone, she said, "Don't be afraid of me. I'm just sad. I'm waiting for someone." Her voice shook as she spoke, like she was trying very hard not to cry. It wasn't aggressive at all, but it wasn't comforting either. It felt like standing next to a live wire, quiet but buzzing. I kept a bit of distance and told her, as gently as I could, "You can't come inside my house." She gave this small, tired smile and said, "But the gate was open," and took a couple more steps closer, as if that explained everything. That's the part that really got under my skin. The way she said it, like an open gate was an invitation, like the house itself had called her in. I felt this very clear instinct kick in, and I said more firmly, "No, the gate wasn't open. Please stay back." She stared at me for a second, her expression strange. Hurt, maybe, or annoyed, I couldn't tell. Then she said, almost in a whisper, "Don't stare at me." And that was it. She turned around and walked away, the same slow, steady pace, heels tapping against the road, her whole presence oddly calm but somehow heavy at the same time. I remember exactly what she looked like. She had shoulder-length dark brown hair, a pale blue dress that fell just below her knees, and a light jacket over it, even though the night was warm. She carried a medium-sized handbag tucked close to her side, and those heels. They didn't look particularly fancy, just plain, but that sound they made is stuck in my head. Now, about the gate. I know I shut it. I'm almost obsessive about it. And it's not the kind of gate that just swings open if the wind feels dramatic. One side is fixed into the ground with a heavy metal pin, and you really have to pull and shove to move it. It usually scrapes a bit when you do. After she walked away from me, I went back inside, locked the door, and looked out through the window. Marco stayed on the phone, giving me a kind of running commentary from his place further down the street. He told me she kept pacing up and down the road for another 15-20 minutes. Same slow walk, same path. Sometimes she'd stop under a streetlight. Sometimes she'd stare at a house. And then, at some point, she just wasn't there anymore. He looked away briefly, and when he checked again, she was gone. I know this could have been just a distressed person, maybe going through something difficult. And part of me honestly feels sad for her. The way she said she was waiting for someone sounded so desperate and lonely. But at the same time, there was this energy around her that didn't feel normal. It's hard to explain. It wasn't just the situation. It was the way the air felt, the strange mix of calm and unease. The open gate that shouldn't have been open. The way she spoke, like she was half in this moment and half somewhere else entirely. I'm sharing this with you because I can't quite shake it off. I keep replaying it in my mind, wondering if anyone else has met someone like that. A stranger who appears where they shouldn't be, right at the boundary between your home and the outside world, carrying a presence that feels different. I don't know what that was. Maybe it was just a sad woman on a strange night. Maybe it was something more. All I know is that the way she looked at me and the way that gate stood open will stay with me for a long time. You know, I don't usually talk about this stuff, but since we're already on the topic of creepy retail stories, let me share two that really stuck with me. Both came from friends of mine who used to work in different stores. So first, there's my friend Marco. He used to work the late shift at this 24-hour mini-mart on the corner of a really busy intersection. From the outside, it looked totally normal. Bright lights, loud traffic, people stumbling in for snacks at 2 a.m. But the staff all knew. The stockroom and the tiny break room at the back were not normal. Years before Marco got hired, there'd been an older employee. Everyone just called him Tito Ben. He did double shifts all the time. One night, he lay down on the old couch in the break room to rest, and just never woke up. After that, people said he never really left. Marco told me that on quiet nights, when he'd go to the back alone to get more stock, he'd sometimes see a man sitting on that same couch, in the store uniform, head slightly bowed like he was trying to nap. At first, Marco thought it was one of the senior staff resting, so he'd say, "Kuya, sorry, I need to get past." But the guy would never answer. And then, when Marco looked a second time, the man's face would be wrong. Not bloody or anything dramatic, just blurred out, like someone smudged his whole face with a thumb. The uniform logo was clear, the name patch was clear, but the features were missing. The manager even set up a small altar near the stockroom door. A framed photo of a saint, some candles, a dish with rock salt, and fresh flowers every Monday. They'd light a candle at the start of the night shift and quietly say, "Please let us work in peace. Please rest." And still, weird things kept happening. Sometimes cartons would already be stacked when nobody remembered doing it. Sometimes the roll-up metal door at the back would rattle like someone was trying to come in, even though it was locked and chained. And at least twice, Marco said he felt someone brush past him in the narrow hallway, like a person squeezing through. But when he turned, he was alone. The last straw for him was one night around 3 a.m. He went to the break room to grab his tumbler, and through the little glass panel in the door, he saw a man standing inside, facing the wall. Store uniform. Same build as the old photos of Tito Ben. Marco thought it was just one of his coworkers. He pushed the door open, saying, "Bro, you okay?" The lights flicked off for half a second. Just a blink. When they flicked back on, the room was empty. No footsteps, no sound of the door closing, nothing. Marco checked the CCTV later with the supervisor, and on the footage, you could see Marco talking into an empty room. He quit 2 weeks after that. He told me, "Look, I can handle rude customers and graveyard shifts, but not someone who died on the couch I'm supposed to nap on." Now, the second story is from my friend Leila. She used to work at this big, fancy bookstore in the city, 6 floors if you count the basement. You know the type. Quiet music, perfect lighting, cafe on one level, and every shelf so neatly arranged it almost feels like a library. But according to the staff, that place was one giant haunted house with air conditioning. The security guards were the first ones to complain. Down by the service entrance on the first floor, near where deliveries came in, they'd sometimes see what they called a replay. Years ago, there'd been a fight between 2 warehouse guys. No one talked about the details, but everyone knew it ended with one of them getting stabbed. There was no sound, no blood, just this silent, flickering scene that played out for a few seconds and then vanished. The CCTV never caught it clearly, just weird distortions or flashes of static. Then there was the second floor, the kids and teens section. You'd think that would be the friendliest area, right? Bright colors, storybooks, stuffed toys by the reading corner. But that floor had the most sightings. Staff members often reported seeing a little girl in a pale yellow dress, maybe 6 or 7 years old, with a ribbon in her hair. She'd stand near the picture books, looking up like she was trying to read the covers. If you approached her and asked, "Hi, where are your parents?" she'd just turn slightly, and then be gone, like someone switched her off. There was also a boy and an older man who appeared together. People described them as wearing old, worn-out clothes, like they were from the countryside. The boy in shorts and slippers, the old man in a faded, long-sleeved shirt and a straw hat he'd sometimes hold in his hands. They'd be seen walking slowly between the taller shelves, almost like they were browsing. Sometimes a customer would move aside to give them space, then realize a moment later that no one had actually passed by. Lila told me that more than one employee had reported feeling a light tug on their shirt on that floor, only to turn around and find nobody there. But children's laughter would drift in from somewhere, even when the floor was empty. Now, the fourth floor, That's where things got really unnerving. That floor had all the art books, design stuff, and some office supplies. It was quieter, and the shelves were tall. Staff believed a shapeshifter spirit lingered there. It didn't just appear as a random figure. It liked to copy the employees. Imagine this. You're restocking notebooks, and you see your coworker, Abby, walking toward the stairwell. You say, "Hey, can you help me with this box later?" And Abby nods and keeps walking. 5 minutes later, you bump into the real Abby coming up the stairs, holding a stack of price tags, and she says, "I've been in the basement this whole time. Why?" So many people had experiences like that the staff made their own rule. During closing time, nobody stays alone on the 4th floor. They finish their tasks fast, switch off the lights, and go down together. No lingering, no, "Oh, I'll just stay a bit to straighten the shelves." If someone looked like they were still up there after the lights were off, everyone double-checked who was actually accounted for downstairs before going back up. Funny enough, Lila said the 3rd floor felt the safest. That was the floor with most of the general fiction, self-help, and some magazines. As far as she knew, nobody had a clear ghost story from there. People joked that maybe the ghosts just weren't into bestsellers. The basement, though, the archive and clearance area, had its own cold spots, but Lila tried not to think about that too much. So yeah, those are the 2 stories that made me look at convenience stores and bookstores a little differently. I'm honestly curious, if you've ever worked in retail or know someone who has, what's the creepiest, ghostly experience you've heard about or actually gone through in a store? So, let me tell you about this story a close friend of mine, Rafi, shared with me a while back. He used to work in this big, slightly run-down department store in the city. 3 floors, flickering lights, that kind of place. The 3rd floor was the quietest, mostly office space and overstock, and according to everyone who worked there, it also had something else. Now, the staff all talked about it like it was normal, almost like a weird in-joke, a shape-shifting spirit that wandered around the 3rd floor. People said it liked to copy employees, take their appearance, their uniforms, even the way they walked. You'd pass by someone you swore you recognized, maybe even call their name, and only later find out they'd been on a different shift, or hadn't been in the building at all. At first, new hires thought it was just hazing. You know, "Welcome to the team, here's our resident ghost." But pretty soon, most of them had at least one moment that made them think twice. One of those people was a new supervisor we'll call Leo. When Leo first started, the team warned him right away. "Just so you know, the 3rd floor is weird. If you see someone up there who's not supposed to be working, don't panic. It might not be, well, a person." Leo just laughed it off. He was practical, no nonsense, the type who double-checks inventory and corrects labels that are slightly crooked. Ghosts were not on his list of things to worry about. But that changed pretty quickly. One night, the store was closing. Most of the lights were already off, and it was that in-between time when the building feels empty but not quite asleep. Leo was on the 3rd floor alone, trying to finish an incident report. He'd had a rough day, short-staffed, a customer complaint, a delivery that arrived late, and he just wanted to get the paperwork done so he could go home. He was hunched over his desk, staring at the computer screen, when he got that prickly feeling on the back of his neck. You know, that sense that someone's watching you. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing near the far end of the room, just before the hallway that led to the stockroom. It looked like one of the senior staff, a guy named Andrew. Same haircut, same uniform, even the same slightly slouched posture. At first, Leo didn't think much of it. He just called out, "Hey Andrew, you still here?" No response. The figure just stood there, completely still. Leo turned back to his work, annoyed but trying to ignore it, until something tugged at his memory. He paused, then frowned. Andrew had messaged the group chat earlier that day. He'd taken emergency leave to look after his sick daughter. He was never even in the building. Leo slowly looked up again. This time, the figure had moved. It was walking away, slow, deliberate steps, heading toward one of the desks lined with office equipment. Label printers, staplers, a small scanner, piles of forms. It didn't look confused or lost. It looked purposeful. And then, right in front of Leo, as clear as day, it reached the desk and, with one forceful sweep of its arm, shoved almost everything onto the floor. The crash echoed across the third floor. Papers flew. The scanner clattered. A metal pen holder rolled away and hit a cabinet with a sharp ting. Leo shot up from his chair, heart pounding. But here's the thing. He wasn't just scared. He was exhausted, frustrated, fed up with the day, with the job, with the weird stories, all of it. And something in him just snapped. Leo grabbed the nearest thing he could find, a thick, heavy inventory binder, and without thinking twice, he hurled it at the figure. He watched it hit. The binder didn't pass through thin air or sail harmlessly to the wall. It smacked right into the figure's chest with a dull thud, like it had landed on something solid. The sound made his skin crawl, and that's when he lost it. He started shouting, not in fear, but in this exhausted, furious voice that came from somewhere deep inside. "You picked the worst night to screw with me, you hear me? I am not in the mood for this. You break anything else, and I swear I will find a way to get rid of you for good." He swore. A lot. He admitted later he probably used every curse word he knew, stringing them together in ways that didn't even make sense. But he meant every word. He wasn't asking it to stop. He was warning it. As he advanced, the figure started backing away. Step by step, it moved toward the far corner of the room, near a stack of unused display racks. The light from the emergency exit sign cast this sickly glow, and for a second, Leo could see its face clearly. It looked like Andrew, but wrong. The expression was blank, almost bored. No anger, no fear, nothing. Just watching. And then, right as it reached the corner, it shifted. Not like someone turning around, but like a reflection on water getting disturbed. The edges of its body blurred, its outline wavered, and it simply thinned out and faded until there was nothing there at all. No dramatic sound, no smoke, just gone. Leo stood there, breathing hard, binder still on the floor a few feet in front of him. The room felt heavy, like the air had thickened. He waited, half expecting something else to move, another crash, another figure appearing behind him. Nothing. He stayed a few more minutes, picking up the scattered office supplies, muttering under his breath. Then, before heading to the stairs, he turned back toward that corner and said, out loud, "I'm not afraid of you. You try that again, I'll make sure you really regret it. This is my floor now. Got it?" After that night, according to Rafi, everything changed. The third floor used to have these little incidents. Footsteps when no one was up there, shadows crossing doorways, someone calling your name from down the hall. Occasionally, people would swear they saw a coworker who later turned out not to have been there at all. But after Leo's outburst, it all just stopped. No more lookalikes roaming the corridor. No more desks getting messed up. The weird cold spots people complained about, they went away too. The third floor was still a little eerie. Big buildings at night always are. But that specific presence wasn't felt anymore. Rafi said that, in the weeks that followed, whenever someone joked about the shapeshifter, one of the older staff would just shrug and say, "Talk to Leo. I think he scared it off." And Leo? He never bragged about it. If anyone asked, he'd just say, "Something was messing with my work. I told it to knock it off." and that was that. Hearing that story really made me think. We always talk about fear when it comes to strange things like that. Hauntings, spirits, whatever you want to call them. But sometimes, I wonder if there's something powerful in that moment when fear gets pushed aside by sheer exhaustion and anger. When someone decides, I'm done being scared, I'm standing my ground. So now I'm curious about you. Have you ever been in a situation, supernatural or not, where you were just so fed up that you stopped being afraid and finally stood up to whatever was bothering you? Or do you know someone who reacted that way when something strange happened? So, let me start by saying this. In my family, my dad, Miguel, always treated my abilities like they were just another part of me, like having brown eyes or curly hair. My mom, Elena, on the other hand, hardcore skeptic. If she couldn't measure it, read about it in a manual, or buy it at a hardware store, it didn't exist. And yet, there were a few things even she couldn't talk herself out of. I was about 4 when we moved into this little old house in San Jose, California. It was one of those places with creaky wooden floors and a fireplace that looked more decorative than functional. One night, my parents were in the middle of one of their classic arguments in the living room. You know the kind. Voices low, sharp, circling around the same old sore spots. I was playing with my blocks near the fireplace when it happened. Out of nowhere, there was this crack, like something snapping inside the wall. A loose brick from the fireplace shifted and dropped straight through the floorboards with this ugly, splintering sound. It didn't just fall, it punched a hole right through into the crawl space below. My mom jumped back, hand over her mouth. Later, she told me that in that exact moment, she felt an icy wind wrap around her, like someone had draped a freezing, wet blanket over her shoulders. And over that, she heard 2 little girls crying, right in her ear, like they were standing behind her. She wouldn't go anywhere near that fireplace after that. My dad ended up covering the entire thing with wood paneling, so she didn't have to look at it. He was shaken, sure, but he and we were more used to things like that. It was just another weird night in a long line of weird nights. It was in that same house where I met the family that lived there before us. Well, lived is doing a lot of work in that sentence. They were a really gentle family, honestly. The father, he told me his name was Thomas, had this calm, tired kindness about him. The mom, Maria, always seemed busy, even in death. I'd see her fuzzing over invisible dust on the shelves or straightening objects that weren't actually moving. They had a few kids. I never quite got all their names right. They felt more like a blur of giggles and sad eyes. I'd sit in the hallway with my toys, and they'd gather around me, watching as I played. Sometimes they'd reach out, not quite touching, like they were trying to remember what it felt like to hold something solid. The strange part, the part that always stuck with me, was the way they looked. They were mostly like regular people, just slightly see-through, a bit faded at the edges. But I could see the faint marks of what had happened to them. Bruises, burns, a twisted arm, things that felt too heavy for a kid my age to understand. I didn't have the words then. I just knew they were hurt and that they were stuck. One afternoon, Thomas knelt down beside me while I was playing by the back window. His voice was quiet, almost apologetic. He said, "Most of us are under the house." I remember blinking at him. Like, under the floor? He nodded slowly and pointed toward the side yard. "I'm over there, in a box, under the concrete by the fence, the part that looks wrong." Of course, I was a curious kid. You can't tell a 4-year-old something like that and expect them to just shrug it off. So one day, when my mom was busy in the kitchen and my dad was in the garage, I slipped outside with a little plastic shovel. I remember this mix of excitement and dread sitting in my chest. I knew I'd found it. but the concrete pinned the rest of it down, and no matter how much I dug, I couldn't get more than that one corner uncovered. My dad found me out there eventually, absolutely filthy, and carried me back inside before I could do any more damage. Not all the spirits there were kind, though. After the brick incident, things escalated. Not dramatically all at once, more like the house was slowly clearing its throat, getting ready to speak up. That's when the woman in black and white started showing up in the kitchen. The first time I saw her, I was sitting at the table with a bowl of cereal. The room went suddenly heavy and quiet, the way it does right before a storm. I looked up, and she was just there, near the sink. She was dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned uniform, dark skirt, white blouse, some kind of apron. Her face was pale and wet with tears, and her shoulders shook like she was sobbing, but no sound came out. She turned away from me and walked across the kitchen, her skirt brushing the floor without actually touching it, and disappeared straight into the wall that led to the garage. Then she did it again the next day, and again, and again. It got to the point where my dad couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want my mom or me constantly catching her out of the corner of our eye, so he took an old sheet and tacked it up over the kitchen entryway. It was a ridiculous solution, but somehow it helped. Out of sight, out of mind. At least a little. Still, I could feel her there, repeating that same sad walk over and over. The backyard, though, that was the worst. From the outside, it looked like a kid's dream. There was a great swing set, a little jungle gym, and this big rectangle of concrete with weird patterns in it where I could ride my tricycle or wobble around on my roller skates. On paper, it was perfect. In reality, I wanted nothing to do with it. The air back there always felt wrong to me. Heavy. Watching. If my parents told me to go play outside, I'd hover as close to the back door as I could and beg my dad or my older cousin Javier to come sit with me. If I had to be there alone, I'd last maybe 2 minutes before making some excuse to go back in. Behind our yard was another house, and along the shared fence, things liked to gather. I'd see shapes there, figures peeking between the slats or leaning against the boards. They weren't like Thomas and his family. There was a different energy to them, something sharp, something hungry. They would call out to me without moving their mouths, trying to get my attention, trying to start conversations I wanted no part of. I never answered them. Everything in me screamed not to. Sometimes the temperature would suddenly drop. One second I'd be sweating in the California sun, and the next, I'd be wrapping my arms around myself, teeth chattering. The wind would pick up, bending the trees until their branches scratched and scraped against each other with this awful, dry, whispering sound. And then the world would go quiet. No cars, no birds. Even the big dog next door, this usually hyper, bark-at-every-leaf shepherd mix, would go completely silent. He'd just stand there, stiff, staring at the fence with his ears flat, like he saw the same things I did and wanted nothing to do with them either. In those moments, I'd feel all the little hairs on my arms stand straight up. I'd stand frozen on the concrete, skates or no skates, and count my breaths until I could move again. As soon as I could, I'd bolt back into the house, heart pounding, trying to act normal so my parents wouldn't ask too many questions. My dad and I, we learned to live with it. We made jokes. We adjusted. We moved a sheet here and a piece of wood there. My mom, she tried so hard to explain it all away. But every once in a while, I'd catch her glancing at the covered fireplace or hesitating near that kitchen doorway, and I'd know. Even the skeptics hear the crying sometimes. So, let me tell you about the night I realized I could see things I really, really did not want to see. My family's home base is in Lafayette, Louisiana, but a couple of weeks ago my parents called and said, "Hey, we're heading up to Chicago for a few days. Mostly work, but we'll squeeze in a little vacation. Come meet us." Since I live in Boston now, I figured, why not turn it into a mini getaway and arrive a day earlier than them? I booked this hotel on the edge of the loop, not far from the river. Nothing fancy, just one of those business hotels you forget the name of as soon as you check out. The big landmark for me was this huge Target across the street and a bunch of late-night food spots sprinkled around. I got into the area around 7 p.m. First thing I did was drop my luggage in the room. Just tossed my bag by the bed, checked that the key card worked, that sort of thing. Since I wasn't seeing my parents until the next morning, I thought, okay, solo dinner tonight. That's when I realized I'd forgotten my phone charger. Of course. So I headed out, walking toward the Target. As I'm crossing the street, this group comes toward me. A few women dressed like they just walked out of some after-hours club, glittery dresses, heels too high to be practical, and a handful of guys hovering around them. They weren't exactly subtle, laughing too loud, talking over each other, just big energy. The weird part was how they walked. They sort of spread out across the sidewalk, like a moving wall. I kept thinking, should I step aside? Are they going to part or just run into me? But right before we would have crossed paths, they all abruptly turned off toward a side street, not even glancing at me. I shrugged it off, went into Target, grabbed a charger, paid, and then picked up something quick to eat from a Walgreens nearby. A sad little sandwich, a snack, and a drink. Back at the hotel, I ate in my room, turned on the TV, and let some random cooking show play in the background while I scrolled on my half-charged phone. Time slipped by, and before I knew it, it was close to 11 p.m. And of course, after an hour of watching people make perfect ramen and fancy burgers, I started to get hungry again. I remembered seeing another late-night place, this tiny 24-hour deli a block from the hotel, so I decided to go grab something small. Nothing dramatic, just, I could use some chips or something. I took the elevator down to the lobby and walked out through the revolving door. And the moment I stepped out onto the sidewalk, I saw them. The same group from earlier. The glittery dresses, the guys lingering around them. Same faces, same outfits. But this time, everything felt off. They were standing half in the street, half on the curb, yelling at each other. Why? Why? Over and over, voices cracking. Why me? Why? It was loud enough that people were glancing over and then immediately looking away, pretending not to see anything. I tried to ignore them, honestly. I kept walking, eyes down, thinking, wow, they're really going at it. And also, man, they're annoying. I didn't want to get involved. But then the shouting got sharper, like it hit a nerve. Why? Why? Something in me slipped, and without meaning to, I glanced over. The second I made eye contact, a cold rush went down my back. All of them, every single one of them shouting, "Why?" had turned their heads and were staring straight at me. I stopped walking. My body just locked up. One of the women, the one in this short, sparkly red dress, suddenly screamed, "Why?" It was so loud and raw, my heart started racing. My brain went into overdrive. Should I run? Should I call the cops? Should I yell for help? All of that flashed through my mind in maybe a second. These people are not alive. In that split second when I'd looked away and then looked back, they had changed. The guy on the edge of the group, his shirt was soaked in what looked like blood. One of the women just ended at the waist. From the hips down, there was nothing. Another figure behind them looked like a burnt silhouette, like a human shape made of charcoal, skin cracked and blackened. No one around them reacted. Cars drove past. A couple walked by, barely glancing in that direction like nothing was wrong. Then the woman in red said, in this hoarse, broken voice, "Why? Why did I have to die?" And I felt the words go straight through me. It was the first time I'd ever seen anything like that so clearly. I don't know what possessed me, but I actually answered her, out loud. I said, "I mean, it kind of looks like you already died. Maybe you'd feel better if you moved on?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. They all just stared at me, faces twisted, repeating, "Why? Why? Why?" That was enough. I turned around and bolted back toward the hotel. I ran through the doors, hit the elevator button like my life depended on it, and jumped inside the moment it opened. The elevator had these glass doors and a glass back, so you could see out into the hallway as you went up. Very chic, normally. That night, it felt like the worst design decision ever made. The elevator started rising. Second floor. Third floor. As we passed the fourth floor, my eyes flicked toward the glass without me wanting them to. They were there. The group was standing right in front of where the doors would have opened on that floor. The woman in red, the half-body girl, the charred shape, all of them staring in at me as the elevator slid by. I almost started crying right then. The elevator kept going. Fifth floor. They were there again. Same positions, same hollow eyes, but now their mouths were moving, whispering just loud enough for me to hear through the glass. "Why?" Soft, dragging, like the word had weight. By the time the doors opened on the seventh floor, my floor, I didn't wait for them to fully slide apart. I squeezed through and sprinted down the hallway, fumbling my keycard at the door like in a bad horror movie. Once I was inside, I locked everything. Door, latch, whichever extra thing I could slide or turn. I turned on every light. I didn't even bother with the cooking show this time. I put on some late-night talk show rerun, something ridiculous and loud, just so there was noise that wasn't my own heartbeat. I sat on the bed shaking, telling myself, "You're fine. You're just tired. You imagined it." Over and over. At some point, pure exhaustion knocked me out. When I woke up, sunlight was pouring into the room. The terror felt smaller. Not gone, but like a bad dream that dissolves in daylight. I packed my things, got ready to check out, and took the elevator down. As we started descending, I told myself, "Don't look. Just don't." But curiosity is cruel. We glided past the sixth floor. Nothing. Then the fifth. That's when I noticed dark streaks on the wall next to the elevator doors. Grayish, blackened marks smeared around the frame, like burn or smoke stains. My stomach dropped. And then we reached the fourth floor. There was this split second of silence, and then, bang! The woman in the red dress slammed against the glass from the outside, right at my eye level. Her skin was burned and peeling now, her arms streaked with something dark. Her eyes were pitch black, no whites, no pupils, just two empty, bottomless pits, and they locked straight onto mine. She snarled, "Why me? Why not you?" And as I watched, her body seemed to sink down, disappearing into the floor like it was water. One moment she was pressed against the glass. The next, there was nothing there. The elevator doors opened onto the lobby like everything was normal. I stepped out and just stood there in the middle of the floor, my suitcase in my hand, completely stunned. People were checking out, grabbing coffee, scrolling their phones. No one had heard the bang. No one had seen her. As I walked toward the front desk, one thought kept looping through my head. Do ghosts even show up this early in the morning? But what won't leave my mind, even now, are her eyes. Those completely black, hollow-looking eyes, filled with anger and hurt, like she was stuck in the exact moment her life ended. Sometimes I wonder what happened in that building. Was there a fire? A crash? Something violent on those middle floors? I don't know. I've tried to look it up, but part of me is almost afraid of finding out. Anyway, That's the story my friend Jordan told me. And the way he looked when he said, "Why not you?" I still get chills just remembering it. So, when I was a kid, maybe 7 or 8, I had this constant feeling that I wasn't alone. Not like, oh, I have a big imagination, but this heavy, prickly sense that something was right behind me, just out of sight. I'd be playing on the floor or reading in bed, and suddenly feel like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. The hair on my arms would stand up, my heart would start racing, and I'd freeze, just sure that if I turned around too fast I'd see something. Nights were the worst. I was terrified of the dark and of being left alone in a room. I'd make my mom leave the hallway light on, and even then I'd lie there, staring at the doorway, feeling like someone was standing just inside the shadow. Sometimes the air around me would feel so charged, like static electricity waiting to jump off skin, and I'd swear someone was standing right next to the bed, leaning over me. One night, it got very real. I jolted awake, no idea why, and instantly knew I was awake, not dreaming. And there, right beside my bed, was a woman in a chair. The weird thing was, my room didn't have a chair. But there she was, sitting in this old wooden armchair like it had always been there. She had silver hair pinned up in a loose bun, glasses low on her nose, and she was quietly crocheting something pale and soft. A shawl, maybe. The yarn rested on her lap, and the chair rocked in this slow, gentle rhythm. She didn't look mean at all. If anything, she looked kind. There was this faint little smile on her face, almost like she was watching over me, just keeping me company while I slept. But you can imagine, I was a terrified kid. So the only thing my body knew how to do was scream. I shrieked, loud and sharp, and the second I did, she and the chair were gone. Just gone. I was sitting upright in bed, heart pounding, staring at the exact empty space where she'd been. The room was exactly how it always was. No chair, no yarn, no old woman. But I knew, with that awful clarity you get in those moments, that I had been wide awake. After that, I completely unraveled. I started having panic attacks, real ones. I'd refuse to sleep alone. I'd cry if the lights were off. I kept insisting to my parents that someone, something, was following me, that there was a presence in my room. I was so on edge that even a creak in the floorboards could send me over the edge. My parents were, honestly, they were exhausted and worried. They tried everything, night lights, music, checking under the bed, checking the closet, staying with me until I fell asleep. Nothing helped. I couldn't calm down. Finally, one night, my mom sat me down at the kitchen table. She looked at me, and I could see on her face that she was trying to figure out how to say something that would make sense to a scared little kid. She said, very gently, "Maybe it was a ghost." You know, just casually. And for some reason, instead of making it worse, it made everything click for me. A ghost. A someone, not just bad feelings. She told me that if it was a ghost, it probably didn't want to hurt me, that some spirits just hang around. And then she told me there was a way to make it stop bothering me. She said, if you don't want it there, you have to tell it. Out loud. You set a boundary. You're allowed to do that. Now, as a kid, I took my mom's words like scripture. So I marched back into my bedroom, the one that always felt full of that strange presence, and I decided I was going to end it. I don't want you to follow me anymore. I don't want to see you. I don't want you in my room. Please leave me alone. I said it again, louder that time. I remember the sweat running down my back, the way my throat felt dry and tight. I just stood there, hands balled up, repeating in my head, "Go away, "Go away, go away." Then I waited. I cracked one eye open and looked around, half expecting something dramatic to happen. A gust of wind, a light flicker, something. But the room was just quiet, ordinary. I stood there a little longer, listening to the silence, feeling the air around me. And very slowly, I realized something. That heavy, prickly feeling I'd carried for so long was just gone. The room felt lighter. I felt lighter. For the first time in a long time, I could take a deep breath without that tightness in my chest. From that night on, things changed. I still got spooked sometimes, what kid doesn't? But that constant sense of being hunted, stalked, watched, it never came back in the same way. I grew up, I got older, and that whole chapter of my life sort of faded into the weird childhood stuff category in my mind. Fast forward to me as a young woman. I went to visit my grandmother one weekend. She lived in this small, cozy house that always smelled faintly of lavender and old books. At some point, she pulled out this big, heavy photo album from her living room cabinet, one of those old ones with the thick pages and plastic sheet covers that crinkle when you turn them. She said, "Come here, I want to show you what it was like when I was little." So we sat side by side on the couch, flipping through these sepia-toned photos of her family farm, fields, animals, the house she grew up in. There were faces of relatives whose names I kept forgetting as she told me stories about them. Who married who was a troublemaker, who baked the best pies. Then we turned a page, and my eyes landed on one particular photo. It was a picture of a front porch. A few people were standing around. Men in suspenders, women in simple dresses, but in the middle of the frame, there was a woman sitting in a chair. My breath caught in my throat. She was sitting in a wooden chair, her ankles crossed, with an unfinished blanket or shawl draped over her knees. In her hands were knitting needles, frozen mid-stitch. Her hair was pulled back in that same kind of soft bun, and she had this almost invisible smile on her face, small, gentle, like she knew a secret but wasn't going to tell. And the way she was looking at the camera, it felt exactly like the way the woman in my room had looked at me. My heart skipped, and for a second it felt like it forgot how to beat altogether. My mouth went dry. I pointed at the woman in the photo, my finger actually trembling a little, and I managed to croak out, Who is that?" My grandmother squinted at the picture, then said casually, "Oh, that's my grandmother. Your great-great-grandma Anna. Why?" I just stared. It was her, the woman from the chair. Older, grainier, locked in a photograph from decades before I was born, but still, unmistakably her. So I told my grandmother the story. The panic, the presence, the woman in the chair, the crocheting, that night I screamed. I spilled everything, all in this breathless rush. My grandmother listened quietly, her eyes soft, and when I finished, she let out this little chuckle and a sigh. "Well," she said, "she's still making her rounds then." I blinked. "What do you mean?" She looked off toward the hallway, like she could almost see someone standing there. "She still visits me sometimes," my grandmother added. "I don't see her the way you two did. I just feel the edge of the bed dip, or a little tap on my shoulder when I'm alone in the kitchen. I say hello, and then I get on with my day." Then she looked back at me and smiled, very gently. "Some of us," she said, "just have the sight a little stronger. But she's family. She isn't here to hurt you." And sitting there, with that old photo album on my lap and my grandmother's hand resting on top of it, I felt something settle inside me. That childhood terror, that sense of being hunted, it shifted into something else. Not exactly comfort, but recognition. Like all along, I hadn't been followed by some nameless, faceless thing. I'd been watched over by a woman in a chair who loved knitting and who apparently never quite stopped checking in on her family. So, hey, let me just tell this the way it happened, okay? This was a few years back, but I can still feel it in my chest when I think about it. It was late, one of those warm nights that sits on your skin, and I was over at my neighbor's place. Everyone on our street calls her Aunt Mira, even though she's not actually anybody's aunt. She's older, tiny, always smelling like tea and wood smoke, and the kind of person who shows up at your door with soup before you even know you're sick. There were 4 of us in her kitchen that night. We had the windows cracked open, a pot of chamomile on the table, just talking. Silly stuff, nothing deep. It was one of those slow evenings where you feel safe and bored in the best way. And then we heard music. Not phone music. Not some car going by with the bass up too high. It sounded live. There were drums, and what I swear was a fiddle or maybe a violin, and this low humming like a choir that can't quite remember the words. It wasn't loud, but it was clear, like it was coming from the backyard and very far away at the same time. I remember the hairs on my arms standing up, and before I could say anything, Aunt Mira just went very still. Her hand stopped halfway to her teacup. She glanced toward the back door and said, very softly, "Don't go outside." Just like that. No explanation. I kinda laughed, like, what? Why? You know when you think someone's being superstitious and you're trying not to be rude? That was me. But the look on her face shut me right up. I've seen that woman burn her fingers on a hot pan without flinching. She looked scared. The music kept going, slow and circling and strange, and we drifted to the kitchen window that looked out over her yard. Behind her house, there's this empty lot, just grass and a couple of trees, usually nothing interesting except stray cats. That night, though, there was this low haze lying over the ground. Not thick, not movie-style fog, just a pale, drifting mist, glowing a little in the moonlight. And in that mist, there were shapes. At first, I honestly thought it was kids, like teenagers doing some kind of weird dance prank or TikTok thing, I don't know. But the longer I stared, the less sense it made. They weren't solid. That's the part I still hate thinking about. They looked like people someone had sketched in smoke. You could see the trees through them when they moved. Some of them were wrong. One had an arm that faded out halfway down. Another didn't seem to be walking so much as gliding, just a few inches above the ground. And one, I will never forget this. One shape was swaying to the music with no clear head at all, just shoulders and that dark, empty space above them where it should have been. In the center of all of this were 2 clearer figures, standing side by side like a couple. The man looked like he was in an old-fashioned suit, the kind you see in black and white wedding photos. The woman was in something light, maybe not pure white, but a pale dress that moved like it was underwater. They were more solid than the rest, but even they looked faded, like memories someone had tried to hold on to too long. The others were circling them, stepping and turning in time with the music. They didn't look angry or wild. That almost made it worse. It felt calm. Calm and completely wrong. Beside me, I heard Aunt Mira whisper, almost to herself, "It's their wedding again." My stomach dropped. "Again?" I asked her. "What do you mean, again?" She shook her head, like she'd already said too much. "They won't come in while I have guests," she murmured. "Just stay here, please. Don't call out to them. Don't answer if they call you." 2 of my friends were with us, Jonah, who jokes about everything, and Lila, who always wants to prove things aren't scary. Jonah snorted and said, "Come on, this is obviously someone with a projector or something. Maybe a speaker in the lot." Lila nodded, already halfway toward the door. "Yeah, I'm gonna go see how they're doing this. It's actually kind of cool." Aunt Mira stepped in front of them. I've never seen her move that fast. "Don't," she said. Her voice cracked a little. "Please, children, don't go out there. Not tonight." Jonah rolled his eyes. "We'll be fine, I promise. 2 minutes. If it's ghosts, I'll bring one back for tea, yeah?" He grinned at her, but she didn't smile. "I am not joking," she said. "They remember who steps into their circle." I could see his expression waver, just a little, but pride is a stupid thing. He shrugged her off gently. Lila squeezed my shoulder and said, "Relax, we'll prove it's some creepy neighbor with a sound system. You'll feel better." I didn't follow. I should have grabbed them, yelled, something, but I didn't. I just stood there with my hand on the back of a chair, watching out the window. They walked across the yard, side by side. The grass was still, the air too warm for that hour. The music kept going, and then, just as they reached the edge of the mist, it stopped. Cut off. One beat, and everything went silent. All the figures turned at once. I can't explain how something half made of fog can turn, but they did. Every smoky outline, every broken limb, every blurred face turned toward Jonah and Lila. Even the headless one shifted like it was looking straight at them. Then they moved. They didn't rush or leap. They just drifted, all together, toward my friends. The mist rose up, thicker, wrapping around the two of them like someone pulling curtains closed. I heard myself say, "Guys?" like they could hear me. My voice sounded so small. For 1 second, literally 1 second, they were silhouettes in the haze, and then the fog folded over itself. The music came back, a little louder, like someone had turned the volume up. When the mist cleared, Jonah and Lila were gone. No scream, no struggle, no falling, no running. Just gone. One heartbeat they were there, next heartbeat they weren't. The circle was complete again, moving around the couple as if nothing had happened. I don't remember deciding to move, but suddenly we were outside. Me and Aunt Mira and the fourth guy who'd stayed frozen in his chair the whole time. The lot felt colder than it had any right to. There were no footprints leading in, no scuff marks, no sign of anybody. The music faded like someone walking away down a long corridor, and the shapes thinned out, losing their edges until they were just fog. Then even the fog was gone. We called the police. Of course we did. There were searches. Dogs, flashlights, people shouting their names. Statements, questions, suspicion. You can imagine how it went. "What do you mean they disappeared in a fog? Were they drinking? Are you sure they left the house?" On and on. For a long time after, I caught myself wondering if I'd just snapped. If we all had some kind of shared breakdown. But you know what? Shared hallucinations don't erase people's phone numbers from your life. They don't stop someone from ever posting again, ever making another call, ever walking through your door. Nothing turned up. No bodies. No footprints past the lot. No camera footage of them leaving the street. Just nothing. Years have passed since that night. I moved away eventually, but I still visit sometimes. Aunt Mira's older now, more fragile, but she still makes too much tea and presses food into my hands when I go. She stared out the same window we'd stood at that night. "Since I was younger than you," she said. "Sometimes they come. Different years, different months, always with the mist, always with the music. Always the same bride and groom, never growing older. They dance, and if someone steps too close, the circle opens." I swallowed. Why didn't you move?" She gave this tired little smile. "You think they stay only with the land? They follow the blood. My mother used to say we live under their promise, so I keep my lights on. I keep my house full when I can." She looked at me then. "It is better to watch them from behind glass than to be watched from inside the ring." She told me that on some nights she still hears the drums. Sometimes she looks out and there are more figures than before, the circle thicker. People she doesn't recognize. And every now and then, she says, she sees familiar faces in that crowd. I didn't want to ask, but I did. "Have you seen them? Jonah and Lila?" She nodded once, slow. "They stand near the edge," she said. "They look happy if you only look quick, like photos, but their eyes do not move. Their smiles do not reach anywhere." I didn't sleep well for weeks after that. Look, I know how this sounds. Spirits, cursed weddings, disappearing in fog. It all sounds like something somebody made up for a late-night radio show. I don't blame you if your first instinct is to explain it away. I used to be that person. Ghost stories were just stories. Creepy fun, nothing more. I'm not that person anymore. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know what took my friends or where they went. I don't know why some old promise or ritual or tragedy keeps replaying itself behind my neighbor's house. All I know is this. If you're ever up late and you hear distant music that doesn't sound like it's coming from anywhere sensible, real drums, real strings, voices humming along, and you look outside and there's a low, slow fog that wasn't there a minute ago, do me a favor. Do yourself a favor. Don't be clever. Don't go prove it's nothing. Just lock the door. Stay inside. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. Still having trouble falling asleep? Don't stress. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. I'm here to help you relax and drift off with paranormal stories from all around the world. And if you're cool with it, share your own paranormal experiences with me too. I absolutely love what I do. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's jump into tonight's paranormal stories. Okay, so this happened a while ago, and even now, talking about it makes my chest feel tight. I'm not someone who jumps straight to ghosts or whatever, but this night, it changed something in me. It was late autumn, not summer, and the air had that cold, damp edge to it. I was over at my neighbor's place across the alley, Mirella, an older Romani woman everyone in our little block adored. You know the type, always slipping you food because you look too thin, always ready with a story or a joke. We were in her tiny kitchen, 4 of us crammed around this wobbly table, drinking strong coffee out of mismatched cups and sharing stupid stories from work. It was one of those slow, cozy nights where nothing is supposed to happen. You can almost feel how ordinary the evening is. And then we heard music. Not from a phone, not from a TV. This was live. You could hear individual things, a drum keeping time, a violin weaving around it, voices singing in a language I didn't recognize. It sounded far away and close at the same time, like it wasn't coming from any direction, just happening around us. The hairs on my arms stood up. Mirella went completely still. She set her cup down very gently, stared toward the back door, and said, in this low, careful voice, "Don't go outside." We kind of laughed at first. You know, nervous giggles. One of my friends, Danny, rolled his eyes like, "Okay, spooky grandma warning, sure." But her face, I'll never forget the way she looked. Not surprised, not confused, just afraid in a way that said, "I know what this is." The music grew clearer. like whoever was playing had moved just a little closer. I glanced through the window over the sink. Behind her house, there's this overgrown field that leads down toward the railway tracks. Usually it's just weeds, trash, nothing special. That night, though, the field looked wrong. There was this low, pale fog settled just above the ground, the way smoke hangs in a bar. And inside that fog, at first I thought my eyes were messing with me. There were shapes, people-shaped, moving slowly. I leaned closer, squinting. My brain tried to file it under kids messing around, but it wouldn't fit. These figures weren't solid. They looked like they were made of smoke, drifting and reshaping around invisible bones. Some of them were missing pieces, an arm fading into nothing, a leg that never touched the ground. One of them, I swear, had no head, but its body still swayed in time with the music, like it was listening anyway. And in the middle of all of them were two clearer silhouettes. A man in what looked like a dark suit, and a woman in a long, pale dress, almost glowing in the thin moonlight. They stood facing each other, like a couple at the center of a dance. The others moved around them in a circle, keeping time with the drums and the violin. They didn't look threatening. That's the worst part. They looked busy, focused, as if we didn't exist. Behind me, I heard Mirella whisper, almost to herself, "They're dancing the wedding again." I turned. "What do you mean, again?" She didn't answer that part. She just said louder, "Nobody goes out. Not while they're here. They don't cross a house with guests inside." She said it like it was a rule, like saying, "Don't touch the stove, it's hot." Something she'd grown up knowing. My other friend Lena shook her head, but you could see the curiosity in her face. "I want to see where it's coming from," she said. "It's just music." Mirella grabbed her wrist. I'd never seen that woman look small until then. "Please," she said, and her voice shook. "Stay inside. Let them finish." Danny gently pulled her hand away from Mirella's. "We'll be right back," he joked. "If the ghosts want me, they can leave a voicemail." I remember wanting to stop them and not moving. I just stood there like an idiot, watching as they slid the bolt, opened the back door, and stepped into the night. We crowded at the window. They walked across the patchy grass toward the fog. The music changed as they moved, like someone had turned the volume down for a beat. The circle of fog people slowed. Then, almost in sync, all of them turned. Every face, if you can call them faces, shifted toward Danny and Lena. The fog thickened around their legs first, then their waists. From where we were standing, it looked like the whole group of figures inhaled at once, and the mist rushed in. I heard Lena say something like, "Do you feel that?" But her voice sounded muffled, like it was coming through water. Then the fog swallowed them completely. Just for a second. The music hit one sharp, loud note, like a bow snapping across strings, and everything went silent. The haze loosened. The circle of figures drifted back into their slow dance, reforming around the couple in the middle. The drum picked up its beat again. Danny and Lena were gone. No scream, no running, no sound of footsteps. One heartbeat they were there, half lit by the porch light, and the next, the space they'd taken up was just empty night. I don't even remember deciding to move. Suddenly I was outside, breath burning in my throat, Mirella behind me, shouting words in her language that I didn't understand. We ran to the spot where I'd last seen them. Nothing. No footprints in the wet grass, no dropped phone, no torn fabric. Just cold air and that fog, already starting to thin out. The music faded, drifting further away, like it was walking itself down the tracks. We called the police. Of course we did. There were statements, searches, flashlights sweeping through the field and along the tracks, dogs brought in, questions repeated over and over. What exactly did you see? Could they have decided to leave together? Are you sure they didn't say where they were going? Try telling people they got taken by music and smoke people at a ghost wedding. Watch how fast their faces shut down into polite disbelief. Days turned into weeks. No calls, no bodies, no cards from a new life somewhere. Just absence. Their social media accounts froze in time. Their rooms stayed half messy, half lived in. Their families kept hoping. I kept replaying that moment with the fog in my head like a loop I couldn't pause. Morella never moved away. She still lives in that house. Sometimes, when I pass by, she's sitting on her little front step with a blanket over her knees, staring toward the railway at the back. She told me, quietly, a couple of years after it happened, "It doesn't happen every year, only when the date lines up right." I didn't ask what that meant. I'm not sure I want to know how often right is. But she said this: "On some nights, when it's cold and the air is heavy, I hear the drum again. It starts soft, like someone practicing far away. If I look out too long..." She paused and her eyes got shiny. I forced myself to ask, "Have you seen them? Danny and Lena?" She nodded once, very slowly. "Yes, they're holding hands. They look so young. They always look the same." I asked her why she stayed there if she knew all this. Why not move? She just shrugged and said, "Someone has to keep the door closed." I still don't know what happened that night. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination. Maybe there's an explanation that fits into science and physics and all the things that make the world feel safe and predictable. But here's what I do know. Before that night, I was the person who heard a ghost story and laughed it off. I'd say, "Yeah, spooky, sure," and then scroll on. Now, when I'm walking home late and the fog is sitting low over the ground, and I think I hear music that doesn't seem to come from anywhere, I go inside. I lock the door. And if you ever find yourself standing in the dark, with a strange melody drifting over the fields and a mist curling around your feet, please, don't be clever. Don't be brave. Just stay inside. You know, every now and then you come across a story that feels wrong. Not because it's gory or because it has some monster jumping out at you, but because even saying its name feels like you're poking at something that doesn't want to be touched. For me, that story is Ushi no Kubi, the cow's head. I stumbled on it when I was doing research for a video about Japanese ghost stories. At first, I thought it would be just another creepy folktale, like a yokai with a tragic backstory, or some vengeful spirit haunting a village. But this one was different, because with Ushi no Kubi, there is no story. No plot written down anywhere, no clear author, no beginning, no middle, no end you can point to. All anyone seems to agree on is this: it's supposed to be the most terrifying story ever told. And that's it. Just a name, the cow's head. Somehow, that alone is enough to scare people. So here's what we do know, if "know" is even the right word. The whispers about Ushi no Kubi go back to Japan's pre-modern times. In some rural areas, when the land was dry and people were desperate for rain, villagers would perform rituals involving cattle. Some stories say they would take the severed head of a cow, or sometimes just its blood, and cast it into a river or a well, praying for rain and survival. It was an offering, one life given in hopes of restoring balance. To them, it wasn't evil, it was sacred. a bargain with something bigger than themselves. But as times changed, those rituals started to look barbaric. People demonized them. The image of the cow's head slowly shifted from sacred offering to something you're not supposed to touch or talk about. A symbol of taboo, of sacrifice, of power that's better left alone. And that's when the rumors really started. Some say that in the late Meiji, or maybe early Showa era, the details always change, which is fitting, there was a thin little book called Ushi no Kubi. According to the old tales, anyone who read it either went insane or died soon after. Supposedly, the authorities got involved. They confiscated every copy, locked them away, maybe even burned them to calm people down. But here's the thing, there's no proof. No title listed in any old catalog, no author's name, no physical copy we can point to. Nothing. Just stories about a story. And somehow, that lack of evidence makes it feel even more dangerous, doesn't it? The less people know, the more they fill in the blanks with their own fears. One version of the legend that really stuck with me is the bus story. You might have heard a variation of it before. They say there was once an elementary school teacher, I'll call him Mr. Hayashi, who took his students on a long bus trip for a school excursion. It was one of those slow, sleepy rides through the countryside. Kids chatting, some dozing off, fields rushing by outside the windows. To pass the time, Mr. Hayashi suggested they tell ghost stories. The students loved the idea. They took turns sharing the usual tales, bathroom ghosts, cursed tunnels, things like that. Everyone laughed and squealed, and it was all harmless fun. Then, when it was his turn, Mr. Hayashi smiled and said something like, "All right, I'll tell you a story that even adults are too afraid to say out loud. It's called Ushi no Kubi." The moment those words left his mouth, the mood shifted. But he brushed it off. Maybe he thought it would be fine. Maybe he didn't really believe the rumors. So he started telling the story. And that's where things get fuzzy. Because no one remembers what he said next. The only thing people agree on is what happened to the bus. Partway through his telling, the bus suddenly lurched and screeched to a stop. The driver's hands were locked around the steering wheel, knuckles white. His face had gone completely pale. Sweat poured down his forehead like he'd just run a marathon. Some students fainted on the spot. Others screamed uncontrollably or burst into tears. A few curled up on the seats, shaking, as if they were trying to shut something out. When other teachers and staff later tried to ask the kids what they had heard, they just shivered or started crying again. Some said they remembered Mr. Hayashi opening his mouth. And then nothing. Just a blank. As for Mr. Hayashi, the man who told the story, they say he was never the same after that trip. He stopped joking with his students, stopped chatting in the teacher's room. He became distant, quiet, like a piece of him had been left on that bus. Some versions say he fell into a deep depression. In others, he simply left the school one day and never returned. But no matter which version you hear, one detail is always the same. Nobody remembers the content of the story he told. They only remember the name, Ushi no Kubi. That's the heart of this legend. It's not about what's inside the story. It's about the whole around it, about the terror that lives in what we don't know. And when you think about the symbol itself, the cow's head, it has layers. In Japanese culture, cows are complicated. They're symbols of strength, patience, and endurance, but they're also linked to sacrifice and death. Historically, when a cow's head was used in a ritual, it wasn't just an object. It was like a vessel, a bridge. People believed it could connect humans and the divine, that through it, they could negotiate with fate. In folklore, too, cows show up in strange places. There's Kudan, a half-human, half-cow creature that appears to warn people of impending disasters. There's Gozu Tenno, a deity associated with plagues and punishment. So when you hear the cow's head, it's not just some random creepy title. It carries echoes of offerings, curses, prophecies, and the price of trying to control forces you don't fully understand. It sounds like something that stands with one foot in the sacred and the other in the damned. Psychologically, that's what makes Ushi no Kubi so powerful. It belongs to this strange category of untellable stories, the kind you're allowed to mention, but not actually describe. You can say, "I know a terrible story called The Cow's Head," but you mustn't tell what happens in it. People claim that if you hear the full story, you'll die within 3 days, or go mad, or be haunted, or whatever the version of the rumor happens to be. Yet, there are no official victims, no hospital records, no police reports, no written text. It's like a horror story that exists as a blank page. And our brains hate blank pages. We're wired to fill gaps. When we don't know the answer to something, we tend to imagine the worst possible scenario. So by giving us nothing but a name and a warning, the legend forces us to create our own version of the terror. In that sense, Ushi no Kubi is almost like a mirror. It doesn't reveal a fixed story. It reflects whatever scares you the most. Of course, myths don't stay buried for long, especially not in the internet age. In recent years, Ushi no Kubi has crept back into pop culture. Some modern horror writers have mentioned it in essays or woven it into short stories, teasing it as the story too horrible to print, but never actually sharing the contents. Publishers have put out horror collections titled things like The Cow's Head and Other Nightmares, using the name as this promise of ultimate fear, but without ever giving you the real Ushi no Kubi. There was even a film, The Cow's Head Hamlet in one version I heard, Cow's Head Village in another, that mixed the legend with rural superstitions and old curses. But again, even in the movie, they only circle around the true story. They never tell it outright. And online? Oh, it thrives there. If you search for Ushi no Kubi, you'll find endless threads, videos, theories, urban legend channels dissecting it from every angle. People share their own imagined versions, or talk about how they almost heard it, or claim they read a fragment somewhere. But no one can show you a definitive, original text. It's just fragments, reactions, fear. The myth spreads, even though there's still nothing at the center. In a way, Ushi no Kubi has become a digital ghost, a self-sustaining story that feeds on curiosity, on clicks, on late-night conversations between people like you and me. So what does all this really say about us? To me, Ushi no Kubi isn't just a Japanese ghost story. It's a quiet, unsettling reflection of how our minds work. We're afraid of the unknown, but we're also drawn to it. We tell ourselves, "I shouldn't look this up," and then we type it into the search bar anyway. We say, "I don't want to know," and then we lean in just a little closer. This legend doesn't need detailed monsters or vivid gore. It only needs a gap, a missing piece, and your imagination will do the rest. The horror doesn't start when someone finishes the story. It starts the moment you think, "Okay, but what is in it?" So let me ask you something directly. If someone you trust sat in front of you right now, looked you in the eye and said, "I know the complete version of Ushi no Kubi. I can tell it to you from beginning to end," would you want to hear it? Would you really? Or would a small, quiet part of you hesitate? Maybe that's the real curse. Not a ghost, not a demon, not a cow-headed monster. Just that unbearable itch of curiosity, battling with the instinct to stay safe. Maybe the wisest choice is the one people have already made for generations. To keep the story untold. To live with the mystery. To let the fear exist, without ever giving it a shape. After all, Ushi no Kubi has survived this long as a story that doesn't technically exist. And maybe, just maybe, that's exactly how it's meant to stay. You know, when people talk about Scotland's Highlands, they usually go straight to the postcards in their mind. Those wild hills, the mist curled into the glens, the way the mountains look almost black against a silver sky. But if you sit still long enough up there, really listen, you start to notice something else. Not just the wind through the heather or the distant rush of water, but a kind of crying. Soft at first, almost like someone trying not to be heard. That's what I want to tell you about tonight, the weeping of the Highlands. Because for centuries, people have said that some of those cries don't belong to the living at all. They belong to three spirits: Ailís, the mourner of the mounds; Mari nan ní, the washerwoman of fate; and Cianod, the weeper of the glens. Different names in different places, but the same thread runs through all of them. Their voices are said to follow death, disaster, and the sort of sorrow that settles into the land itself. Ailís, the mourner of the mounds. So let me start with Ailís. Her name, the old folks say, comes from the same roots as the old Ban Sith, the woman of the fairy hill. Long before people like you and me were wandering around taking photos of the scenery, the families out there believed Ailís cried for them. Not for strangers, just for their own clan. You'd be in a stone cottage somewhere on a stormy night, the fire burning low, and someone would suddenly go quiet and tilt their head, then say, "Do you hear that?" Out beyond the walls, over the sound of the wind, there would be a thin, broken wail, like a woman grieving so hard her voice could barely hold itself together. That was Ailís. Her cry didn't kill anyone. That's the part people sometimes get wrong. She wasn't a murderer. She was a messenger. Her voice meant that a thread in the family line was about to be cut, that someone's time had finally run out. As the old faiths faded and Christianity spread through those valleys, people started to talk about her a little differently. Some said she wasn't just crying for a person anymore. She was crying for the world itself. For children taken too early. For villages emptied by famine. For the way the land kept absorbing one grief after another and still had to bear it. Even now, there are Highlanders who will quietly tell you that if you go far enough into the hills, you might still hear Ailís keening in the distance. They'll shrug and laugh it off in public, of course, but behind closed doors, they'll tell you that death never really goes silent. It just finds new ways to speak. Mari nan ní, the washerwoman of fate. Now Ailís cries from far away, but Mari nan ní, Mari of the washing, comes much closer. Picture this, a foggy highland evening, the kind where the mist sits low and keeps close to the ground. You're walking along a burn, one of those narrow streams with stones that shine like bone under the water. Up ahead, you see a small woman kneeling by the bank. Her skirts are soaked. Her hair hangs in tangled ropes, dripping into the stream. She's scrubbing something in the water. You might think it's just laundry, until you notice the color. Not dirt, not mud, but a deep, dull red that refuses to wash away. Those are the clothes of the soon-to-be dead. Her looks change from story to story. Sometimes she's tiny and fragile, with skin like old parchment and eyes swollen from endless tears. Other times she's almost monstrous, her limbs too long, her feet webbed like a creature of the loch, or her breasts dragging in the water as she bends over the stones. But the rules around her stay mostly the same. If you stumble upon Mary and manage to approach her before she notices you, you have a chance. You can ask her whose clothes she's washing, and she'll tell you who stands on the edge of death. Some say if you gently take the cloth from her hands, you can even trade the fate she's working on for your own, though that's a dark bargain to make. If she sees you first, though, well, then it's your shirt she's wringing out, your blood she's rinsing from the sleeves. People in the highlands used to whisper that this was why you should never walk alone by certain streams after dark. Not because something would attack you, but because you might learn more about the future than your heart could bear. Keonode, the weeper of the glens. Then there's Keonode, not seen, only heard. While Mary is all about the intimate, personal end of things, one life, one shirt, one final breath, Keonode belongs to the big disasters, the ones that leave whole families, even whole valleys, changed forever. Her name, in some stories, just means the keening one. She doesn't show herself. She doesn't wash clothes. She doesn't stand at anyone's door. Instead, she is the voice in the glen before the worst happens. People heard her long before famous events, they say. Low, heartbroken wails along the sides of the hills, sobbing that rose and fell with the wind near the locks. Sometimes it sounded like one woman crying, sometimes like a chorus of them. One of the most repeated tales is tied to the massacre at Glencoe in the late 1600s. In the days before the soldiers began their work, there were reports of a woman's voice echoing through the valley at night, crying as if her heart had already seen what was coming. They say Keonode doesn't just mourn the dead. She mourns what people do to one another, the betrayals, the broken promises of hospitality, the way violence sinks into the soil and never truly leaves. In that way, she's not just a ghostly warning. She's the sound of the land itself grieving. The abbey that wouldn't be silent. You might be thinking, all right, but those are old stories, legends. That's different from real life, isn't it? Let me tell you about a Sunday morning that blurs that line a bit. In the middle of the 1700s, at a place called Fern Abbey up in Easter Ross, there was a collapse during a church service. The old roof finally gave way. Stone and timber crashed down onto the congregation. Dozens died. Some say 30, others say nearer to 40. For our purposes, let's just say it was far too many. In the week leading up to that service, there were reports from the area around Loch Slinn. People heard weeping. Just one woman's voice, they thought, on nights when the water lay flat as glass. No one could see her, but they could point to where the sound seemed to drift from, the far, shadowed shore. There was a young girl from a village a little way off, Cromarty. She swore that, one evening, she'd seen a tall, pale woman standing knee-deep in the loch, washing what looked like a stack of bloodied linen. The girl told her family. They scolded her for making things up. She told the neighbors. They laughed and told her she'd been out too late and frightened herself. Then the roof fell. I want you to picture this with me for a second. It's late evening in the Japanese countryside. The air's heavy and still, the kind of quiet where even the cicadas seem to be holding their breath. Out beyond the rice fields, the sky is fading from orange to deep blue, and the shadows are starting to stretch long and strange. That's where this legend lives. People out there talk about a woman they call Hachishaku-sama. Well, the older folks in my grandparents' village actually called her Hachishaku-sama, with this hushed, careful tone, like even saying the name too loud might draw her attention. They say she's 8 feet tall. Not, wow, that person is really tall, but wrong tall. Too tall to be human. She appears in a long white dress, something like a summer gown, and sometimes a pale coat over it, and she wears this wide-brimmed hat that hides most of her face. If you see her standing next to a stone wall or a fence, Her head and shoulders rise high above it, like she doesn't quite fit inside our world. But it's not her height people are really afraid of. It's the sound she makes. They say you don't see her first. You hear her. A strange, hollow, almost playful sound, like someone trying to imitate the noise of an old train or a distant bell. Po, 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 po. Soft at first, like it's far away, then closer. And once you hear that sound, according to the legend, she's already chosen you. It doesn't matter who you are, kid, adult, grandparent. Once Hachishaku-sama sets her eyes on you, you're supposed to disappear within a few days. No explanation, no body, no trace. Just gone. People in the village say she isn't just a ghost or a demon. She's something older, something that was sealed away a long time ago with prayers and rituals. And as long as those seals hold, she can only drift along the borders of farmland and forest, watching. But seals break, statues crack, talismans rot. And that's where the story I heard really begins. It wasn't some ancient folktale at first. Back in the late 2000s, someone posted about her on an old Japanese bulletin board site, kind of like a huge anonymous message board. The post was just titled something simple, like, "About that tall woman from my grandparents' village." And at first, people thought it was just another scary story. In the post, the storyteller was a kid at the time. Let's call him Ren. Ren said he was staying at his grandparents' place in a quiet rural village one summer. You know the kind of place. Narrow roads, low stone walls, fields stretching out on all sides, and a house that smells like tatami mats and old wood. He'd spend his days catching beetles, playing with the neighbor's dog, just wandering around without a care in the world. One afternoon, he was sitting on the veranda, legs dangling, sipping barley tea and staring out at the fields. It was hot and still, and the air had that sleepy hum to it. That's when he heard it. Po, 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 po. At first, he thought it was just someone messing around, maybe kids playing with a toy or some strange bird call. It sounded dull and echoing, like it was bouncing off something far away. Curiosity got the better of him, so he leaned forward and peered over the low stone wall at the edge of the property. And there she was. So, let me just start from the beginning. After I put up the trail cams, the motion sensor lights, and a few other security things around the property, everything actually calmed down for a bit. For a couple of weeks, it felt like life was finally going back to normal. I could sit on the porch again without feeling like something was staring at me from the trees. But this last week has been an absolute nightmare. Saturday night, I was inside watching TV when I heard something slam onto the roof. Not a branch, not a squirrel. This was heavy. I've got a metal roof, so the sound just exploded through the whole house. My heart dropped into my stomach. I wasn't about to run outside in the dark after everything that's happened out here before, so I waited until morning. Next day, I go out there, and I find the rock. This thing was big, about the size of a bowling ball, maybe a little smaller, and it looked like it had just been pulled out of a creek. Wet, moss on one side, bits of mud packed into the cracks. I just stood there staring at it, trying to wrap my head around it. Here's what messed me up the most. None of my sensor lights had gone off. Not one. So whatever threw that rock had to be standing just far enough back in the tree line to stay out of the light, but close enough to hit the roof. That's not a kid messing around. That's someone, or something, who knows exactly where the edge of the light is. The following night, Sunday, was dead quiet. Almost too quiet. No rocks, no sounds, nothing. I tried to convince myself maybe it was just some punk teenagers passing through, a one-time thing. Then Monday happened. I decided to go back into the woods and have a look around. I wanted to see if I could find footprints, broken branches, anything that might explain who was throwing rocks at my house. I walked maybe 10-15 minutes into the trees when I smelled it. That sickly, heavy, rotten smell. I knew it wasn't just an old log or something dead for months. That kind of smell is fresh. I followed it and found a carcass. This time it was a coyote, or at least, that's what it used to be. Its hind legs were snapped and bent underneath it at these horrible angles, like someone had twisted them around and just left them folded up. I could see blunt force injuries along its side, and the head. The head had been hit so hard the skull was cracked open. Not like something had eaten it, more like it had been smashed. I looked around for tracks. Nothing. No boot prints, no paw prints, no drag marks. The ground was disturbed, sure, but it was like whatever did it barely touched the ground at all. The longer I stood there, the worse I felt. My chest got tight, and I had that feeling like when you realize you're suddenly in the wrong place at the wrong time. I just thought, I shouldn't be here. So I turned around and got out of there. That night, I sat out on the porch for a good while with my firearm next to me. I didn't want to use it. I just felt better having it close. At one point, the sensor light down near the tree line flared on. I snapped my head up, grabbed my flashlight, and shined it toward the woods. Nothing. No movement, no rustling, no eye shine. Just that harsh white light pushing into the trees and stopping, like it hit a wall of darkness. The light went off. I stayed out there a bit longer, listening so hard my ears hurt. Nothing else happened that night. Tuesday came and went without anything strange. Most of Wednesday, too, was quiet. I actually started to relax a little. I remember thinking, maybe whatever it was moved on. Then Wednesday night happened. The hair on my arms stood up immediately. I got that feeling, like someone had just walked into the room and was standing behind me, staring, even though I was outside. I stood up, grabbed my gun in one hand, flashlight in the other, and slowly walked to the edge of the porch. I swept the light along the tree line. At first, I didn't see anything, just trunks and shadows. Then I moved the beam across the bushes directly opposite my driveway. And there they were, two huge glowing eyes staring right at me. They were higher off the ground than any person I've ever seen, maybe 7-8 feet up, easy. They weren't reflecting like a deer's eyes normally do when you hit them with a light. These were a deep yellow, almost amber, and they didn't flicker or move. They just stared. My mouth went dry. I called out, "Hey, whoever's out there, come out where I can see you. I'm armed." What answered me wasn't a person. I heard this low, rumbling growl, like it was rising up out of the ground. It didn't sound like anything I've ever heard in the woods before. It sounded wrong. Almost like there was more than one voice layered in it, if that makes any sense. Like something out of a movie, but real. I thought about firing. I really did. But the way that sound hit me in the chest, the anger in it didn't feel scared of me at all. If anything, it sounded offended. Like I'd just challenged it and it was deciding what to do about it. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it turned. I watched those eyes glide sideways, then dip down as whatever it was moved back into the trees. It didn't crash through the brush like a bear or a person would. It was weirdly quiet, just a few soft rustles, and then nothing. I took one step off the porch to follow and instantly got this gut-deep warning, like my whole body just shouted, "Nope." So I listened. I backed up, went inside, and locked every door and window I have. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I started to nod off in the chair by the living room window, one of the sensor lights outside would flash on. Not just one either, different ones, in different parts of the property. Front yard, side of the house, near the shed. I'd get up, look, shine my flashlight, and see absolutely nothing. This went on at least 3 times. By morning, I felt like I'd been awake for a week. Thursday and Friday were mostly quiet. I did hear one strange vocalization way off in the distance on Thursday evening, kind of like a scream mixed with a moan, but it was so far away I couldn't be sure what it was. Could have been an animal, could have been my nerves. At that point, I honestly didn't trust my own senses. Then came Saturday. Saturday around sundown, I decided I wasn't going to hide inside. I pulled a chair out to the usual spot on the porch, set my flashlight and firearm where I could grab them in an instant, and sat facing the tree line. I told myself I'd stay out there until I either saw something or got too tired to keep my eyes open. For hours, nothing. Crickets, occasional breeze, an owl somewhere back in the woods. It was almost peaceful. Close to midnight, I was just starting to think about going in when I heard movement directly in front of me. Not off to the side, not far away, straight ahead, in the same patch of woods where I'd seen those eyes before. Leaves crunching, something shifting its weight. Slow, deliberate steps. I stood up, grabbed my gun, and pointed it toward the sound, my flashlight ready but not on yet. I didn't want to blind myself in case it rushed me. I waited. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. For a few seconds there was nothing, just silence. Then all hell broke loose. It sounded exactly like a hailstorm, but the sky was clear. I stumbled, almost fell, and that's when I fired a warning shot up into the air. The second the shot rang out, the barrage stopped. For half a heartbeat, everything went quiet. Then I heard it. A scream tore out of the woods, high, long, and absolutely full of rage. I've never heard a human scream like that. I've never heard an animal scream like that either. It was... I don't know how to describe it. It had this feeling in it, like I'd heard its pride more than anything. Right after the scream, something huge took off deeper into the forest. I could hear branches snapping, bushes whipping, heavy footfalls pounding the ground. Whatever it was fast. Faster than anything that big has any right to be. And then, it was gone. I was shaking. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared out of my mind. But I still sat out there for another couple of hours, just in case it came back. I told myself that if it did, I wasn't firing into the air next time. Thankfully, nothing else happened that night. Now it's Monday. I've had maybe a few hours of broken sleep in the last few days. I'm exhausted, and yeah, I'm terrified. I can admit that. I know how this all sounds. If I was on the other side of this, just hearing the story, I might roll my eyes and think it's made up. But I swear to you, on my mother's grave, every word I'm telling you is true as I experienced it. The rock, the carcass, the eyes, the growl, the scream, the rocks hitting my house. My buddy Mark told me to come stay with him in town for a while, and honestly, I'm starting to think I should have taken him up on it. But this is my home. I've put everything I have into this place. I don't want to be chased out of it. I'm sharing this because I don't know what else to do. If you know anything about what this could be, or if you've experienced something similar, I'd really appreciate any advice, any tips, anything you've got. Because whatever is out there, it knows my property now. And it knows I know it's there. So, let me tell you what's been going on in my house, because at this point, I honestly don't know if I'm being paranoid, or if something really is going on. I moved into this remodeled triplex last June 2024. It looked super clean and fresh. New floors, new paint, the whole Pinterest thing. So I wasn't expecting anything weird. For the first couple of months, everything was totally normal. Then the noises started. It's always toward the back of the house, right by my room. At first, it was just these random banging and scratching sounds. My roommate Maya and I figured it was our neighbor or his big old dog bumping around next door. But then it kept happening when we knew they were out of town. No car in the driveway, lights off, total silence over there. And yet we'd still hear this knocking and scratching along the back wall. One night it got so loud that Maya literally sat up on the couch and said, "Is someone at the back door? That sounded like pounding." We checked. Nobody was there. Back gate was locked. Porch was empty. It wasn't every night, just often enough that we couldn't totally ignore it, but random enough that we'd laugh it off and blame the wind or the pipes. You know how you do that thing where you gaslight yourself so you can still sleep? Yeah, that. Then the other stuff started. So the bathroom closest to my room, same part of the house as the noises, has this little cabinet over the toilet. I kept finding the cabinet door open. At first, I thought it was a bad hinge or that one of my roommates was just forgetful. I tightened the screws, closed it firmly. Next day, open again. I finally asked, "Hey, is one of you leaving the cabinet door open all the time?" They both looked at me like I was accusing them of a crime. They were like, "No? We thought you were doing that. We've noticed it open too." Around the same time, my bedroom closet door started doing this thing. I'm super particular about that door because my cat, Nori, used to pee in closets when she was stressed in my old place. So I always make sure it's shut. It has one of those old knobs where you actually have to turn it all the way to get it open. It doesn't just drift or pop open on its own. But I'd come home from work or from hanging out with friends, walk into my room, and the closet door would be cracked open. Not wide, just open enough to notice. The first time I thought, okay, I must have rushed out and forgotten. Then it happened again, and again. And after like the fourth time, I was like, no, I know I closed you. We kept telling ourselves, it's just an old house. Houses settle. Doors shift. You know, everything kind of escalated 2 weeks ago. We decided to have a small get-together. Nothing huge, just a handful of friends on the back patio. Music low, snacks, drinks, typical weekend stuff. My friend Lila brought her new boyfriend, Daniel. It was his very first time at our place. He had absolutely no idea about any of the weird stuff. No ghost stories, no hints, nothing. At one point, Daniel went inside to use the bathroom. Again, that same bathroom near my room with the weird cabinet. We were all still outside, talking and laughing. Later that night, after most people had left, Lila told me what Daniel had said on the drive home. Apparently, when he came out of the bathroom, he heard loud banging down the hallway, toward the back, right by my room. He thought we were playing a prank on him, like trying to spook the new guy. Then he told her something that honestly gave me full-body chills. Here's the thing. My bedroom door had been shut the entire time, and every single person was outside on the patio. No one was in the hallway. No one was in my room. Lila only told him later about the noises and the doors. He had no context when it happened. That's when it started feeling less like quirks of an old house, and more like something else. We found out from our landlord that my room used to be a kid's bedroom before the remodel. For some reason, that has just stuck in my head. A small figure, a child's room. Everything centered on that part of the house. And then there's Nori. Since we moved in, she has been peeing on my bed once or twice a week. She has never done this in all the years I've had her. I took her to the vet, full workup. No UTI, no kidney issues, blood work totally normal. The vet said it might be stress. When I thought about the timing, I realized it started around the same time as the banging and scratching. It wasn't immediate when we moved in, just once the weird stuff started, so did the bed peeing. Lately, she's been extra clingy at night. This cat has never been a cuddler. She's always been Miss Independent, foot of the bed, chair in the corner, anywhere but right next to me. But for the last month or so, she's been sleeping pressed against me, right up against my side or my chest, every single night. If I roll over, she scoots closer. All of that together, the sounds, the doors, the guest who saw something, my cat acting totally out of character. It just feels like more than old house noises. It really does feel like something is attached to that end of the house, to my room. We jokingly said we'd sage the place, but recently that's felt less like a joke and more like maybe something we should actually do. For the longest time, I kept asking myself, okay, if this is something, is it benevolent? Is it just there? Or is it malicious? I mean, I don't feel like I'm being attacked, but I also don't feel totally at ease. It's like living with a roommate who never pays rent and occasionally freaks you out. And then the scream happened. This was just the other night. I should have updated sooner, but life got busy, and also I think part of me was just trying to pretend it didn't happen. So, 2 nights ago, my friend Evan was over. We were in my room, just hanging out, talking, getting a little snuggly. You know, nothing wild, but definitely in our own little bubble. My roommate Maya was in the living room, watching TV by herself. Doors open, normal evening. We're mid-conversation, relaxed, everything totally fine. And then out of nowhere, we both hear this loud female voice scream, "No!" It was sharp, clear, and it sounded like it came from the foot of my bed. Not the hallway, not the TV. Right there, in the room with us. We both froze instantly. I remember we just stared at each other, eyes huge, not even breathing. It felt like all the air got sucked out of the room. After a second, Evan was like, "Stay here, I'm gonna check." I did not want him to leave, but I also didn't want to walk out there myself, so I just sat totally rigid on the bed while he did a full sweep of the house. He checked the hallway, the kitchen, the bathroom, the back door, everything. Then he went to the living room and asked Maya, "Hey, did you just yell, or was that from your show?" She looked at him completely confused and said, "No? What are you talking about?" He asked, "You didn't hear someone scream no?" And she was like, "No, I didn't hear anything." Here's the important part. The walls in this place are thin. Like, if someone drops a fork in the kitchen, I hear it in my room, muffled, but there. I can usually catch most conversations as this kind of hum through the wall. When Evan came back to my room, he just looked at me and said, "Okay, I definitely heard it. That wasn't just you." We both agreed it was a female voice. We both heard the word "no" super distinctly. And yeah, that kind of killed the vibe for the night. Afterward, I called another friend of mine, Jess, who's also a vet and pretty open to spiritual stuff. I told her everything, especially about Nori's behavior. She said it's possible my cat is trying to mark the bed as her territory and, in a way, trying to protect me, like she's claiming the space around me as hers. So now I'm lying in this weird in-between space. Part of me is skeptical and trying to keep everything logical, and another part of me is like, something is going on here. The noises, the cabinet and closet doors, the shadow Daniel saw, the way it all revolves around my room. Nori peeing and then suddenly turning into my tiny bodyguard. And now this loud, disembodied scream telling us no, right when things were getting intimate. I don't know if whatever's here is trying to protect me, warn me, or just freak me out for fun. But it definitely feels like things have escalated. We're still talking about cleansing the place, maybe saging, maybe getting someone who actually knows what they're doing to come by. I'm trying to stay respectful of whatever it is, while also reclaiming my space, because it's my home too. So that's where I'm at, sleeping with a clingy cat, listening for bangs in the night, and trying to figure out if the roommate I never invited is actually on my side or not. Hey guys, welcome back to Paranormal M. It's finally time to sit down together and talk about some creepy stories. It's been a long day, so let's just relax for a bit. Thank you so much to everyone who sent in their paranormal experiences. And if you've got more stories of your own, don't be shy. Send them my way. Before we jump into today's tales, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. So, hey, I'm Lila, and since it's October, I figured it's finally time to talk about the house I grew up in. I always feel like I have to start with, I'm not some amazing storyteller. I didn't write this all out as a novel or anything. I'm just going to talk to you the way I'd tell a friend at like 1 a.m. on the couch with the lights off. Most of this happened in the early 2000s, when I was a kid, in my mom's house. From as far back as I can remember, I was terrified of one specific part of that house. My mom's bedroom and the main bathroom next to it. The rest of the place felt fine, but that hallway? I would speed walk past it like it was a cliff edge. At first there wasn't really a reason, it was just this gut feeling, that heavy, watched feeling. Then my stepdad Mark got sick. He had lung cancer. He ended up on hospice in my mom's bedroom, and that's where he died when I was 9. After that, the house just changed. One of the first things that started happening was the back door. When Mark was alive, he had bad insomnia. He'd be up all night, pacing around, going outside to smoke or just get air. His routine was always the same. Door open, footsteps to the yard, a pause, footsteps back, door close, lock. After he died, that exact routine kept happening. I'd be in bed late at night and suddenly hear the back door open, footsteps across the tile, a pause, the back door again. It would close, then that tiny metallic click of the lock. I was 9, absolutely terrified, and there was no way I was getting up to check. I'd just lie there stiff as a board thinking, nope, no thank you. I'm good right here. When I told my mom about it, she'd just sigh and say, "You're hearing the neighbors," or "You're imagining things." But my older sister Jess heard it too. We'd look at each other down the hallway some nights like, "You heard that, right?" And we didn't even have to say it out loud. One night, not long after, I couldn't sleep and decided to crash in the living room. Now this was before smartphones. No scrolling, no Netflix on a tablet, just me, a couch, and the dark. I remember just lying there, kind of staring around, letting my mind wander, when I heard footsteps come up behind the couch. Not from the hallway, from directly behind me. Instant goosebumps. That buzzing feeling under your skin when you know you're not alone. I squeezed my eyes shut and pretended to be asleep, because in my kid brain, if I looked like I was sleeping, maybe whatever it was would, I don't know, go away. Then I heard my name. Lila. Lila. It was my mom's voice. Clear, soft, just above a whisper. She said my name maybe 3 times. I could feel someone behind me, like they were standing over me, staring down. I did not move. I just kept breathing slow and shallow, pretending to sleep until, eventually, I really did fall asleep. The next morning at breakfast, I asked my mom, "Hey, did you come into the living room last night and say my name?" She looked at me and said, "No, honey, I was asleep." I told her it sounded exactly like her voice, and that something was standing behind the couch. She brushed it off, told me I was being paranoid, making things up. After that, I pretty much swore I would never spend another night in that living room if I could help it. My mom is still like that, by the way. Denies everything. To this day, she won't admit that house is even a little bit haunted. She'll just laugh and say we watched too many horror movies. But my sister? Jess had her own stories. One time she was furious and came into the kitchen where my mom and I were. She was like, "Okay, whoever keeps opening my bedroom door in the middle of the night, stop. It's freaking me out." She said sometimes she could feel something tugging at her while she slept, like something was grabbing her feet or pulling at her blanket, enough to wake her up. That's when we really started comparing notes for the first time. I told her that in my room I felt okay, like it was my little safe bubble, but the moment I stepped out, I felt watched, constantly. I would literally sprint back to my bedroom if I had to use the bathroom at night. She told me about this one night when my mom was remodeling the house. I was sleeping over at a friend's, so Jess had to sleep alone in the living room. She said she woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of banging all around the kitchen, like cupboards or drawers slamming. It went on for a bit, then just stopped. When she finally fell asleep again, she had this horrible nightmare. She said in the dream she was being chased around the house by 3 old women, just circling the same rooms over and over, these old women getting closer and closer. Same house, same layout. She woke up terrified. When I was around 11, I had my friend Bree over. My mom wasn't home, and my grandpa, well, we all called him Papa Joe, was supposed to pick us up later so we could stay the night at his place. Bree and I were in my room with the door closed. I was packing an overnight bag, just throwing clothes in, talking about nothing, when we heard it. From the kitchen, this loud stomping. Heavy, fast footsteps. They ran from the kitchen straight down the hallway to my bedroom door, and then stopped. Right outside. Bree and I just stared at each other, eyes huge. I remember whispering, "Nope, nope, we're not doing this." I opened my bedroom window, and the 2 of us climbed out like we were escaping a movie. I called my grandpa from the front yard and asked if he could pick us up earlier. We sat on the porch until his car turned into the driveway, and neither of us went back inside until he was there. Another time when I was about 12, my cousin Tasha came over in the afternoon. It was still light out, around 5. My mom wasn't home again. This is a theme, by the way. And Tasha asked if she could take a shower. I told her, "Yeah, sure, but the extra towels are in my mom's room. You'll have to go in there." Now, I was not going in that bedroom. I would avoid that room at all costs, even during the day. But Tasha didn't really believe in anything spooky, and it was daylight, so I figured she'd be fine. She went down the hallway, turned into my mom's room, and I went back to messing around in my bedroom. Then I heard her scream, like blood-curdling, panicked screaming, followed by the sound of her running. I rushed into the living room just in time to see her bolt out of my mom's room and straight toward the front door. I didn't even ask questions. I just unlocked the door, and we both ran out onto the front porch. She was breathing hard, pointing back at the house, trying to explain what happened. When she finally calmed down, she told me she'd gone into my mom's bathroom, flipped on the light, and in the corner of the room, she saw a tall shadow figure just standing there. Not moving, just there. She said as soon as she realized she was looking at a person-shaped shadow that shouldn't be there, she turned and ran. I told her, "Yeah, no, we are not staying here tonight." We called Papa Joe again, and he took us to his place. Honestly, that became my little survival strategy. If I heard anything too weird while I was alone, I'd just wait out on the porch until someone came home. By the time I was 14, my sister Jess had moved out, but her old room was still there, door usually wide open, dark at night. It got to the point where these things were almost routine. Not normal, but familiar. If it had been every single night, maybe it would have become just an annoyance, but I never completely got used to it. Every time it happened, that same fear would hit. There was this one stretch when my mom went on a trip to visit the guy who eventually became my second stepdad. While she was gone, Jess came back to stay a few nights and drive me to school. The first night she was there, we were in the kitchen loading a bowl into her new little glass bubbler. We were being very responsible teenagers, of course. As we're standing there, we suddenly hear banging coming from her old bedroom. Not a single thump, more like loud knocks against the wall. We looked at each other. She kind of half smiled and said, "Okay, that's probably just Mark mad I'm letting you smoke in his house." We both laughed, shrugged it off, and nothing else happened that night. A little later that year, I had 2 friends stay over, Bree again, and a newer friend named Rowan. The day was totally normal. We watched movies, ate junk food, the usual. When it got late, I decided I'd be brave and let them take my bedroom while I slept on the couch. Part of me felt like I was being protective, like, if anything weird's gonna happen, better it happens to me than to them. It was around 4 in the morning. I was lying on the couch with my phone, just mindlessly scrolling, when I heard the back door. Open, close. At that point, I was used to that sound. That was Mark's routine, and usually, nothing else came with it. So I ignored it. Then I heard the crinkle and release of a trash bag. It sounded like someone was messing with the garbage in the back room, lifting the bag and letting it drop. Again, I tried to ignore it. I was tired and honestly kind of annoyed. Then the footsteps started. Slow, deliberate steps coming toward the living room. I turned over to face the back of the couch, toward my bedroom door, and shut my eyes. My heart was pounding, but I was stubborn. I was like, I'm not giving this thing the satisfaction of watching me freak out. The footsteps came closer and closer until they stopped right behind the couch. I could feel that same staring sensation again, like we were in some kind of standoff. It probably lasted 10, maybe 15 seconds, but it felt like forever. Then my bedroom door opened. I still didn't move. I just kept my eyes closed. Then I felt someone nudging my shoulder. "Lila, hey, wake up." I opened my eyes and it was Bree. I was honestly shocked it was her and not something else. She climbed onto the couch with me and said, "Something's grabbing my blanket and my feet. It keeps pulling at them. I'm freaked out." I told her as calmly as I could, "Yeah, weird stuff happens sometimes. Let's just hang out here. It's usually better when there's more than one person." She said Rowan was still asleep and hadn't noticed anything. I told Bree what had just happened to me with the footsteps and the trash bag, and she got even more freaked out. So we put on Adventure Time and tried to joke a little until the sun came up. The next morning, we asked Rowan if anything happened to her. She said no. Honestly, I got the vibe she thought we were just trying to scare her because she was new. Around that time, my mom let her new partner move in, my second stepdad. Let's call him Eric. He'd been living with us maybe a week when he and I went out to run errands together. We were just driving, listening to the radio, when he glanced over at me and said, "Hey, do you think your house is haunted?" I just about jumped out of the seat. "Oh my God, yes! Did you see something? What happened?" I was so relieved that an adult might actually believe me. I got chills instantly. I told him, "And that is exactly why I avoid that bedroom. I won't go in there alone. There has always been something in there." He told me he'd mentioned it to my mom and she'd told him he was paranoid, that nothing like that ever happens. Classic. He and I swapped stories the whole ride. Later, after he'd been there a while, he admitted that whenever he walked past Jess's old room, he'd see a shape in the corner of his eye, like a person standing right inside the doorway. Fast forward a bit. I'm older now, but weird things still happen in that house. I refuse, like flat out refuse, to be in there alone. Even when I go over to help my mom clean, I'll do the kitchen, the living room, whatever. But when it's time to clean her bedroom and bathroom, she has to be in there with me. She'll laugh, roll her eyes, say I'm dramatic, but she stays. She sits on the bed scrolling her phone or folding laundry while I do the dusting and vacuuming, and I feel slightly less like I'm going to turn around and see a shadow in the corner. Eric still occasionally tells me about weird stuff that happens when they're there alone. Jess and I still talk about growing up in that creepy house, swapping which memories still make our skin crawl. I know some people don't believe in this stuff, and that's okay. I'm not here to convince anyone. It just felt right to finally say it all out loud, especially in October. So yeah, that was my childhood house, the one I still won't stay in by myself. Happy October! So, this is going to sound made up, especially because it happened on Halloween night of all nights. But I promise you, I'm telling it exactly how I remember it. My name's Emma, and my partner, let's call him Alex, and I live together in this lower ground floor flat in one of those classic British Victorian terraced houses. You know the type. High ceilings, slightly crooked floors, and more creaks than a box of old floorboards. Now, I'll be honest, I'm very suggestible. I do believe in ghosts and the paranormal. I love spooky stories. I watch all the haunted house documentaries, probably not helping myself there. Alex, on the other hand, does not believe in any of that. He's the super rational one. Over time, being with him, I kind of trained myself to brush weird things off. Every odd noise, every strange feeling, I just tell myself, it's the pipes, it's the neighbors, it's the wind, calm down. And honestly, nothing truly weird had ever happened in this flat. Just the usual old building stuff. Creaks in the night, radiators making dramatic noises, that sort of thing. So, Halloween night, we stayed up later than we should have. Alex was at his PC with his headphones on, playing some game, and I was curled up on the sofa with a book. We finally went to bed at about 1:30 a.m. because we were both working from home the next day and thought, it's fine, we can sleep in a little. For the past couple of weeks, I've been taking these herbal sleep tablets called Dream Ease to help me get a better night's sleep. They're over the counter, nothing wild, but they do give me some odd, vivid dreams sometimes. Since I struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep, I figured they were worth a try. Not long after I nodded off that night, I got this really strange feeling, like someone was standing over me. You know when you're asleep but you suddenly become aware of the room? That kind of thing. I thought maybe Alex had woken up to go to the loo or get a drink of water or something. So I opened my eyes. At the end of the bed, there was this human-shaped figure, completely dark, like a silhouette cut out of pitch black. It looked tall, taller than Alex, just standing there at the foot of the bed. At first, my brain did the logical thing. Oh, that's just Alex. Maybe he's looking for his phone or something. But as I tried to really focus on it, I realized I couldn't. It was like trying to bring something into focus when you don't have your glasses on. It was there, but not quite solid. And then this horrible, creeping feeling washed over me. Just wrong. Like the air had gone cold inside my chest. I got so spooked that I squeezed my eyes shut, took a breath, and then forced myself to look again. When I opened my eyes the second time, the big figure wasn't there anymore. But I saw these smaller, shifting shadows in the same area, almost like they were breaking apart and fading away. Little patches of darkness sort of dissolving into the rest of the room. At that point, I told myself, okay, Emma, it's the dreamies. It's just a weird, half-awake dream. You're imagining it. I rolled over, pulled the duvet up, and somehow managed to fall back asleep. A bit later, I don't know how long, maybe an hour, I woke up again with that exact same feeling. Someone was in the room. I didn't hear anything, I just felt it. You know when your skin knows before your brain does? That. But this time, I refused to open my eyes. I was scared, and I also didn't want to feed into it. I literally thought, if I don't look, it'll just go away. It's all in my head. So I stayed perfectly still, eyes closed, heart pounding, and eventually drifted off again. So we're in the kitchen making coffee. The kettle's boiling. The usual slow start to a work-from-home day. And Alex goes, totally casually, "I had such a weird night's sleep. I was exhausted and passed out straight away. But then I woke up suddenly because I felt like there was someone in the room." And I just froze. I stared at him and asked, "What do you mean, someone in the room?" He says, "I don't know. It just felt like someone was there, like a presence." I actually sat up and looked around, looked at the door, but there was nothing, so I just went back to sleep. And I swear to you, my whole body went cold. I got full-on chills, because that was exactly how I had felt. So I told him what happened to me. The dark figure at the end of the bed, the smaller shadows, the feeling of someone in the room, and how I'd woken up twice. I also asked him, "Do you remember roughly what time that was?" And he goes, "Not long after we went to bed, maybe a little after 2?" Which is exactly when it happened to me. At that point, I just looked at him like, "Okay, Mr. Skeptic, explain that." Even he didn't have a neat, logical answer. He tried to. He said maybe we were both half awake and influenced by all the spooky Halloween stuff, or maybe some shared sleep disturbance. But you could see on his face that it unsettled him. To try and comfort me, he said, "Maybe it was just one of our grandparents checking in on us, making sure we're all right." And I appreciated that. I really did. It was sweet. But the feeling I had that night wasn't comforting. It wasn't warm or protective. It felt heavy and uneasy and dark. Not evil necessarily, just wrong. So now we're both a bit freaked out. I'm sitting there like, are we losing it? Is this some kind of sleep paralysis thing? Was it our brains syncing up in a weird way? Or was it something else? I still don't really know. All I know is that 2 people in the same room on the same night both woke up with the feeling that someone was there who shouldn't have been, and one of us actually saw something. And yes, before you ask, I absolutely went out later that day and bought sage. Whether it's for the vibes, the ritual, or just to make myself feel like I'm doing something, I don't know. But that night, I opened all the windows, lit the sage, and gently but very firmly told anything that wasn't paying rent to kindly get out of our flat. If nothing else, it made me feel a little less powerless. And that's the story of our Halloween night, when the shadows came to visit. So, let me tell you a story. I was born in the Philippines, up in Luzon, the northern part of the islands. My mom was from Laguna, from this small town called Calauan, the one famous for pineapples. My dad's side was from Pangasinan, where there's more salt than you'd think a person could ever need. Salt beds, sea breeze, the works. Now, my family? Very Catholic. Rosaries on rearview mirrors, calendars with saints, the whole package. But even with all the statues and novenas, there was always this quiet understanding that there's more going on than what we see. Old beliefs don't really die, they just learn to whisper. One of my earliest memories, I must have been about 4, is of visiting my mother's village. It was a rushed trip. Usually we'd leave Metro Manila early in the morning and get to Calauan by lunchtime. But that time, everything was scrambled. We left late, got stuck in traffic, and by the time we reached my Lola Nena's house, it was already dark. I remember the air felt heavy, like it knew something I didn't. We barely stayed at the house. We hurried straight to the barangay hall, the community center, because there was something going on. When we got there, the place was full. Not just relatives, but half the town, it felt like. People were quiet, tense. The grown-ups moved like they were carrying invisible weights, sadness, anger, fear. I was too young to understand any of it, and in a crowd like that, a little kid just becomes background noise. My mom was busy with whatever urgent thing had brought us there. My dad was talking to relatives. Everyone had something to do except me. I was standing near the edge of the crowd when I saw my youngest uncle. Let's call him Tito Ruel. He was barely older than a teenager in my memory, still with that mix of boyish grin and awkward grown-up clothes. He was the only one who really looked at me. "You're bored, no?" he said, smiling. And before I could even answer, he squatted down and offered me his back. "Come on, let's go for a walk." The next thing I remember is sitting on his shoulders, my small hands buried in his thick hair, my cheek resting against the top of his head sometimes. He walked us through the quiet streets of Calauan, playing tour guide like he'd practiced the role. "That's the church," he said, lifting my hand to point. "That's where we used to skip catechism and play outside." We passed the town's pineapple statue, the one that looked both proud and slightly ridiculous in the middle of the plaza. We went down those tree-lined streets where houses sat shoulder to shoulder, like old neighbors gossiping. On either side of the road, there were these stone-lined canals, open gutters really, where water trickled along. I remember leaning over from his shoulders, fascinated, seeing these tiny frogs and snails in the water. "When I was your age," he told me, "there used to be little fish in there. We'd try to catch them for fun. Now, just these guys." I don't actually remember the walking part very clearly. What I remember is the feeling of being carried. His hands on my ankles so I wouldn't fall. The way he'd reach up, take my hand, and point at things like a tour guide who was proud of his little town. Eventually, we went back to the community center. The lights were harsh. The air was stuffy with incense and sweat and whispers. Tito Ruel lifted me off his shoulders and set me down near the doorway. He said something like, "Okay, go to your mom now." And just like that, he melted back into the crowd. "Where did you go?" she demanded. She was not the eldest sibling, but she was the one everyone listened to, and someone was supposed to have been watching me. I told her, very matter-of-factly, I was with Tito Ruel. He showed me the town. I don't remember their exact faces, but I do remember the mood shift, confusion, then this sort of tightness. They thought I was making up stories, trying to avoid getting scolded for wandering off. Anyway, it was late. They finally brought me inside. I remember the central room, packed with relatives and neighbors. At the front, surrounded by flowers and candles, was a wooden box. I didn't know the word for it then. Later, I'd learned it was called a coffin. I walked closer, curious, and there he was. My Uncle Ruel. Lying very still, hands folded, dressed neatly like he was going to church. His face looked calm, like he was just sleeping. I tugged at someone's hand, I think it was my aunt's, and asked, "Why is Tito Ruel sleeping there? I was just with him." That was the night someone first explained death to me. They told me he was gone, that what I'd seen in the coffin was his body, but that he himself, his soul, his spirit, however they phrased it, was already with God. But all I could think was, he had just walked me around town. He had just carried me on his shoulders. He had just pointed out the church and the pineapple and the frogs in the gutter. Looking back, maybe my little brain just wanted him so badly to still be there that it stitched together something comforting. Or maybe, and I'm just telling you how it felt, maybe he saw me standing alone and decided to give me one last tour. The next day we had the funeral. There was a church service, then a slow walk to the cemetery. It was my first time in a graveyard. The path we took between the tombs felt familiar. I recognized some turns, some corners, like I'd already walked them the night before, on his shoulders. I remember my family crying at the grave, and me just standing there, not fully grasping what never again meant. I didn't understand that from that moment on, no matter how many new babies were born or who married into the family, in my mind, it would always feel like we were becoming fewer. That was my mother's side. My father's side was different. He came from land. Not so much piles of cash, but hectares of it, fields and orchards. Land is its own kind of power. I was more afraid of my dad than close to him when I was a kid. My mom was home, softness, warmth. My father was thunder. But one time, they took me to visit his parents, way out where his family name came from. And like always, I wandered off. I didn't know anyone there. Looking back, most of our trips were probably to my mom's side of the family, or I was just too young to remember his. There are old photo albums of me even tinier than in this story, smiling on beaches in Mindanao, and I have zero memory of the plane rides or any of it. Anyway, my grandparents' place on my dad's side sat near this big expanse of green, different kind of trees than in Laguna. They were laid out in these odd, almost geometric rows, but behind them rose a thicker, wilder wall of forest. I would learn later that the neat rows were our family's orchard. Back then, I just saw trees and thought, adventure. So I slipped away. You'd think I'd be scared, but I wasn't. No matter how dark it got between the trunks, I could always see slices of the sky above. The pale shape of the sun filtered through the leaves. It felt like the jungle itself was, I don't know, watching out for me, not stalking me. Eventually, the trees began to thin out. The ground got sandier under my feet. The smell changed, less earth, more salt. Then suddenly, I was on a beach. White sand, not the grayish kind you get near a busy port, but the soft, almost powdery kind that squeaks under your toes. The sea in front of me was a greenish blue, and the sky above it was this endless dome of light. The only man-made thing there, aside from me, was a wooden cross. Not polished or fancy like the ones in church, just two rough beams tied together, planted near the edge of the sand. I didn't go near it. Even as a kid, I knew better than to mess with crosses in the middle of nowhere. I was already somewhere I probably wasn't supposed to be. I didn't know how to swim yet, so I stayed close to shore. I let the waves chase my feet, running back and forth, going only knee-deep when I felt particularly brave. I don't know how long I played like that, but kids have a special talent for losing time when they're happy. Then the sun started to dip, the light turning more golden and slanting across the water. And that's when it hit me. I did it again, I thought. I'd wandered off. They were going to be furious. I turned back toward the line of trees and realized I had absolutely no idea which path I'd taken. For a moment, my fear of getting lost wrestled with my fear of getting yelled at. But eventually the fear of my dad's anger won. So I took a deep breath and walked back into the trees anyway. The forest I went into did not feel like the same forest I came out of. Before, everything had been curiosity and wonder. Now every crack of a twig made me jump. Every patch of shadow looked too dark. I couldn't see my own footprints. I had no idea where home was from here. But whenever I froze, not sure whether to go left or right, I would get this pull. Not a voice, not a light, just a feeling that something, someone, further in was saying, this way. So I'd look up. The sun was still up there somewhere, a pale promise through the leaves. I'd look down, and somehow, there was always a thin gap in the plants that could be a path if I decided to believe it was. So I followed those little invitations. Walk a bit. Stop. Feel that tug again. Adjust. Walk some more. Eventually, the wildness softened. Order returned. I stepped out between two rows of trees and realized I was back in the orchard, just a few lines away from where I'd started my adventure. I ran back to my grandparents' house, heart pounding, legs tired, sand still clinging to my ankles. The adults were frantic. Some relatives had already gone out looking for me. My grandmother grabbed me and checked me over, like I might have grown a second head while I was away. I, being a very straightforward little kid, blurted out, "I didn't know we were so rich we had our own beach." They just stared at me. The next day, we piled into vehicles and drove around town. They wanted to show me where the family name came from. I pressed my face to the window, looking for that quiet beach. There wasn't one. We drove further north and finally hit the real coastline. There were boats, people, houses, noise. It wasn't empty at all, but the curve of the land, the way the shore bent left and right, felt eerily similar to the beach where I'd been playing the day before. Growing up, I heard classmates and relatives talk about spirits and unseen things like they were always evil. Demons, tricksters, things to be afraid of. And I get it. A lot of people have stories where those things don't feel kind. But for me, as strange as it sounds, I never felt hunted. I felt watched over. If not loved, then at least guided. Years later, I moved to America. The landscapes changed. Pine forests instead of jungles, mountains and lakes instead of rice fields and mango trees. Every now and then, out on a hike or sitting alone in some quiet park, I'd feel a familiar presence in the rustle of leaves or the way sunlight found me through branches. It was gentler there, quieter, or maybe I had already learned to doubt myself by then. The older I got, the more I tried to explain things away, to file them under memory glitches, childhood imagination, coincidence. It felt safer to trust logic than to admit that maybe, just maybe, something had reached out to me in those in-between spaces. But when I really sit with those memories, my uncle's shoulders under my hands, the hidden beach at the end of the orchard, the invisible guidance in the trees, I don't think about horror stories. I think about how, in the moments when I was small and lost and alone, I never truly felt abandoned. Whatever it was, memory, spirit, imagination, grace, I felt accompanied. And that feeling has stayed with me, even when I pretend it hasn't. Okay, so, let me just tell this to you like I would if we were sitting on the couch together. My brother, I'll call him Leo, was 17 when he passed away really suddenly. It was one of those moments where your whole life gets ripped in half in a single day. And Leo, man, he was obsessed with this one video game. It was his comfort place, his happy place, his stay up way too late and yell at the TV place. You know the type. After he died, me and my sister, Nora, started playing that same game a lot more. At first, it was just to feel close to him, like we were stepping into his little world for a bit. Over time, it just became our thing. We'd hop on at night, run some matches, talk about him, laugh about his old rage quits. It was kind of our way of keeping him in the room. So, last night, we were playing duos, that's teams of two, and we'd only been in the match for maybe 2 minutes. We dropped way out on the edge of the map, deliberately away from everyone else. It was super quiet. No footsteps, no shots, nothing. Just us. And then we start hearing this sound. It was like this relentless buzzing and slashing, kind of like someone revving a chainsaw and swinging it over and over. At first, I thought maybe it was some new item or a glitch, but it just would not stop. Over and over and over, this loud slash. It was so out of place because there was supposedly no one anywhere near us. So naturally, we're laughing and confused, like, "Do you hear that?" "Yeah, where the hell is that coming from?" We start searching. We check behind rocks, around buildings, inside rooms, out in the field. Nothing. No footsteps on the visual radar, no shots, no enemies. Just this looping chainsaw swing sound that seemed to be right on top of us and nowhere at the same time. Later, when we watched the replay, we figured out there was someone. They were literally standing on the roof above us, on the very top edge, just hacking at the air with this saw-type tool. Perfectly still, just swinging, not moving, not looting, not doing anything that made sense. But in the moment, we had no idea. All we knew was creepy noise, nowhere to be found. This went on for, I swear, close to 10 minutes. 10 minutes in an online match is a long time to just stand there and swing a tool. Most people would get bored or third-partied by then. Finally, out of nowhere, this boy character jumps down off the roof and lands right next to Nora. Doesn't attack, doesn't build, doesn't shoot. Just stands there, facing her, like he'd been trying to get our attention the entire time. And of course, her reflexes kick in. She freaks out and blasts him because, we're in a match. This is what you do. As soon as she does, we both just kind of go quiet. And then we start joking, trying to shake it off. Watch that be Leo, trolling us from the afterlife. Yeah, that would be exactly his sense of humor. Because here's the thing. Ever since he died, weird stuff has been happening around us. Lights turning on by themselves, especially in his old room. Random things getting knocked over with no one nearby. Cereal boxes, stuff off shelves, little things that make you stop and go, okay, that's odd. We've always half joked, half believed it was him messing with us. Like he never really stopped being the little brother who loved to startle us for fun. I went to check the player's profile. And that's when my stomach dropped. The username included my brother's first name. Not something super common either. Not like John or Mike. It was his name. Clear as day. I just stared at it for a second, and then I told Nora. We both looked at each other like, no way. We kept repeating, "You've got to be kidding me." Now, here's the thing. It wasn't his old username. The one we knew from when he was alive was different. So logically, okay, maybe some random kid out there just happens to have the same name in their tag. But then it got weirder. A little later, me and Nora were scrolling through the recently played with list, just messing around, still talking about how bizarre the whole thing was. And there it was. His real username. The exact one he used when he was alive. On our recently played with list. According to the game, we had played with him a couple of days ago. I just froze. It's like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. I kept refreshing, backing out, going back in, but it was there, clear as day. His exact name, recent match. I cannot even explain the feeling that washed over me. It was like being yanked back to the day we lost him. All the shock, the confusion, the "this can't be happening" feeling. Later that night, I was on Messenger with my friend, I'll call her Tara, telling her the whole story. The chainsaw sound, the lonely player, the name, the recent matches. I was typing it all out, and while I was doing that, I had this cold, tingly feeling at the back of my scalp. Goosebumps everywhere. The air around me felt heavy and cold at the same time. Tara messages back and says something like, "I really think that was Leo saying hi. That sounds exactly like him." And the second she sends that, her entire phone screen suddenly turns black and white. Not just dimmed or glitched, full grayscale. She thought it was weird enough that she grabbed her kid's phone and took a picture of it, then sent that to me as proof. After she restarted the phone, the color went back to normal. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting there with that frozen feeling, wrapped up in this cold, electric kind of air. You know that feeling when you know you're not alone in the room, even if you can't see anyone? Like the air itself is watching you. That's what it felt like. And this isn't the first time I've felt him around. Right after he died, they gave me a box with some of his things from the scene. I had the box in one of the rooms at home. That night, I started hearing noises in there. Soft shuffling, like someone moving around, things lightly brushing or being nudged. At first, I told myself it was the house settling, or the heater, or something stupid and normal. But the sound kept going. Then the dread kicked in. Not just fear, dread. Like this heavy, panicky feeling that wasn't even mine. It was almost like I could hear his thoughts in my own head. Stuff like, "Oh my God, what happened? This can't be real. This can't be happening to me." It felt like I was suddenly sharing his shock and terror from the moment everything went wrong. It was so intense that I could not stay in the house. I grabbed my keys and left and stayed somewhere else that night because I just couldn't handle being there with that box and those feelings. Look, I'm not saying I have the answers. I know there are rational explanations. Accounts can be hacked, usernames can glitch, data can get weird. I even contacted the game company before, asking about how usernames work. They told me usernames can't just be reassigned, deleted, or reused after inactivity. They're basically locked once they're taken. So yeah, technically, maybe someone got into his account somehow. But think about it. This is one of the biggest games on the planet, with thousands and thousands of people online constantly. The odds that, out of all the people playing at that exact moment, we'd end up matched with an account that has his exact old username, and another one with his actual name in it, while joking about him, while hearing that weird sound, while being totally isolated on the map. I don't know. It feels like too much to chalk up to coincidence. So I keep circling back to the same question in my head. Was that our brother, just dropping into our match to say, "Hey, I'm still here. I'm still playing with you"? I don't know for sure. But I'll tell you this. The way the air felt, the timing of everything, the names, the phone glitch, the recently played with list, it all felt like him. And honestly, even if I never get a logical explanation, a part of me hopes it was Leo. Because the idea of him logging on one more time just to mess with us, just to make us laugh and freak out and feel him close again, that actually brings me a weird kind of peace. So, my dad died pretty suddenly. It was October of last year. He was 62 and I was 29. One day he was just there, making dumb jokes and asking if I'd eaten yet, and then, heart attack. He was gone. I still trip over that sentence when I say it out loud. For some context, my dad, his name was Ray, and I were both very 420 friendly. That was kind of our little thing. Please don't judge us too harshly for it. We weren't trying to escape life. Honestly, some of my favorite memories are us splitting an edible, putting on some ridiculous comedy, and just laughing until we cried. It felt like this safe little world where it was just me and him. My mom, Carla, struggled with alcoholism when I was a kid, so a lot of the time it was just my dad and me against the world. I was his kid, his shadow. He made my lunches, showed up to every school thing, tried way too hard to understand TikTok just so we had something new to talk about. We were close. Since he passed, I've begged for some kind of sign from him. Nights where I just lay there in the dark, whispering, "Please, Dad, something, anything. Just let me know you're still around." But for a whole year, nothing. No dreams, no weird coincidences, just silence and grief. Then last night happened. So I made a dumb mistake. I tried a new THC gummy I'd never had before. I thought I was being careful. I only took one, but it was way stronger than I expected. Like way too strong. Within an hour, I started greening out. My heart was racing. My skin felt like it was buzzing, and I honestly thought I was going to die. I was lying on my bed, staring at the ceiling, absolutely miserable. My thoughts were looping like, please let this pass. Please let me come down. I don't want to feel like this. Just make it stop. I wasn't talking out loud at first. It was all in my head. And right as I'm silently begging for it to end, the overhead fan in my bedroom turns on. Now, this fan is annoying, actually. It doesn't have pull cords. There's no wall switch for it. The only way to turn it on is with this little remote that looks like a cheap TV remote. You have to press an actual button. The remote was not in my room. Like, I knew exactly where it was. On the kitchen counter, under yesterday's mail. No one else was home. The fan just clicked on all by itself and started spinning. At first I thought, okay, I'm really too high. This is it. I'm hallucinating. But then, instantly, there was this presence in the room. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like the air got thicker, but not in a scary way. Just full, warm, heavy with meaning. And I knew it was my dad. I just started sobbing. Not cute crying, ugly, shaking, can't catch my breath crying. And I actually said out loud into the empty room, "Dad, is that you? Are you here with me? Are you okay, wherever you are? Am I going to see you again?" My voice sounded so small. I felt like a little kid again, scared in the dark, reaching out for him. Right then, this wave of warmth rolled over me. My heart started pounding, harder than it ever has in my life. It wasn't like a panic attack, though. I've had those. Panic feels cold and sharp. This felt huge, like my chest couldn't contain it. There was no voice, no words, just this overwhelming feeling that every question I just asked, the answer was yes. Yes, it was him. Yes, he was there with me. Yes, I would see him again. And here's the weird part. As soon as that intensity hit its peak, the fan spinning above me, my heart racing, tears everywhere, my high started to back off, like someone turned a dimmer switch down. Within a few minutes, I went from, "I'm going to die, I'm never coming back from this," to this strange, clear calm. My thoughts stopped racing. The nausea eased up. I was still high, but I wasn't terrified anymore. I could breathe again. All I could think was, he heard me. He showed up. He helped me come down. I have his ashes in that room, by the way. They're in this dark blue urn on top of a little shelf, along with some of his favorite things. His old watch, the hat he wore every time he grilled, a faded concert ticket he swore was from the best night of his life. I was lying just a few feet away from all of that. So I'm there, on the bed, fan spinning, tears all over my face, hands shaking. I stayed like that for another 15 minutes at least, just whispering thank you over and over. I felt wrung out, but also held, like I wasn't alone. Now look, I completely understand that some people are going to say, it was just the weed. Your brain was freaking out and created a comforting story. And maybe that's true. Maybe it was all chemicals and anxiety and coincidence. But here's my truth. It didn't feel like that. Not even a little. I've been too high before. I know what paranoia and hallucinations feel like. This was different. This was focused, comforting. It felt like my dad knew I was scared and did the one thing he could think of to make me feel better. Turned on the fan, cooled me down, and sat with me until it passed. And it wasn't just that night that's made me feel like he's still hanging around. My mom, Carla, has 2 cats, Luna and Pepper. These cats are like the definition of, you may look at me from afar. They're not cuddly. They barely tolerated us, honestly. If they let you pet them twice in a row, it was a miracle. But around the 1-year mark of my dad's death, they started acting strange. Almost right after the anniversary, they suddenly turned into little shadows. They follow my mom everywhere, curl up on her chest when she lies down, sit next to her on the couch, pressed right up against her like little furry heating pads. This is not normal behavior for them, at all. My mom keeps saying, half joking, Ray must have told them to keep an eye on me. And every time Luna curls up on my lap too, something she never used to do, I get that same little feeling in my chest. Like he's nudging them toward us, like, go on, they need you. Take care of my girls for me. Maybe it's just grief making patterns out of nothing. Maybe the cats are just getting older and softer. Maybe the fan glitched. Maybe the remote got bumped somehow. But I know how that moment felt. I know how suddenly the fear drained out of me. I know how I went from spiraling to safe, just like when I was a kid and my dad would sit on the edge of my bed, rub my back, and tell me everything was going to be okay. Before last night, I wasn't sure what I believed about the afterlife. I kind of floated in that space of, I don't know, I hope there's something. Now, I still don't have answers, like big picture answers. I don't know what exactly happens when we die, but I do believe this. Whatever's waiting for us, whatever it looks like, wherever it is, my dad is there. He's okay. And somehow, in some way I don't have the language for, he's still able to look out for me now and then. I believe I'll see him again. That belief feels less like a wish and more like a quiet, steady knowing. My dad, still being my dad, still taking care of me. Still finding a way to say, hey kiddo, I've got you. Breathe. You're going to be okay. You know, I'm still not totally sure how to explain this, but I'm pretty sure I met an angel once. So last September, I moved to Maui completely on my own. No grand plan, no safety net. I'd been living in Chicago, working this corporate marketing job that looked good on paper, but made me feel empty. I remember sitting at my desk one day, staring at spreadsheets and thinking, if I don't leave now, I'm going to wake up 10 years from now and still feel this stuck. So I did it. I sold most of my stuff, packed what was left into 2 suitcases, and moved to Hawaii. I only knew one person on the island, an old coworker who had moved out there a year before. That was it. The transition was rough. There were days I'd wake up in this ridiculously beautiful place and still feel so lonely and scared. I'd walk along the water at sunrise and wonder, what am I even doing here? What am I looking for? I questioned everything, my choices, my future, whether I'd just made a huge mistake. One afternoon, I went to this local park to play pickleball. It became my little escape, a way to meet people and not spiral in my own thoughts. I remember the sun was starting to dip a bit, the sky that soft gold, and the courts were buzzing with casual games and laughter. While I was waiting for my turn, this man walked up to me. He was a black man, tall, maybe late 30s, with the lightest gray-blue eyes I've ever seen. They were almost silver. He had this gentle energy about him, calm, kind, but very present, if that makes sense. Like he was really there with you when he looked at you. He smiled and said hi, and we started chatting the way you do with strangers at a park. Where are you from? How long have you been here? That kind of thing. And then everything got weird. Out of nowhere, he looks at me and goes, "You're from the Chicago area, right? Near Logan Square, on the corner of Kedzie and Armitage?" I just froze, because that was exactly where my old apartment was. Not kinda near, not in that general neighborhood, the exact intersection. I must have gone quiet because he just sort of smiled, like he knew he'd surprised me. Then he goes, "You've got 3 brothers." I laughed and said, "No, I only have 1 brother." He tilted his head, still calm, and said, "No, you have 3. one by blood, two by marriage. And that's when it hit me. I do have one biological brother and two stepbrothers, but I never think of the stepbrothers right away because I hardly ever see them. It honestly didn't even cross my mind until he said it again. I remember this little chill going down my spine. I hadn't told him anything about my family. Nothing. Then he looks at me and says, "You're Polish, right? Very close with your mom." And that part? That made my chest tighten a bit. Because I am Polish, and my mom is like my best friend. We talk almost every day. I hadn't mentioned that either. Every detail he said was just true. There was no vague guessing, no fishing like psychics sometimes do. It was specific, precise, too precise. For a second, my brain went to the weirdest places. I thought, is this guy a stalker? Did he somehow look me up on social media? But I couldn't make any of it make sense. There was nothing about our short conversation that could have given him that much information. He must have seen the confusion on my face because he kind of chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not following you. I just get these things. I have a sense about certain people. You were meant to talk to me today." And the wildest thing was, I believed him. At that point, I hadn't told him that I'd quit my job, or that I was quietly panicking about money, about my future, about whether I'd completely sabotaged my life. I was carrying all that around in my head, but I hadn't said a word. And then he keeps going. He says, "You're going to meet your person soon. You'll be married at 27. You'll have 3 kids, 2 girls and a boy." For context, I'm 24, and I'd been worrying about all of that. Love, marriage, whether I'd ever find a partner, whether I'd even want kids by the time I got there. These are the things I was staying up late at night thinking about, turning over and over in my mind. But hearing it from him, I don't know, it didn't feel creepy. It didn't feel like someone trying to mess with me. It felt calming, almost like someone had quietly opened a window in a stuffy room. I didn't feel afraid of him at all. Instead, I felt this deep sense of peace settle over me. Like, for the first time in months, I was exactly where I was supposed to be, standing next to this stranger on a random pickleball court in Maui. We talked a little longer. I asked him what his name was, and he said, "My name's Micah." When it was finally my turn to play, I thanked him and started to walk toward the court. As we wrapped up, he said something like, "I'm always around. You'll see me again." I remember those words so clearly. I'm always around. I walked maybe 10, 15 steps away, and then I got that feeling. You know, when you suddenly want to look back, just to make sure something actually happened. So I turned around to glance back at him. He was gone. Not blended into the crowd, not walked over to the parking lot, just gone. The courts were fully fenced in, the kind of chain link you can see straight through. There wasn't really anywhere to disappear to that quickly without me noticing. If he'd walked toward the gate, I would have seen him. If he'd cut across the grass, I would have seen him. But there was nothing, no sign of him at all. I kept playing at those courts. I went back a lot, actually, partly for the games and partly because a very real part of me hoped I'd see him again. I'd catch myself scanning the people as I walked in, looking for those silver blue eyes, that calm energy, that gentle smile. I never saw him again. To this day, it's one of the most surreal, unexplainable moments of my life. I still think about it all the time. Whenever I start doubting myself, or my path, or whether I'm doing life right, I remember standing on that court with Micah, feeling completely seen by a stranger who knew things he shouldn't have been able to know. And whether he was an actual angel or just a human being with a strange gift, I don't know. But I do know this. In that moment, it felt like the universe reached out, put a hand on my shoulder, and whispered, "You're okay. Keep going. You're exactly where you need to be.